That's a
But
rough
yeah,
one.
it is, but it just shows how our survival instincts kind of kick in
Yeah.
without us
And
knowing.
yeah, our brains disassociate. And like you said, you felt like you were floating above looking
Mm,
down. And I guess it saves us in a way. Uh, I don't know. It's,
yeah, I think so.
yeah,
I think
the,
so.
the disconnect. But I could also relate to what you were saying about having to control things after that. I had no, when something horrific or traumatic experience happens, we have no control. We can't, like you said, we cannot
Okay.
control what someone
Mhm.
else does. It's not our fault. But I had that, um, even when my kids were young, like I had to control everything. I had to make sure everything was,
Mhm.
perfect because I had no control over so many situations in my life. And that makes
Mm,
total sense.
yeah.
Total
Yeah, I
sense.
mean, even something as small as, um, I always get jokingly called a control freak.
Hmm.
Um, even now, because if something goes out of whack or somebody suggests, um, going on a ride or something like that, my gut instinct is to go, "No," because I can't control that situation.
Right,
Once
right.
I'm on that ride, I can't stop it.
Hmm. I think
Um
I consciously, like, now try not to control things, like, whatever, like, because I would have to. I feel like if things didn't go perfectly around me, I felt like I failed. Did you ever feel that?
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. I am literally less than I was, but still my own worst critic.
Mhm.
Um, like, an example of this is when, like, I was on a driving lesson once,
Mm.
and it was right at the beginning of my lessons, and something went wrong. I can't remember what it was, but my driving instructor picked up on the fact that I was my own worst critic.
Right,
And he said to me in that moment, he said, "There's no point in me saying anything to you because you know what's gone wrong, and me saying something to you would just double down on it."
right.
And
So
I thought,
you'd feel worse about it if you made a mistake or in your driving lesson, right?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And I thought, wow, the fact that somebody has actually picked up on that and it's not my fault that I need that reassurance in that moment. I thought, wow. And that finally got me to stop and take a breath and realize that it's okay if things go slightly awry.
Right. Things don't have to be perfect.
Exactly. But yeah, I think
Even
so. Yeah, go on.
No, I was just gonna say when you were saying, like, feeling shameful, like we were responsible in some way. I remember, like, as a kid feeling, like, different. Did you feel different?
Yeah.
Almost like
Yeah,
people
I
could
did.
see something was different.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a hard one for me.
Mm. I
And I
mean,
think
I was go on.
No, go on, please.
I was always the odd one out through school. Um,
Mhm.
but then when I went through the trauma, I had 2 friends that I confided in, and they took the choice away from me of who I told.
How was
And
that?
from that was tough. That
But
was tough.
you mean you told 2 friends and they what?
Yeah?
I don't get that.
Yeah.
They
They
told you not to say
told
anything?
No, they told a member of staff at the school.
Oh.
I hadn't even told my mom
Oh, boy.
about it.
But they did
And that
something about it.
Yeah, yeah,
Thank goodness.
they yeah, um, but yeah, dealing with that was always quite tough, um, because I've always been a big believer in choice and the situations that you've been in, you should choose to when and how to do things.
Yeah, I agree.
Um, so the fact that 2 of my friends had taken that away from me, I was like, "Really?
Well, thank God
You
something
really
was
did that?"
done. I mean,
Yeah.
I think they were probably young and just reacted, but yeah, in my case,
Yeah.
nothing was done. I think that makes a big difference with healing after the fact of some kind of traumatic experiences. If, first of all, if you're believed, right? That's a
Mhm.
reason a lot of women don't speak up. And then
Mhm.
if something's done about it, if
Yeah.
justice,
Yeah. I
prevails.
mean,
So
there were members of my family that didn't believe what I'd been through,
that's so horrible.
and, when it went to court, he was found not guilty.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
So, for me, it was like, yeah, people definitely grasped around me at school that something had gone on
Hmm.
and that, something was different because I just couldn't handle certain situations. And I've always been comforted by books. So I was in
That's a
the
good
library.
thing.
Yeah. So a lot of my lessons were done in the library.
And now
Um,
you're helping others, right? Now, I mean,
yeah.
such a horrific experience, but at least you have turned it into something good by helping
Yeah.
others. Did you journal then?
Yeah.
You
I
did.
did. I
Is
did.
that what you were talking about earlier in the show about not having those journals any longer and you wish you would have?
Yeah. Yeah. Because everything went into that.
It's a it's a hard one. I know I'm still like my mind is I have to switch gears a little bit because once you start going down that road again, I don't know if it happens to you. It's I think more disassociation. Like I literally just did it again. It's a
Mm.
disbelief that it happened, right?
Mhm.
It's degrading. I don't
Yeah.
I don't know how else to explain it, but it's something that we need to work through. It's something we need to
Mm.
talk about. It's something we need to support each other in
Yeah.
because it sadly happens more than I'd like to, realize. It's rape and sexual assault are real.
Yeah, they are. I mean, all it takes is somebody to just sit back and say, "Hey, I believe you," or "Hey, it's okay."
Mhm. Right. You're gonna be okay.
Yeah,
Exactly. And we are okay. Thank goodness, right?
exactly. Exactly.
So guilt and shame. What are like a couple steps that you would suggest if someone's like, say, just what happened to me? I started to feel shameful. Like, what would you suggest? Like, what's two quick things that someone can do if they find themselves, triggering back, and how do you snap out of it?
I'd suggest taking some time to self-validate. You know what
Mhm.
you've been through. Nobody else does. They can guess, they can try and relate, but when you self-validate, you take back some of the power for
Right.
yourself. And then challenging your negative beliefs that you've held on to yourself as well. That can be huge. Even if it's just taking some time to write down the negative belief and then maybe strike a line through it and then write one positive belief about yourself underneath that. And maybe underline that
Yeah.
because
Like
it's that
switch
positive. Yeah.
switch the narrative in your mind, your thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's also good to like
Um,
for me, I change like if I something happens and I remember something like that day, I just had to go outside or put on music or just distract myself to
yeah.
switch my thought process because I couldn't go down that negative road again, you know, that hurtful memory.
Mm, yeah. I think when you take the time to really double down on the experiences and your own beliefs about yourself, especially the positive ones, so much good can come from that.
Absolutely.
And those are
Yeah.
things that people can't change when you think about it.
Surviving, you know, an assault like that, it's a journey of profound strength and resilience, you know? And it often feels anything but that, but if you think about how strong you have to be to survive something like that and to carry
Yeah,
on, and
yeah,
a violation like
exactly.
that, it leaves scars. It leaves scars that go beyond the physical. It's deep wounds in our soul.
Exactly. Because, I mean, and that's why I think journaling's so powerful because it enables us to get to the root of what caused those wounds
Yes.
and to really explore the thoughts that we still have around those, but in an environment where we're not talking to other people, we're talking to ourselves on probably a deeper level than a therapist would.
Exactly. That was always my thing with therapists. Like I felt like almost if they hadn't gone through it, how could they really know what you're feeling?
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, I don't
That's that's why I'm a huge believer in lived experiences
less helping with
because yeah, yeah.
absolutely.
I
Yeah,
mean, there's
because
go on.
what are we gonna say?
I was gonna say you can't put a price on how valuable lived experiences can be. And talking to somebody that's that gets it, that really understands what you've been through.
Exactly. That's why I think women's support groups are so important because you're amongst other women who have gone through similar situations. And
Yeah.
for me, when I started, I went into all of it, not just the abuse from the unhealthy person, but I went into the all the assaults and whatnot, you know, throughout my life. And I couldn't believe how many of the women in the groups who were, you know, escaping abusive relationships, who these things happened to in their childhood or their teenage years or even older, you know,
Mm.
assaults on top of being with someone who was abusive to them. And it's sad because I
Yeah.
think it breaks our self-esteem, you know? It
Mhm.
sets us up for we really if this happens to someone that you know, really listen to them, hear them, help them.
Yeah.
I think that is the most important thing we can do for someone in this situation.
Mm.
And having gone through things like this, I can say, I mean, I'm sure you can agree, if you didn't have support, for me, no one when I was hurt as a child and before this incident, I had something else happen when I was younger and nothing was done. Like one person I told and they told someone and nothing was done, and I think that was even worse.
Um, mm. Yeah.
That was like I just don't understand that. That quite honestly, that messed me up. I I I think that's why I've always been such an advocate for children, and I loved helping children, and, so I started my daycare when I was younger because I felt like I could control keeping the children safe.
Mm. I was gonna say, did that lead into the sh shame and the guilt that you must have felt around that as well?
Oh, about myself, yes, but I
Yeah.
felt like if I could, like in therapy, Dr. Mack is always saying, I was always everything for everyone else and protected
Mhm.
everyone else in the way that I wasn't protected or helped.
Mhm.
And that helped me to survive and you know, to get on with my life.
Yeah.
It helped me to function in my life.
Mm.
Otherwise, I don't know what I would have done. 'Cause
Mm.
you can't just sit and dwell on it and if no one's listening, and I mean, way back, people really didn't talk about these things like they do today.
Exactly. Exactly.
So
I mean, it's these conversations, and the thing that you just said that I really resonated with is the fact that you've always helped others, and that's something that I did as well. I mean, one of
right.
the reasons that I didn't talk about what I went through initially was because my father was in a hospice at the same time, dying of a
Oh
terminal illness.
my goodness.
So for me, I wanted to protect my mum.
Right.
And
Oh,
then,
now
yeah,
yeah, no, that makes sense now why the 2 girls, told someone when you weren't ready to because you didn't need your
yeah,
mom worrying about and that's something, right? We don't put
mm,
ourselves what Doctor Mack is teaching me now, my psychiatrist, is that I'm important. You were important. Yes, your father was in hospice. Yes, your mother, was caring for him, I'm sure, but you're important. And what happened to you
yeah,
was important,
yeah,
that something was done. So it starts so young in us where we don't recognize our self-worth.
mhm, it does. I mean, the guy that, was toxic and abused me, as a kid, he had 2 grandchildren, and
Oh
for
my goodness.
me, my
You were worried.
protectiveness just swooped in.
Yeah, like, worried about yeah, I know
Yeah,
exactly what you mean. Yeah.
yeah,
That happened to me with
it's
a family member. Like, oh my goodness, there's other children now with yeah,
yeah,
make
like, you see things through different eyes, when something like that happens, and I can't explain it, but something just takes over where you need to be in that situation and you need to protect whoever else might be in that same situation without realizing. Yeah,
pictures.
it's
So there is hope
yeah.
and there's healing on the other side of the pain, and
Mhm.
all survivors deserve to honor their journey with compassion and care.
Yeah.
And know that, if this happened to anyone out there, you're heard, you're believed, and you
Mhm.
totally deserve respect and love and a good
Yeah.
life going forward. And please reach out. Please reach out and get support.
Yeah.
Reach out to one of us if you need to. We're always here to talk and to listen or to guide you
Definitely.
to help.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Did you have anything else you wanted to talk about, Gemma?
I mean, I've got this book actually, and going back to
Oh,
the guilt and shame, it's a book that
okay.
I found quite interesting because it's a book on how to overcome trauma and find yourself again. And the woman that wrote it, Dr. Jessamy Hibbard, is a psychologist in London. And while the book goes into fantastic detail about nutrition, sleep, exercise, all those good things, it misses out the guilt and shame, which I thought was really interesting because it's something that affects so many trauma survivors. And I just thought, wow, how
Like,
confusing and
yeah, like self-care, right? Self-care is
yeah,
learning to deal with our emotions and our feelings.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
And I
guilt and
just
shame.
thought,
Mhm.
if you don't deal with the guilt and shame, then you can't truly begin to open yourself up to the rest of it.
Right, it's
Like
like
building,
denying ourselves our feelings,
yeah,
validating. I agree.
yeah, those are like your foundations and the need to have something to build on top of. So if you haven't cemented and accepted the experience that's happened to you,
Mhm.
then where is there to go from there? Because you can't begin to know where to go, know which habits to form, or have a clear path. So that's why it's important. And to know, and having been through therapy myself, and to know others that are in similar situations and still struggling at some points with the game and guilt and shame, um, it just shows how important it is to form habits that keep us on the right track and that keep us together. I mean, one of the most important things that I've done just lately is that I've taken up a habit tracker again to make
What's a
sure that
habit tracker? What is that?
it's
Is that a UK
genius.
thing?
No, no,
What
I
is
don't
it?
think it is. It's a list of habits that you have, like on one side, and then
Oh.
boxes that you have on the other. And every time that you complete a habit, you color in one of the boxes.
You have the coolest things. Okay. So wait, are we talking good habits, bad habits, habits we wanna
Good
change?
habits,
Okay.
good
So give me an
habits.
example. What do you have for an example?
So for me, it's journal every morning.
Okay.
So every time I've journaled, I color in a box.
Okay.
And then it looks really cool once you've built it up because you end up with all these different colors next door to the habits. So again, it feels like the dopamine and boosts your dopamine
Ah,
levels.
yeah, like gold stars. I love
Yeah,
it. Giving
yeah,
yourself stars. So let me ask you, do you like challenge yourself? Okay, I want to do, I don't know, 5 good habits today, or, move up
yeah,
every month, do 6, do 7. Like,
yeah,
that's all. How many
yeah.
do you do in any given day?
I normally aim for 8 because one of those is to like read 10 pages of a book.
Oh my, I love that. That's
And it's simple things, but the
mhm.
simple things can be built on. And again, they are things that I recommend to anybody because
Great.
they are free things too.
And fun. You make it
Yeah,
sound so fun.
it is.
Exactly. Yeah,
Um, and that's why it's so important because then it shows us that we're progressing.
exactly.
It keeps us accountable. And I didn't think it was going to work when I first started using habit trackers, but It does because you can see the boxes filling up. It's a bit like when you look at a cup, you say a cup's half full rather than half empty.
Do you have one of these with your journals
I
that you have
do.
a download for? You do. Okay. Oh my goodness. You're gonna have to bring one to the next show. That and your poems. I want to see this. This is
Mm,
great.
I will. Um, but
Mm,
these are things that I'm looking to bring on to like my Monday morning journaling sessions as well.
awesome.
Because they're things that everybody can fill in.
Yeah.
And mix those with like intentions for the week,
Mhm.
things like that. And you've got a dream formula for the week.
Love it.
So that's
Definitely.
why I do my
And your
Mondays.
future bubble. What is the other thing you would do? Your future bubble?
My mind map.
Mind map. Oh, yeah, you
Mm,
really should incorporate these on your Monday morning journaling.
yeah.
These sound
Yeah.
fun.
I'm planning to do
So,
another video actually, just overlooking all of them. Um, so then people have got a clearer idea. But yeah,
so yeah, and doing these things, it distracts our minds, right? And it helps us to let go, like you were saying, of the guilt and shame.
yeah,
It's making space, replacing it with new fun little tips and techniques and fun little creative things to do.
yeah,
Make space
yeah,
for self-acceptance. We take pride in ourselves,
yeah.
feel
I mean, they may,
peaceful.
yeah, and it maybe only takes like a few minutes in the morning to do
Mhm.
that. I mean, I like to allow myself half an hour to do a good journal, and then like the rest of like the hour, to do my intention setting and habits and things like that, because then that really sets me up. It makes me feel as though I've accomplished something.
Like it.
And and then it leans into the self-validation too, because
Feel
you
it's a
know,
reward. It rewards you. You know, you're rewarding yourself. You feel good about yourself.
yeah,
I have to start doing these. I'm just like starting all this stuff again. Now that I'm out of now that I'm out of my old situation, it's yeah, I need to add things like this. I think it sounds really helpful for
yeah.
sure. Excellent. All right. So last week, oh, did I mention to you that I met Mel Robbins last week? Do you know who Mel
No,
Robbins
you
is?
yes, I do. I love Mel Robbins.
I went into the city, into New York, and I met her. I did like a meet and greet, and I got her
Oh,
book,
wow.
The Let Them Theory, and she was so sweet, really
I was
sweet.
I was gonna
Sh
ask how she was.
Yeah, very sweet. She's beautiful too. I was like, wow. Oh, there's a picture of us up on the screen. Um, It
As
was
if by
really nice to
magic.
meet her. It was so cold. It was freezing, um, but it was so worth it. And I
Mm.
started reading her book, The Let Them Theory, and when you're talking about this stuff, it reminded me of a technique she uses is I think it's called the 5-second rule. So she does
Oh,
like,
yeah.
okay, if I don't feel like getting up out of bed. So she does
Mhm,
like, a takeoff, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it
mhm,
switches your brain and you get up or you do the thing you don't feel like doing. And I
mhm.
just started implementing that in my morning routine when I'm feeling lazy and whatnot. So yeah, all these things you're talking about, I want to add. I
Yeah.
love it. I have to
I
replace,
mean
see, I have so much room now
mhm.
because now I don't have all the stress and trauma and drama and, hamster wheel going. So I need all these little techniques and stuff. You're telling me I'm so excited to replace it
Yeah.
with good.
I mean,
Yes, Kristen.
that's one of the beautiful things, right? Creating new habits and replacing the old ones.
Exactly. Hey, Crystal's here. Hey, Crystal. Crystal's in the chat. Yep. See, yep. I met Mel. She was so cool, Crystal. When uh when you come up to New York one day, maybe she'll be around again. We can go and meet her. And I've been pretty busy. I also took a little webinar online with Dr. Christine Cocachola. She's
Oh,
the
wow.
author of the book Framed. And it was so, oh my gosh, it was so interesting. And I learned so much. She was talking about like
Mm,
when people go through divorce or, custody battles or abusive
mhm.
relationships, how it affects the whole family
Yeah.
and even adult children, because I'm dealing with that now. Everyone thinks it's just the little
Mhm.
kids, it's the whole family affected. And
Exactly.
she was giving us techniques on what to do, because
Yeah.
the abusive person will turn the children against the protective parent and all
Mhm.
these little tips and techniques. Um, really informative. She's really great too. So that's it. And then I think I have actually next week I'm going to be meeting Karen Eldad. Have you ever heard of her?
No, I haven't.
Okay, because she's an executive coach and she's an author. She has a new book
Oh,
out,
wow.
Gilded. So I'm going to
Okay.
be meeting with her. I think she's doing her book release in the city. So that's next week.
Oh, that's exciting.
Busy, busy, busy. So yeah,
Yeah,
all this learning and meeting new people and feeling all that negativity, switching it with all positive stuff. It's such a good feeling.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I must admit, it's the need for dopamine and the need for happiness
Yes.
that gets us through and helps the healing process.
So important. It
It's
really is. And even if
ridiculously
we
important.
start with baby steps,
Mm,
you know, any little thing we do is an improvement and a step in the right direction.
yeah. That's why things like the habit trackers and the mind maps are so good because they allow you to feel and think differently and
Hmm.
see things a bit clearer.
And you
And it
can you
helps
can
you
actually see it. It's tangible. You can hold it and look at it and work on it. It's great.
exactly. I mean, every morning I look at my vision board and then that sets me up as well. It's like when I can see things, it helps.
Hmm.
And I've talked to so many different people, and they all say the same thing. If you can see what you need to do, it's a lot clearer than sometimes even writing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm.
You gonna make any new things? Like, do you just think of other ways and new techniques that you can come up with
My
from
mind is
from the ones you're using? You're always thinking?
yeah, yeah, my mind is constantly evolving and coming up with new ways because, I mean, the majority of things that people use to heal are things that have been around for years. Um, and sometimes technology isn't always the best solution.
Hmm.
Um, so I tend to come up with things that don't involve screens and they cut down your screen time and your scrolling time and things like that because the more time you spend scrolling, your dopamine levels go down and therefore your productive levels decrease as well.
Makes a lot of sense. Being creative is such a good outlet.
Yeah.
Do you paint?
Yeah.
Do you play any musical instruments?
No, I wish I could.
You just seem so creative.
I wish I could. Um,
Well, there's
but
always
I
time to learn.
That's so true. That's so true. Um, but I mean, that's why I love writing, I think, so much and speaking to so many different people because that allows the creativity to flourish.
Mm.
Um, it's a bit like I went to a drama class this week,
Oh,
and
how
one
was
of the
that?
things it was so good. It allowed my creativity to spark back up again. Um, and one of the things that people were doing in there was like, make up a situation where you're late for something and then come up with something completely outrageous as an excuse as to
Oh
why
my
you were
gosh.
late.
What did you come up with?
I came up with a crater had appeared in the back garden and started swallowing things up.
Wait, a crater, like a big hole in the ground?
Yeah,
I Okay. So that's why you were late? Did they buy that
yeah.
excuse? Oh, that's good. Oh my
No, of course
gosh.
they didn't.
I know, I'm only kidding. That's creative.
Yeah,
So when you do, because you know I want to take acting classes. I think we talked about that in a previous show. Um,
yeah,
is this like is this the kind of stuff I have to look forward to? This kind of improv?
yeah. Improvisation is
Okay.
amazing
What other
because it get
things?
um a lot of thinking outside the box and looking at different situations in different ways.
Okay.
Um, I mean, we were given a script to do, and it was part of one of the songs from Chicago. And it's such a long song, and we broke down each paragraph, each section of the song down into lines for each of our characters too.
Okay.
So it got us to see the song in a different way.
Oh,
And
that's
so it's a lot of juggling words around and looking at things in different ways through different people's eyes.
sounds like fun. I just thought it was like dancing and movement. That's what Crystal was telling me last show.
Mhm.
I think we were talking about. And I'm like, oh boy, I got to dance and sing now. But your classes sound a little more doable for me. Coming up with
Yeah.
excuses for being late. I can handle that one.
Yeah.
Crystal saying, love Gemma's experience with acting and improv and apparently musical expression as well. Oh, so
Yeah.
that's musical expression.
There we go. That's what it's called. I knew it had a name.
Crystal knows. Thanks,
Yeah.
Crystal. So so you didn't sing per se, you used
No.
the words.
Yeah. Yeah.
What
Um
song from Chicago? Do you remember?
um I can't remember. Oh, Cell Block Tango.
I
I
I
think
don't
that's
think I
it.
know that one. I didn't see
Yeah.
that play. Do you go to Broadway
That's
shows?
um I yeah. Yeah, because we have the West End in London here.
Ah.
And I love going there.
So is the
Um,
West End in London, is that compatible to like Broadway in New York City?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
very
It's
cool.
like we call it the Soho of London.
Wow, that's so cool how compatible.
Yeah.
Do you have like hold on, Crystal saying Susie, she can certainly express herself now and have fun. She could do it, right? Susie loves music and attending concerts. Yes, I sure do. May not have direct and little acting experience, but ain't no thing. Yeah. Gee, I'm gonna learn. I am excited about it. I'm going to take them in the city. Do you go into the city when you do yours, or you do a local little theater?
I do mine online.
You do your acting classes online?
Yeah.
How? Like a Zoom?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. Um, so I go on, have like little workshops and things like that, and have like self-tape scripts to do. Um, yeah, just anything that I can do at the press of a button is good because there isn't much in the way of acting around me and where I live.
So you're out of the city.
Mm, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm well and truly in the sticks.
You're in the sticks.
Yeah,
Got it. Crystal saying acting is life and life is acting. Oh, yeah. When we
yeah.
met when we meet in person, I will show you a few simple warm up techniques that are helpful not only for actors, but for anyone living
Mm,
life. Oh, definitely. We're going to have to video that, Crystal, for sure.
yeah.
Could you imagine? Oh my gosh. I'll do it, but
That's gonna be so
I'm
much
not
fun.
gonna watch it back. You all can watch it and laugh. I'll do it, but I don't know. We'll
Yeah,
see.
that's gonna be so much fun.
Maybe it won't be too intimidating.
It won't. It'll be acting if
Have you
done the right way isn't intimidating.
have you done them in person or have you only done them online?
No, I've done them in person too.
Or you'd rather the online
Um,
ones?
if given the choice, I would be in person every day of the week. Um, because then you can really build up chemistry with other people,
Uh-huh. Yeah,
and be surrounded by other like-minded creatives. So, yeah, it's something that is really good, especially when you've got one good idea and then you bounce it off other people
someone else,
to
yeah.
yeah,
Awesome. You're gonna have to video one. Can you video one
yeah,
so I could see what it looks like?
yeah,
Like, take your phone and video your computer? So
uh-huh,
you all see each other acting then?
yeah,
Like, we're watching on the screen right now. I'd be watching you do a skit
mhm,
with someone online,
yeah,
but just 2 little boxes?
yeah,
Huh, I never heard of such a thing. Pretty cool.
yeah. It is because you meet so many different ways and people from so many different backgrounds.
Alright, so I have to ask you, is there such a thing as, like, someone being, like, really not it's not their thing? And, like, what do you do? Or
A lot
is when you go to acting class, is everyone considered good because 'cause they're expressing theirselves? Is it like artwork?
the places and people that I've been taught by have said there's no such thing as a bad actor or no such thing as a person that can't act because there are no mistakes. There are only
Okay.
learning points. So it's all about finding somebody that you trust and
Mhm.
that you feel safe with. I mean, one of my classes is held by one of my good friends. And it's like a set of about six of us that get together on a Thursday evening.
Awesome.
And we all just sit and chat and have fun.
That's what Crystal's saying on in the chat right now. She says, "The way I will introduce you, Susie, you are safe and supported with me." Crystal,
Mm.
OG, baby. Gemma tells the truth. I love that we have that in common. Anyone else out here watching or in the chat interested in acting, or have you done it all in class training programs, cold audiences, auditions, I'm sorry, casting calls, etc. Um, yeah, like you were saying, someone you feel safe with. It's got to be so great for healing, right? Crystal's curious.
Yeah,
She says, "Yeah. Oh, if anyone else is out there, let us know." Yeah, I'm curious because I
yeah.
want to start. I want to
Please
start, and
let us know.
I was looking up like a definition kind of acting, and it just says acting is the art of embodying a character, stepping into their shoes to convey emotions, stories, and experiences. It's a way of expressing humanity, exploring the depths of different perspectives, and bringing scripted words to life through voice, movement, and presence. Acting
Mm,
requires vulnerability, imagination, and a willingness to connect with emotions. I think that's great, right? Because especially if you've gone through trauma, we took me forever to learn how to connect with my emotions,
Yeah.
both your
Yeah.
own and those of the audience. Beyond performance, acting can be a transformative outlet for self-expression, offering a space to process personal experiences or explore feelings in a safe and creative way, whether on stage, in film, or through improv. Acting
Mhm.
allows you to tell stories that resonate, provoke thought,
Mhm.
and inspire empathy. It's not just about pretending, it's about truthfully conveying the heart of the character or situation, making it real for yourself and others. I like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. I think it'd be great for healing.
Yeah, it is.
Journaling and acting. There you go.
Mm.
Journaling and acting. Great.
Yeah,
That and support. Can't go wrong.
exactly. I mean, acting was such a massive support for me because I was able to access my own empathy
Mhm.
after trauma and also see it from the audience's perspective
Yeah, I never thought of
sometimes.
that.
So it gives you like a double view and a
Mm.
double perspective on things. And it's just like life because there is no right or wrong. Because no matter what a character says, it can be taken into different completely different ways.
Yeah.
Just like when it
I'm sorry. Crystal saying
mm,
my program I did in Orlando ended up being the catalyst for change in my life. Started to heal, to be free of mistakes. Wait, to be free to make mistakes finally and cease perfectionism. Open up to my deep emotion, stories
mhm,
inside me, traumas in there that I
mhm,
was not even aware of, yet the
mhm,
body knew. Acting class brought me alive
mhm.
again. Can you relate to that, Gemma?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, being able to be in an environment where you can make mistakes and
Mm.
you're not shouted at or looked down upon, um, is so freeing. It allows you to be whoever you want to be in that moment without fear and without judgment.
Well, I never thought about it that way.
Yeah. It's incredibly powerful.
It's got to be so freeing too.
Mm.
To be yourself. You can act a fool, act
Yeah.
serious, and just be you. Boy, do I need
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. So it's just about letting down your barriers that you've got and allowing yourself to feel free
Mhm.
to be yourself and be happy and be that person inside that you've might have suppressed.
Crystal's also saying such magical moments you can have teaches you breathing exercise techniques, also creative sessions, warm up games with other actors to connect and open up. That is key.
Mm.
Yeah, I guess to feel comfortable, right? Because they're like, if I'm going into an acting class first time, I don't know anyone. I'm gonna feel like, what? And so that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do
I
little
never actually
skits.
did breathing techniques with mine, so that's good.
Oh, I wonder, Crystal, what are the breathing techniques? Crystal says,
Yeah.
I opened up and connected to the actors in my program more and faster than anyone else ever in my life, other
Mm.
than my sweet son. Aw. Wow. Amen, Gemma. We got to get the three of us to do sessions together for beginners and people who simply want to live more freely. I love that.
Yeah. Mm.
That would be so awesome. So if you do
It would.
online, Gemma, if you do online acting classes, maybe there's
Mhm.
a way we can get our producer to put something together where I can be the newbie and you
Yeah.
both can kind of teach me some new skills and then other people will see it and
Yeah.
not have a fear of it. Because I mean, if I didn't know the two of you as well as I do now, I wouldn't feel comfortable. I would never even thought about doing this. But
Yeah.
hearing all these positives, oh my goodness, that would be
That would be
cool.
so empowering.
Yeah, from
So
New York.
empowering.
Yep. Crystal saying from New York to the UK to Florida, triple threat, baby. You get us three get it. Yeah, it's so
Yeah,
true. Let's do it. We can inspire someone else to add acting to their healing and expression.
definitely.
Definitely.
It should
Sounds good
definitely
to
be
me.
added.
Never would have thought of it. She says, Crystal says, it is
Yeah.
simply about opening up, starting to play
Mhm.
and express, and be free to be your inner child, artistic child, and creative self. That's
Yeah.
like all the work you do, Gemma. It reminds me of
Uh-huh.
inner child work,
Yeah.
you know, with your
Yeah.
visuals. Oh,
Yeah.
great.
Because
I'm sorry, go on.
yeah, it's tackling, all those moments and times that have probably been suppressed
Yes.
through trauma and raising dopamine to feel happy and to allow yourself to like color and like things done a certain way, which
Crystal's writing that she can intro us both when we meet or get on camera live, probably about the breathing techniques, I would think,
yeah.
since you haven't done them. But yes, it does. It connects to our inner child. So, yep, she says all children play and act. It is natural. Yeah.
Mm,
Expressing ourselves, Crystal continues, via various roles, characters, emotions, situations, even imagined. It can still be quite intense, feel so real, because the mind, body believe and react to when you are fully in character in the moment. Yeah, I
yeah.
suppose, right? You get to,
Mm,
we were talking about disassociating. This is a good disassociation. You're actually
mm,
connecting with your real
yeah.
self.
Yeah.
It's like so much better. Total opposite. It's like reverse PTSD. I love it.
Mm,
It knows no difference between real or imagined life.
yeah.
I can't wait to
Yeah,
try.
because you can be faced with any different situation in a script. And one of the teachers that I had for acting said the best advice I can give you when it comes to acting is to react to the situation in the script
Okay.
as you
So
would normally.
does that kind of mean like don't overthink it?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
what would you do?
So don't overact. Just read the lines or whatever you're given and do what comes naturally to you in that moment, because then you're not overacting, you're not overemphasizing anything.
Okay, like if I'm trying to wake up my son for school and he doesn't want to get up for school, I'd be like, "Get
Mhm.
up, the bus is coming in 5 minutes."
Yeah,
Is that right?
yeah,
And I'm not driving you again. Oh
yeah,
my goodness. I know. I wonder,
yeah.
Crystal, you got to think of some scenarios. This will be fun. Crystal says that is why acting moments and scenes can feel so magical and real when you are
Mm,
fully immersed and become that person and own that story, expressing all buried inside that normal people in regular life are too afraid or embarrassed to do. Some people are afraid to live. Well,
yeah,
the way I lived for so many years, I was afraid to live. I was told, act like a grown up. I
yeah,
stopped laughing, expressing myself, being
mhm,
goofy.
yeah,
Yeah, all that craziness.
yeah. It's mad because until I discovered or rediscovered acting again,
Uh-huh.
um, after the bad relationship and everything else, I'd forgotten a lot of it, and I'd forgotten how good it felt to be amongst others and to be able to feel free again in that room and be creative.
So what was your favorite scenario in acting class? Wait, how long have you been doing it? How many years?
So I've been doing it off and on through secondary school.
Oh my goodness.
That helped me so much. And then I took a long break of about almost 10 years, I want to say. And then I went back into doing acting because I met one of my very good friends now. And yeah, she got me back into acting.
Awesome.
Um, and then I started learning more online. So yeah,
Gemma,
it was,
Crystal has something for you on the screen. I don't know if you want to read that.
yeah, Gemma, totally agree. She knows the organic, natural way. Yeah, it's it's definitely a way that some people try and suppress, and they try and shroud it in a lot of complicated sounding techniques, which puts some people off learning how to act and being in that room.
Hi, Gloria. Gloria's there. You ladies are
Hey,
amazing. So are you, Gloria. You're
yeah, you are
amazing.
too.
Gloria, have you ever done acting classes? Oh my goodness. Oh, Gemma's Crystal's talking to you again about improv. I don't know anything about that. What is she saying?
Crystal can do improv, acting scenes anytime. Like you are now talking with your best friend and are suspicious that she is having an affair with your partner and go. Okay, so she's put us a scenario in.
Yeah.
Nothing prepared, so you have to be real and jump into the scene and situation and people. Okay.
She's still going.
Yeah.
You
And
see it.
Crystal, yeah. Here is one Q&A from Google Chrome. What is the best acting advice? One of the best pieces of advice I ever heard: listen. Make sure that when you're performing and in character, you are engaged and actually listening to what is said so that you, as your character, can respond in a way that feels motivated and somewhat more natural, believable, and present. Wow, that goes back to not like acting in that moment, but reacting to what's just been said. Because that's what a lot of acting is. It's not actually technique as such, it's listening and being prepared to listen to what's actually going on in that scenario. And then Crystal says, absolutely. And you got it. So, yeah, I cannot put enough emphasis on how good acting can be and how useful it can be. Yes. I'm pleased it's not only me that feels like that, Crystal. She says, I hate those actors. Lol. No, really, but hate those teachings that teach people to be fake. I completely agree. It is funny after a while. It really is because you can tell when people aren't reacting naturally to what's being said in a scene and what's being portrayed and how accurate it's being. Because the whole point of acting is that it's meant to be relatable. and you're meant to be able to relate to the situations that are playing out either on screen or stage. But yeah, it's so good because it encourages you to think outside the box. And thinking outside the box is so good for recovery. Crystal says, many acting programs, teachings, classes, college programs, etc., that teach that way. The theatre, the dramatic flair. It is fun for some plays and musicals. That's true. That's so true. I think acting programs, teachings, and classes, colleges, etc., have a place. They certainly do have a place. But I think when it blinds people with science, it's a bit like when people blind other people with mental health terms and things like that. It can throw people off, and it can throw so many people off when it comes to actually learning and embracing new things. And that's such a key thing to concentrate on when it comes to trauma, because that's how you can miss out on so many exciting opportunities and so many new opportunities too. So, yeah, you do miss that, and you miss a lot of the creativity that comes with organically talking to people in a room. So, yeah, it's just incredible, the freedom, the creativity. And Crystal also says, um, not for real, raw, touching stories, films, shows, etc. Whether comedic, dramatic, rom-com, action, indies, independent, horror, thrillers, whatever the genre and story and cast. Keeping it real and organic as actors and storytellers is the best method, in my opinion. Period. Yeah, I cannot agree more. It's brilliant. It gives you that opportunity to connect with the audience and to connect with the other people that surround you. So it's just, yeah, the power that you can take back from acting is just, it's incredible. Absolutely incredible. And as well, like we said earlier on, it helps with reconnecting with your inner child. It helps while exploring different thoughts, feelings that may have otherwise gone unnoticed and may have gone under the radar whilst you were experiencing something or have gone through something that's traumatic. So that's why acting is key to being able to uncover some of that. Uh, Crystal says, what are some of your favorite films, shows, other plays? Um, so as many of you know, I love Harry Potter. So that's always going to come up top. Um, but I also love Scream, which is like horror theme, and Dracula. I love a lot of the old films. Um, Plays, I went to see 222, A Ghost Story, back in 2022 in London. That was so good because it was right back to basics. It was old haunted house, that kind of thing. But yeah, so
Awesome. I think we're going to take a couple minute break. Got it right with everybody? And we'll be back, and I'm gonna do a
Yeah.
little recap on everything we covered so far. Sound good?
Yeah,
All
that
right.
sounds
So
good.
awesome. Crystal, you'll be here, yes? In the chat? Very good. All right. You rock too, Crystal. Okay, we're gonna take a little break, everybody. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
요즘 내 일기가 재미없어진 이유를 찾았어. I've been wasting all this time finding words to let go. Cause I'm looking for Neverland, backtracking on memory lanes, hoping it's not just the wonder. I can't be watching, waiting for changes, wondering for the right time. Cause I noticed we came to a pavement that crumbles. It's just a merry-go-round. I don't think it's you, might be me. There's just so many things going on. But when I'm with you, it feels so new. Cause I'm on a secret, I'm all alone for them. I've been off and on with you. Tell me why it's so hard to choose. Going in circles, running round. Oh, cause I'm looking for Neverland, backtracking on memory lanes, hoping it's not just the wonder. I can't be watching, waiting for changes, wondering for the right time. Cause I noticed we came to a pavement that crumbles. It's just a merry-go-round. I don't think it's you, might be me. There's just so many things going on. But when I'm with you, it feels so new. Cause I'm on a secret, I'm all alone. I don't think it's you, might be me. There's just so many things going on. So many things with you. It feels so new.
We are back. I just wanted to do a quick recap of the first half of the show, things we talked about. First, we started with staying away from toxic people for 30 days, right? And just to recap that, remember, the best thing that we can do for ourselves is to remove toxic people and situations from our lives because we'll never know who we really are or the joys of life and the blessings that could come our way when we surround ourselves with and accept negativity, disrespect, or abusive circumstances. When we do that, we block our own potential and happiness. So I promise you, it'll be worth it. Creating new habits in those 30 days won't be easy all the time, but I promise you, it'll be worth it. Each day, focus on self care, journal, meditate,
Mhm.
reconnect with things that used to make you happy, and you'll discover the person you were always meant to be. And I just wanted to go over a couple reasons why letting go of toxic people is so important. Because first, we heal ourselves, right? And when we heal ourselves first, we step away from toxic dynamics. We give ourselves the chance to recover, reflect, and rebuild. We can't pour from an empty cup. We must prioritize our mental and emotional health first. We need to set examples for our children. Children learn more from what we do than what we say. And when they see us choosing ourselves, setting boundaries, and prioritizing healing, they'll know it's possible for them too. And we need to break the cycle. Dysfunctional patterns don't have to continue. By letting go of toxic people, we take the first step in breaking the cycle of coercive control and abuse for future generations. And I just wanted to also mention that Gemma was so right about not feeling guilt and
Mhm.
shame, right, Gemma? I mean, if
Yeah.
bad things have happened in your life, it is not your
Mhm.
fault. And I just want to make that really clear. Reach out, find support, and start journaling, as Gemma says, journaling with
Yeah.
Gemma Mondays on
Yeah.
Imperfect TV
Yeah.
Network over on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah. I started off doing them over on Instagram, and
Oh,
since then I've branched out onto doing them on Imperfect TV because I just think that they need a wider audience, to encourage more people to just pick up a notebook and pen and just journal and do whatever comes to you on in that moment, because you can't take away power from that.
exactly. Express yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get all those feelings out. It definitely feels good. Yeah. And
Yeah.
letting go of toxic people also is not giving up, you know?
No.
It's a courageous, excuse me, act of love. It's a decision to prioritize ourselves so that we can eventually show up
Yeah.
better for those we love most. And to
Yeah.
everyone on this journey, I want to remind you that you are not alone. We are all in this together, and
Mhm.
we are doing the work now, and it's worth it. And together, we'll break cycles, we'll heal wounds, and we're
Mhm.
creating a better future for ourselves and everyone around us. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah. There's so much power in sticking together and believing in yourself and learning to believe that you can get through. And sometimes it might feel like you're wading through mud, right?
yeah. Oh my
Um,
goodness, been there.
yeah, but there is an end in sight, and it's a happier one where that you aren't on your own or isolated.
And it feels so good once you start to heal and to recover and look at things brighter, You write down, even if you have to write down all the negativity, like you said, and then switch it and write some positive things, it really helps your mental health.
It does.
When
It
you
does.
start your journaling with Gemmas on Monday, what do you do? Like, what is the first thing you do with everybody? Grab your journals, and do you have like a prompt? A subject, a topic?
I I normally pick a topic that's relevant to trauma recovery and then maybe 3 or 4 prompts surrounding that topic. And then I give people, like, 2 minutes to write down an answer, or, of course, if they're, like, watching later on, they can pause it and, just allow themselves to take time to see where their brain goes during that
Mhm.
time. Um, but I must admit, I do like doing it first thing in the morning because that's when our brains are just waking up. So I make a habit of not picking up my phone before I go on.
Mhm.
Um, I do that afterwards because then my brain is just my brain in its natural state without being enhanced by anything that I've just seen on social media.
Have you ever,
So,
like, woken up and, like, remembered a dream and written your dreams down?
yeah, yeah. There's so much
I've
power in doing that.
Right? I kinda think that. I feel like if you wake up and you have a dream still in your head, that there
Mm,
might be some meaning. I don't know. I
yeah,
I often think, "Shoot, I shoulda wrote that down as soon as I woke up." It's a good way to start journaling in the morning.
yeah. Or even maybe put a notebook by the side of your bed,
Mhm.
and then
Good
if the
idea.
dream's still with you, then just write it down. But like you say, there is no right or wrong way to journal, and I think that's quite exciting in itself
Just like
because
acting.
yeah, yeah, it is. But it's like talking to yourself, but deeper. And
Mhm.
talking even when you talk to a therapist, there are so many rules and regulations and what you can and can't say. And then with a journal, there's none of that.
No
With
judgment.
a yeah, there's no control there either.
So
So there's so much power in it. So much power in it.
so you do this on YouTube as well as Instagram every
No,
Monday? Or just Instagram?
I normally promote on Instagram and then
Okay.
go live on YouTube.
Wow, okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, on
What's
Imperfect
your
TV.
Do you know what your theme is going to be on Monday? When do you choose it that morning, whatever pops in your head, or do you get suggestions from your viewers?
Sometimes I get suggestions. Other times I come up with it spur of the moment. Sometimes it's based on what I've heard that people have got problems with. So through social media, through other mediums like that, I can sort of comment on Threads or Instagram and something and say, "Hey, I've got a journaling session that could help," and yeah, point them in the right direction. But yeah, it's all about tailoring things and making sure that there are no rules for anybody and that it's a lot easier to manage and to then make sure that everybody's heard because everybody has a voice. So it's so
Yes.
important.
Yeah. Love it. You're so positive, Gemma. I love it. So positive. You bring so many good things to the channel. Thank you. I
It's
can't
nice
wait.
to help. It's nice to help others.
Isn't it? It feels good.
Mm.
I think it helps us heal, and I don't think I realize that, how much it really does help. Crystal saying when Gemma is doing life coaching type sessions, she asks, "Do you find that they simply need a creative outlet to open up and express their artistic side?"
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes it's needing a creative outlet. Other times it's different coping mechanisms, but they overlap sometimes, which is interesting because acting can be such a cool coping mechanism, and so can writing poetry and all that kind of stuff.
Expression.
Crystal says, do your clients and followers there make any special requests for you to cover certain topics? Yes, I welcome certain topics to be covered and different topics because a lot of the time, I haven't got an endless bank of topics um, without the fear of overlap. So, yeah, I welcome suggestions, definitely.
How long do your sessions usually last? Your journaling sessions?
They typically last anywhere from 35 minutes to an hour. So I typically make sure that they're not too long because I don't like overwhelm or anything like that. But yeah, it's to make sure that it's like a bite-sized chunk that people can fit in throughout their day, no
And if
matter
they
what they're
can't
doing.
if they can't make it live, they can always rewatch it, right? Follow
Exactly.
along.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes I encourage people to rewatch because you never know what else is going to come up for a certain prompt that you may not have spent so much time on during the live. So it's good to rewatch, and they're all up there, as far as I know, on Imperfect TV.
Oh,
So
past ones, that's great.
yeah,
So if you're not
yeah,
done, if you feel like, yeah, if you need another suggestion, you could go to watch another one and do another one. Awesome.
yeah, yeah. I like to keep everything up there and varied, so then it gives people chances to go back over certain prompts that they may have found useful at a certain time. Because I always think that you can't ever get the same answer from the same prompt twice.
I guess it depends on your mood or what's going on in your life, right?
Definitely, yeah. Because sometimes you might be in, like, a mood where everything's all in one sentence,
Mhm.
and therefore that's fine in that moment, but then you might be in another mood a different day where you write out a whole paragraph for the same journaling prompt.
Do you ever go back and like add things to something you wrote in a journal,
Yeah, sometimes I
like an
do in
entry?
different colours. Yeah,
Oh, in
in
different
different
colors?
yeah. So
You're
then I
so
can see it
creative.
as a reflection.
Kind of like
Um,
highlighting certain things.
yeah, yeah, because that is, why I, like, write my books and things like that because it allows me to be creative in different ways.
Yeah, it's great because as we begin to heal, right, through journaling and all these expressive ways, we learn to find ourselves again.
Mm,
It feels
yeah, we
good when we
do.
realize, right, how much power we really hold within us.
Yeah,
Yeah. We forget for so long when we're stuck in a situation or a dull routine or whatever.
yeah, definitely.
It's also good, I think, when we learn, like, we can start to see ourselves again and we learn that we do have strength to protect ourselves and to keep ourselves safe and to establish strong boundaries.
Yeah, there's so much power in setting boundaries and allowing ourselves to reconnect with ourselves again,
Yeah. And
but
all
in a different
this
way.
journaling and acting and expressing ourselves is just, yeah, I didn't realize what a big part it is in healing and rediscovering who we are. I love it.
I'm gonna
We
cry.
really need to, yeah, we need to nurture and protect ourselves.
I'm
All
gonna
these
cry.
great things.
I'm gonna cry.
Well,
I know
thank you
Crystal's
so
crying
much, Gemma.
because Gemma's got to go. Everybody, she is 8, 9 hours, whatever, from us here on the coast of California. It's her bedtime.
Yeah.
And a whole lot. You guys can't see her, okay? But she's nodding feverishly.
Is she in her pajamas yet? Are you in PJs yet, Gemma? I would
No,
be.
not yet. I soon will be.
I don't believe her.
Good for
Crystal probably
you.
don't believe her either. Crystal's got something else for you on the screen, by the way. Let's go ahead and put that up. I gotta put that up. We're gonna get back to the show, everybody, but I just wanted to interrupt because I wanted to say goodbye to her on the air because I already said goodbye in the private chat we got going on. There's stuff going on, people. Even though you're watching the screen, hopefully on television, you understand the majority of you are now moving toward television to watch us. YouTube likes that. We like that. Thank you so much. But right now, I just had to jump into the show and say we really appreciate you being here today, Gemma. Crystal got something for you up on the screen, and I got to put this back up. Thank you, Gemma, for today. We're going to talk about what Gemma went through today, maybe on the next show or another show. But you survived it, Gemma.
I did.
You did. She's gonna like, what? These people are crazy. They can actually do this. Welcome to our live stream. If you've just jumped in, or if you've been hanging out with us, and quite a few of you have been doing so, we appreciate you being here. Gemma is a successful live streaming YouTuber as of today. She did not pass out 3 hours and 48 minutes. She's shaking her head. You guys can't see. Did you take anything to stay awake as you are in the UK? And did you do anything special today or tonight?
No, plenty of coffee.
She's just awesome. That's all. She's just awesome.
Crystal got it right. Crystal put up there. She says, "Thank you, Gemma." So listen, appreciate it. I wanted to say goodbye before you actually had to hit your hard deadline to leave. This is one of the songs I picked for you. I have an entire playlist for you. Anytime I play music, it makes me think. Music that I play is because I think of somebody or something. So I'm going to try something here. We're going to experiment on you before you leave, but we already Frankenstein experiment on you the first 3 hours. You joining Crystal and Nicole Black and Susie Cosman and myself. So let me see. I'm going to put something else on the screen. So appreciate you encouraging everybody. So Crystal, I think Crystal's out there. We're going to experiment before you leave. Let me turn this down a little bit here. And let's see if we can get Crystal in here. And if it doesn't work, everybody, if you're listening, you know us by now. If you're new here, this is literally live streaming. So I want to see if Crystal can come in and actually verbally say goodbye to you. Let me see. I'm gonna hit the right thing here. We're testing it out, everybody, in front of everybody. See if Crystal can literally say goodbye to you. Hold on. You there, Crystal? Crystal, you there? No, that's not the one that we want. Okay, hold on, everybody. Just hold on.
Oh my gosh. Let me try.
Are you over here?
Oh, I hear the laugh.
I hear something. Oh, okay. So can you hear us though?
Yes, you can hear me then.
Oh, yes, we can hear. Hold on, everybody.
There she is.
We're not going to even tell everybody what we were trying to do behind the scenes to get here for over an hour. So we were trying to, it's like, man, we had feedback a few times and we finally got it. Crystal, thanks I know you're a busy person there in Florida. So we had to kind of put everybody together here, which we got Gemma, who's about to finally go to bed. It's the UK, East Coast, Upper East Coast. That would be Susie from New York. And then we have, of course, Crystal in the Sunshine State of Florida. And of course, humbly, I say to you, what a joy to come from the central coast of California. So everybody say hello together. Everybody, 1, 2, 3, say hello to the audience. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
What's up, guys?
What's up, people?
We are
Okay,
here.
all right. Gemma, thank you very much. We love you very much. We'll take you out of the studio, but we appreciate you being here. And we are so proud of you today.
I love being here.
Oh, you do. We were wondering because we already knew, the three of us knew we were going to torture you. We've had many meetings talking about how we were going to torture. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you for joining us. Our correspondent from the UK for our live streaming network, that would be Gemma Blythe. Check out her blog and a whole lot more. You guys will see more of that later today and other stuff. We are going to go hopefully for another 4 hours or more. Depends on what's happening. Or we may go a full 12 hours today. But right now, we're going to say goodbye to Gemma. Gemma, we love you very much. And later. See you.
Bye, Gemma. Thank you.
I love
Had
you
fun
all
with you
too.
today. Always fun with you.
Ciao. Have fun journaling.
Yeah, she's a journal queen. Journal queen, right,
I
Crystal?
had to say
She's a
that.
journal queen. There it is. Okay, so everybody, please make sure you go to the links that will be provided, of course, in this description for this particular video. And you'll see a bunch of other things. You've got to go support Gemma. She has 3 YouTube channels, and we will give you the information on all of that. You'll see something on the screen in a little bit. It's enough for me talking. I'm back out of the show. Ladies, it's up to both of you. Susie, go ahead. Give us another
Hi.
recap or whatever you're doing. Please follow, subscribe, support Gemma Blythe.
Love it.
Crystal, you here with me?
I am. I just wanted to make sure
Oh.
you could hear me and I wasn't going to mess up
I can hear
what you were
you.
doing. Well, you sound great.
I
don't
can't
know.
wait. I really want to do this like online acting thing with you, if we
I
can.
know. I can't wait. So now I'm like, well,
Can you figure it out? You're good with that stuff.
of
Yeah.
course, I'm like, we can either do that or I'm going to see you in person.
Yeah. Oh, even better.
Magical.
Yeah, we need to pick a date for sure.
Like, seriously, that could be part of our thing because it's fun teaching someone some of those techniques for the first time because people usually have the same reaction. People are like, oh my God, am I doing it right? And like, I don't know what to do. It's like, this is the whole
There is
point
no
of it.
wrong way, right?
Like, everybody is in their head and worried about it until you like get used to it, and then you either love it or you hate it. You know, you're on one side of the fence or the other, which is good. That's what I like about it. It's like it's for you or it's not for you.
No
You
middle
know?
ground.
There's not.
Yeah.
I've taught different people it, and it is very clear how different people feel about it.
That's cool though. I didn't know like you actually taught people. That's really
I've
cool.
tested it out, yeah, going around in my life. But it surprises me when someone actually likes it. I'm like, maybe Susie would. My whole family and they hate it.
Really? How about your son?
They don't want to actually keep it real and digging deep, you know, like that. So that's why they hate it. They're like, what the hell am I supposed to say? Do? So yeah, the acting people and the classes, it was so magical. I was like, how am I vulnerable and opening up and doing all this with these people? I just met them. But, you know, you recognize it when you experience it. Soul family.
So what's the weather been like down there?
It
keeps freezing up here.
It's pretty today. The sun's out, but it's cool. Like, it has been in the 40s and then the 50s and like a high, like 60. So it has definitely cooled down. I just don't like it when it was like rainy and wet and cold. I was outside walking and it was cloudy and cold and I was fine, but then it started like raining on me and getting colder. I was like, oh.
Yeah, time to go in.
My hands and feet were freezing. Well, I was a little far. It took me over a mile to get back in. So.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, I go on walks.
Did you have an umbrella at least?
No, I don't do umbrellas.
Listen, I don't either. I'll do a hoodie. Definitely a hoodie.
Exactly.
I don't know why. Like, I don't know. Some people you're either an umbrella person or you're not.
Umbrellas versus hoodies. Like, obviously, which one's the cooler crowd? Duh.
The hoodie. Not even a hat. It's got to be a hoodie.
Man, I need to get a new one. I've worn my other ones so much, they're just like worn out. I'm glad you reminded me. I need a nice hoodie. A new one.
Yeah, a good hoodie is important.
Speaking of that, do we have any? I think I might have one of those on my merch shop. On my fourth wall. Crystal Black shop, fourth wall. Something like that. It's on the links in my YouTube channel.
Very cool. Yeah, we're working on new merch for me. New merch and some downloadable
You had a few things that I was like,
yeah, guides and books coming.
Yes.
I know. I think we're all working on a lot of stuff.
We are.
It's been a busy month.
I know. In the meantime, you know what I did? I was just having fun. I would, like for a digital product, I was like, how about this? Like house rules. It was like 5 house rules, like how to live a better life. It was like
Oh, that's
dance like
cool.
dance, express
Just
yourself, be kind, that kind of stuff.
keep the
Stuff like
house
that.
happy. Keep it upbeat.
But hopefully I can share I finally ordered a sample, so we'll see how that goes when I get it. I'll have to show you guys. If it's trash, I'll just like redesign everything. But I'll find
That's
out
all.
soon.
Switch it up.
Keep it real. Switch it
Yeah.
up.
Switch it up. That's it.
I
I know
know how
I'm
to
working
switch
on
it up.
mine. I love it. I love working on workbooks and stuff. And I'm kind of doing it like, okay, what did I need at this time? Going through this or going through that. And that's what I'm doing. And it's really working. So
It's interesting though, yeah, because
yeah.
it's so different at different times. Like, okay, when you were in the thick of it, like going through the abusive, the
Yeah.
toxicity, when it's hardcore fight or flight all the time. Like, I don't know about you, there's no way I could write or journal or do any of that stuff that
No.
I had spent years doing and I love it. But when it got more intense, I couldn't even write. Like, literally, my handwriting turned into like a scribble scrabble.
Same. Same with me.
Really?
Yeah. So now it's like I'm able to like actually write in the lines now, think, concentrate. That's why I'm loving all this stuff that Gemma does, all the journaling, and I love all her little ideas. Were you here when she was talking about like making the bubble of the future and all the things she loves to do and coloring everything in? Oh my gosh.
I
I
don't
love
feel the same way about all that, but I think it's great. It's just not for me.
yeah.
I do journaling and writing differently, but I really
Okay.
support that and love that.
So
I'll
how do
just keep
you
it
do it?
real.
What do you do
I don't do
differently?
that. I'm just gonna keep it real.
What do you
But
do though? That's
but
different.
I
You
love
just
that.
write?
I do brain dumps, thought dumps, like where it's like there's a voice in the back of your head. What are those thoughts? That's not really you. It's your inner critic. It's your critical parent,
Like
whatever.
automatic writing?
Yes, I do a lot of automatic
Ah,
writing, brain dumps, and then writing prompts. I love writing
okay.
prompts. It's just something simple. It could just be a word, it could be an idea, whatever. And then you could write a prompt that's like anything. You could fictionally just imagine something as a response to the prompt, or it could be super real, like literal response from your life. So I
So give
have
me give me an
all different
example of
kinds.
a
Yeah.
writing prompt.
Okay, let's see. I had put a few in front of me to try to see if I could share. Okay, like this one, I God, I didn't date this one. I'm trying to remember what I was going through, but it was almost like there was hope here when I wrote this. This was not in the
Mhm.
middle of the, hellhole, but there was something I don't know what I was going through, but I wrote this. It's not a poem. It's like if someone looked at it, they would be like, "Is that a poem?" But it's like yeah, just free form writing whatever comes and feels through me, my thoughts, my body, whatever. So I wrote, I don't remember the prompt, but it could be,
It was a good one though.
we'll make up one. It could have just been like, what am
Okay.
I feeling right now? Or like, what's flowing through me? Because sometimes I feel things very intensely and I go
Right.
on writing. You say automatic writing.
Yeah.
I have sat down and done automatic writing for 2 to 3 hours straight until my hand couldn't move anymore.
So then
When
what do you
it's
do?
coming
You go
out.
back and read it? Do you remember writing the stuff you write when you do these dumps? These brain
When it's
dumps?
that intense and that like I go, oh my God, I wrote this. Is this even my handwriting? This was clearly channeling something else coming from
Wow.
somewhere else. But I know, like this one I'm about to read real quick. I'll share.
Okay. Yep.
This I knew what I was writing. It was me, my feelings, my thoughts. It was slower. I didn't. It's on one page. It didn't take long. It just flowed out, and I was done. Probably like 3 to 5 minutes, and it was done. And I got that out on a page, and it feels good. You know, to express your feelings that way instead of keeping them inside, right?
Mhm.
And it doesn't have to be, like I said, doesn't have to be a poem or like, story, or I don't have to go back and edit it. Like I'll start writing a word and then I'll just cross it out. And I'm like, I don't have to make it sound descriptive like I'm writing a book. It's just, free form, free writing. So free writing. Okay.
Right.
I'll read it to you real quick and then
Okay.
see what you think. Okay. It says trust, comfort, familiarity, like a comfy comforter or a soft sweater over top my head, enveloping my vulnerable soft body, hugging my curves, caressing my silky skin, fine hairs, lightly touching, hand on back, soothing uh, soothing like what did I write here? Oh, like soothing like hot chocolate or tea. What the
Oh,
heck? I must have been wanting a treat. Warm down throat. Yeah, see, it's like my senses and my feelings are like swirling together, and it's like, where's she going with this? Joy in belly, happiness, instant smile, hands reach out to touch, to learn, to comfort, to pray, to connect. Eyes tell our stories, hands comfort, care.
nice.
I think I was seeing like something and feeling something.
Was that an automatic one or was that like a thought out one?
Both. I think it was a little bit of both. That's a good example of both, like combined. Yeah. I didn't bring my real crazy ones. Maybe I did. I can't even. Y'all would be like, read my flipping automatic writing, you would be like, oh my God, she discovered all the secrets of the universe. And like, clearly, like she thinks she knows everything with the automatic writing.
I gotta try it.
Well, automatic write when it's like that, I mean, yeah, there's no trying. It was like my hand couldn't stop. I didn't know what I was writing. I was literally just,
It's
it was coming from
crazy.
somewhere else. It was crazy. It's like you
Were
can't
you going
stop.
through something at the time? Was that like
Yes, I haven't done that in a
yeah.
while. Thank God. It's exhausting and crazy with all the papers. And it's like, what is all of this? I was going through. I keep calling it a spiritual awakening. It's just I was,
Yeah.
the
I like that
illnesses.
because I used to always call it like, going through an I don't know, a bad place or whatever, but I like a spiritual awakening because if we take all this negative stuff that we go through, we may be like stuck for a minute, but what's on the other side? It's amazing, you
Well,
know?
it was just like what you said. It was the worst, and it kept getting worse and worse and worse until I literally thought, well, I'm dying because I couldn't breathe. I remember I was in and out of the hospital. These things were happening to me. I remember I felt like somebody was strangling me from the inside. I literally was like, I can't breathe. I can barely breathe. Like it was just so much pain and weird things happening. And I finally got fed up and like gave up on everything. And that's when I
I've
had
been
that
there.
awakening moment because I just fully was done and opened up and said a prayer and I did this meditation thing and I put some sound frequencies on and whoa, I won't even want to tell you what happened next because it might blow your mind, but that's what I call spiritual
I
awakening.
might have been there. Trust me. I've been through it too. Isn't it
Yeah.
amazing what we endure, like what we survive, what we endure, what we get through? If you think back, like, I mean, I'm pretty cool, pretty strong. Like
Right?
some of the stuff, my gosh.
You had no idea, right? You thought,
No,
oh, I'm
it's
weak. I'm
like,
not good enough. I need to do. That was just a
like no,
projection. That was just
that
intrusive
was the
thought.
pre-show.
That was just a role we were playing to show
That's
everybody
it.
what happens when
And then it's
people
over.
or whatever
And then
entities.
you realize you can make your own life. Like whatever happens around us, we don't have to like become it. We could just play
Yeah,
our little role outside of it. That's what I'm doing right now. Just like, okay, yeah,
you
it's like
sound totally
no sense. Uh,
like your
it's like
voice and
you
your.
get through it. Yeah, you get through everything one
But
way or another.
it had to get worse, right, before change. Because when you're too strong, things have to get real bad. Because you just
Sadly, gotta learn.
going.
Some of us have to learn the hard way,
Yep.
but I think that's a lot of people,
Right.
you know, right? Think about it. Like, you're right. If it doesn't get really bad, certain circumstances, then you don't get to the point where you're like, enough, like you said, enough. Something's got to change. I'm done.
Yeah. I mean, and we deal with it in different ways. Like that particular moment and experience, I call it a spiritual awakening. It was how I responded in that moment. I began to cry and I was broke. I finally, it was the moment of surrender that a lot of religious or spiritual
Yes.
people would say, you're surrendering. I surrendered finally, which is difficult for me to do, like all the
Mm,
way. And then cry, open up. I said a prayer. You know, this happened, that happened. Before you know it,
right.
spiritual is really just our senses and our experience. And we perceive,
It's
we say spiritual when it's just so profound, there's no other way to explain it.
yeah, it's like letting it all go, having just having hope, having faith, trust in ourselves, and knowing that at the end, everything always ends up okay.
Yes. And
Like
having
even
good
if
intentions.
yeah,
They
like even if it seems like the worst thing ever, it's going to be okay. It's always okay, however it turns out. I was it's true. I was going through something lately, and my aunt's like, "You know what? We've been through everything else. We'll get through this too." And I'm like, "You're right." She's like, "Whatever." She's like, "One day we're gonna look back and laugh about this and about that." And it's true.
Have you?
Like the
I have.
oh
You
yeah, I look back, I'm like, "What in the world?" Like, what was
yeah.
that?
Do you ever have moments where it's like that freaky laughing where it's like, oh my god, this lady's crazy. She's laughing at like
Oh,
I would just be
I do that all the time. You know me.
people are like,
I
what are
can
you
laugh at
laughing
the silly I need a good laugh today. Like, yeah,
at?
it's
You need
almost like laughing heals me. Probably because I wasn't allowed to express myself for so long. I wasn't allowed to be goofy. So now when I'm goofy, it just like it's such a release.
yeah, that's who you are. It
Yeah,
actually
just
prevents and heals diseases and illnesses and
it's true, right?
toxicity.
They say
Yes,
comedy, watching funny movies,
that's
definitely.
that's why it was always a go-to. Like before things got really, really bad, and I had to like, yeah, really try. But it's like I would have a bad day, something. I'd be, yeah, whatever, just bad stuff, and I would bounce back so quick. I'd be
Yep.
like, watch, yeah, SNL on my phone,
Yeah.
or like watch a funny, or just start talking to myself and doing funny voices and saying crazy stuff. And before you know it, I'm like, I don't care about what just happened because I'm laughing.
Oh my gosh, I just did that. Like last night, I was like, here we go. What the heck now? And then this morning, I'm in a mood, and then I'm like, whatever.
Talk
And
to
I
yourself.
just,
Yes.
yeah. You know what I've decided the last couple days? I'm like, the haters, the people that like just like to cause drama and issues, whatever. Could you imagine having to be like that? First of all,
I
I don't understand how they're like that, but what sad human beings.
Yeah, I have thought about it, but it doesn't compute with because it's not who I am.
Doesn't make sense, right? But I feel like I can't imagine having to live a life making someone else feel bad or, whatever, doing something to hurt someone's feelings or,
On purpose.
having bad actions in them. It's just, it doesn't make sense. Really
Well,
doesn't.
yeah, and when you really dive into it, I mean, like you said, it doesn't matter move on, but like in those moments when I've had those aha, like, oh my God, that's what has really been going on. That's the vibes from this. Oh my God. I was so just horrified. And I think that's the first time I felt disgust, like true
Yes.
disgust. Once I started processing, like, oh, because I don't think I ever really gotten that emotion before. Disgust, because I love everybody and I just,
Yeah. Same
happy go
thing. You want the best for everyone. Do good. This and
lucky.
that. And it's like, yeah, sometimes it's like, wow, what in the world? Or when that feeling you get when you know you were right, but you didn't want to believe you were right because you couldn't believe someone would behave in a certain way.
No, because that's your brain and body protecting you. Because it really is
It's
that bad.
it's,
So they're protecting you so
it's
you
like,
can survive through it and get
mm.
where you need to go. Because if you had known the whole time, it would. God,
But now we know. So now we would never get in that situation again, an unhealthy relationship or a situation or any kind of someone being negative or toxic. It's like there's no way.
you have to know the whole truth, though. You're right, or we repeat that cycle and pattern. So we do have to know the whole truth. I say the whole
Yeah,
truth and nothing but the truth. So help me
that's
God.
it. So
That was one of my prayers. I was like, God, I need to know the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the
No,
truth.
sometimes I'm like, I know enough. I don't even want to know anymore. It's like just all right. Everything was a hot mess. I moved on.
That's where you're
Don't
probably healthier than me, Susie.
I'm like, don't see, you have to go into every single I did. I went down that
pessimist.
rabbit hole. I did. Every
I'm just
memory, everything I thought was off was off. Now I
yeah,
know why.
yeah.
Crazy.
Well, I mean, you had an amazing transformation. It's like you're sharing your story and you're going out there and you're making moves and actions. And after a while, it's like you don't have to keep telling your story. You can refer back to it whenever. And now we're
Right.
like, it's so cool, like the positive lessons, like vibes and just exchanges, right? And that we have now, it's like we are laughing about something traumatic and awful.
Yeah.
And it's pretty amazing. Even though I could turn around and cry right now, I can also laugh
Yeah.
and just,
I
it's,
know exactly what you mean.
and you know
It's like
what?
sometimes if you don't laugh, you'll cry
Yeah, because
kind of
it's
feeling.
because it's the polarities. Nothing exists without the other. It's the yin and the yang. We wouldn't know joy if we didn't know sadness. We
Right.
wouldn't. Here I go. We wouldn't
Here she
know
goes. Don't
how to
cry,
laugh. We wouldn't know
Crystal.
how to
Don't.
truly laugh if you don't know how to
It's
truly
so true
cry.
though.
You just
Could you
don't.
imagine if we were in the hot tub one night and here we go on these conversations that we laughing, crying?
We're in an imaginary virtual hot tub right now.
That's it. Right now.
We're healing. We're in a healing hot tub.
That's it.
It's true.
I
But see,
know.
that's why I always share about the acting with you and preach about it because I think you
It
would
would help
like it
me. Yeah.
because that's
I
how I'm
think
able
so.
to do stuff like that, bubble out like and cry and then bring it back and then like it's real, but like you can kind of flow with it.
You can
Um,
get the emotions out and
oh
feel better, right? It's got to be such a release.
my god.
I know.
Yes.
What happened?
I can't tell you just the moments
Oh,
of release. Like the feeling for me and other people, I'm sure it just scares them to death, horrifies them to think of like being vulnerable and emotional
mm,
and whatever it is, making mistakes, looking maybe not being the best, maybe whatever it is. Having to do crazy stuff in scenes is like, what? What are people gonna think of me? Like when I just threw all that aside and I was like, I'm gonna do this wholeheartedly. That's why I'm here. I'm
mm,
choosing not to worry about what people think. That's why I'm here. And I'm going to go balls to the wall. And I'm so glad I did. It's like I forced myself to focus and be in the moment and do it and not feel the eyes on me, because we would do it in front of each other in the class or we would put on performances and, it's like people are watching, but it's almost like I can feel them and kind of see them out of the corner of my eye, but
yeah.
it does. I'm in it. I'm in the moment. I'm in that life, and nothing is distracting me. You don't look at anybody's face. It's like you can look out, but you're in yourself. And like
And they're
whatever
all
you're
doing the same
experiencing.
thing, so everyone, I'm sure no one like judges you because they're doing
It's
it
a mix
too.
of different people. Like some people are on the same you know, wavelength with you, and then other people are they just want to be an actor and they're doing the best they can, and
Right,
they
right.
have trouble opening up or they're trying to put on a performance more because a lot of people have done that. That's what I guess the whole point of acting is putting on a performance, and then later they realize no, it's not just a performance; it's an art. It's the art of storytelling and expressing and making your audience and yourself feel something. To feel something, not
Right,
to
right.
put on a show. Guess what? It's like anybody can put on a show and be an actor. It's
That's so
like
true.
that doesn't
But to
take a
actually feel it, yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, shoot, I put on an act for how many years? That's not the same. I can't, I wouldn't go into acting class thinking that that's what I'd be doing. No, because that
No,
was, no. Yeah, this would be totally different.
no. But here's like reverse, switch it around, like the you now, the real you, that would be like, okay, I'm going to do this role and I'm going to be this woman that's been in toxic and abusive relationships for this many years and I've been beaten down. And so I'm going to kind of cower and like clean up around and make sure people please make sure everyone's okay. And you would go through that process of like living that life of that Susie. And it's like that's what we've done. We've done it in reverse. We've done
Right.
acting, acting not meaning to, because we were conditioned and taught how to act,
Right.
how to be right. And
Yep.
now we're undoing it. It's so weird.
When I've done things like volunteering or when I was in Costa Rica, it was things I never did before. And I was by myself, so I was allowed to kind of be myself, but I didn't know how to be myself because I was
Right.
so isolated. So anytime I got the chance to like explore or be away from my house, it wasn't even a home, it was a house. Um, I would go into like different state of mind. Like everything was an adventure. Is that what acting is like?
Oh my God.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Like you
It was
don't,
like,
you don't
"Oh,
know what's
I'm
going to
going
happen
through the
next.
jungle tonight." Yeah, and there's tarantulas. I'm not thrilled about snakes or nothing, but those suckers were hanging from the trees. And I was like, "This is awesome. I got a hat on. If it falls on my head, it'll go on the hat, you know?" But yeah, I was like Crocodile Dundee for a little bit, just in the jungle.
I
So
love
same kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like
Awesome.
you can feel fear, whatever, just you put it aside because you're like, this experience is worth it. I'm worth it. My life, living fully and truthfully, is worth it. To put it aside, and that's the only way to live. If we're too afraid and whatever, worry to do and everything, you're not living. You're not actually
Right.
living. So you are saying it right. It's like if we need to get away from a place, like a house or people, so that we can do that, we must do that.
Yeah.
It's sucking the life out of us.
How
Even,
awesome that we both got to this point, right?
huh,
How many people finally get out and oh my gosh, I hope they all realize that it's just the beginning of being free and being able to be themselves, as scary as it may seem in the beginning and as hard and I mean, it seemed impossible for me at
really,
times, but no, it's
when did
not.
it feel that way? Like when you were still trying to get away
Sometimes
from,
it yeah, when I oh, forget when I was trying to get away and then when I got away and then finding a new place to stay and then every step of the way felt impossible, and every step of the way, I made it to the next step,
yeah,
and there's bumps in the road and all these things, thrown at you that you don't expect along the way, but you just do one little step at a time. Just keep going. It sounds ridiculous and silly, but it's so true. You just keep going. And then if you
yeah,
can't keep going and you've had enough, you sleep, lay down, do nothing, you know?
yeah. I
Give
finally
yourself
got that
grace. Me
one. Oh,
too. Finally got that one.
that one was
Oh my
hard.
gosh. It's weird because I used to, we were talking last time about like cleaning and OCD and organize and controlling everything. And now it's like, I don't, I mean, of course, everything is clean and organized for the most part, but I'm not like obsessed. It doesn't matter as much anymore. Feels so
Right.
good to have let that go.
Yeah, because you're channeling whatever trauma and whatever into something physical that you can do and have control over. So that makes sense.
If you don't
Like,
feel like doing anything, do nothing. It's okay. I never knew it was okay.
yeah, right?
Like,
Oh my God. Me neither.
yeah, go for a walk, go to sleep, whatever. It's
It's
fun to find ourselves again, you know,
it's
once we
amazing.
begin.
I will
It's
say it's
so,
harder for me to rest, like you said, and do all those things than all the acting and the because I am full of life and energy and expression, and it's like I want to go like pedal to the metal all the time, but I do burn myself out. So I've had to
yeah,
learn the hard way about the rest and all that. And Yeah, from one extreme to the next until try to get a
I was like
balance.
that. Yeah. Well, you're still young too. Trust
Young, I
me.
love
When you,
it.
oh my gosh, enjoy it, please. Once you hit 50, sometimes I have to remind myself, girl, you're almost 57 years old. Like, of course you're tired. Can't be cleaning everything and oh my gosh. I don't know where all the time went. Time goes so quick. I can't believe I lived that much life. 56 years. It's a long time. I think I lost you, Crystal. I don't hear her. I don't know if anyone else can hear her, but I know I was just talking about finding myself again. Finding yourself again, right? When we begin to heal and find ourselves again, it's just amazing. It's amazing how I never realized how much power, right, I had in me, how strong I was, how strong we are. Definitely, definitely has been a journey.
Oops,
Oh, I hear ya. I got you back.
it knocked me off.
Oh.
Yeah, too much truth. Be like, the frequencies are going crazy. They're telling too much truth.
That's
That's
it.
what happens. You look so pretty. Your face and your hair and your mic. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. You know what it is? It's being in New
Oh,
York.
I
I'm
wasn't
not.
supposed to see you. My bad.
Oh, you can see me? How are you
I did,
seeing
but now
me?
I can't. It went back and forth.
Uh-huh.
What's happening?
Yeah. I actually have a bit of a cold today. I wasn't feeling so
You
good.
can see. I didn't realize you were looking at me.
Wait,
Look. Oh
you
my
I
god.
can't
Wait.
see
Barely
you.
if I can. Oh, I'm looking at
I know.
myself. That's weird.
It's all good.
Great. I can see myself. Hope everybody enjoys my weird look today. If you
I
can see
can't
me.
see. You're good. I see this really cool view on the
Okay, hold
screen.
on. I see
It
that
almost
too.
looks like ice reflecting.
Yeah, it's our worlds reflecting, mirroring each other.
Girl, ain't
As we
nobody can see you.
transcend.
Ain't
As we
nobody can see. Ain't
transcend.
nobody looking at you, but you looking at
Oh, good.
yourself.
She can
You know,
see
Well,
me.
it's
How
I
is
can see, I
that?
can
That's what
see
I want to
you.
know.
Hey, see,
yeah, then I see the
she's
whole
so
world. I'm like,
humble.
wait, that's me.
She's so
Can
humble.
she see me?
She's so humble. Crystal's so humble. She's vain.
Hmm.
No, I'm just she. Look,
Well,
I can see her. I can see. Look at her face. She going like, "What in the world is he talking about?" Listen,
Like, what?
it's been 4 hours and 25 minutes, and
Mhm.
I'm trying to figure out how can you guys go on and keep talking because the stuff you're talking about is amazing. I want to cry just listen to you talk about it. Um,
Well, did you? You want to,
Just
but
talk about life. Life. Wait
Crystal
till we
goes,
get in the hot
wait, did you
tub.
hear Crystal? She goes like, did
No.
you? Wait, yeah, get in the hot tub. So I'm just now I gotta ask a question to
Okay.
Crystal. So Crystal,
Mhm.
why do you cry? Now everybody's gonna hear that and go like, "Well, a stupid question. Why would of course?"
It's not
But Crystal, thank you, Crystal. So Crystal, why do you cry? Not what makes you cry, just why
right.
do you
Why?
cry?
To release trapped emotions, traumas, experiences, whatever thoughts, whatever that no longer serves me and I need to let it go. Or
Yeah.
something, another layer of it that needs to pop out. Just
Hmm.
sometimes it's just like cries bubble out. Sometimes I sob, I cry rivers, and
That's what
all
I was gonna
sorts of
ask you. Do
emotions.
you sob? Yeah.
Yeah, I do. And those are
See, I
the ugly
can't.
cries. Sometimes I cry pretty when it's a happy, joyful cry or like grateful. Like, I'm so grateful. It's like the prettiest cry. And it's like, I'm like, how is that?
See, I can I can well up and I can cry for happy things and joyful things. And if I get sad, I can start to cry, but then I
You
stop. It's
stop.
yeah.
Why?
I don't. Well, I'm working on it. I don't
It's too
know.
much.
It's
So
You
coming.
Crystal,
want to know
so
why?
Crystal,
I know why.
Yes.
wait,
Why?
before you say why, Crystal, so there are people that write us and talk about this subject of crying. because they want to try to fit in with others that don't cry. What is your advice to them?
Why would you want to fit in with anyone?
That doesn't.
That
You
means you're
mean
with
be
the wrong
tough?
crowd or people. Is it
I don't.
them
I
that
don't.
wants to be that way? Trying to make them feel that way.
Crystal,
I
say it
wish I
again,
could
but
cry.
try not to move when you say it because the microphone gets you in and
My
out, and,
bad.
and your audio's going in and out. But go ahead, say it again. What were you saying?
Too fast. Just do they want to be that way? Like for whatever people around them make them feel that way.
What is your advice to them, though?
Please just start working on letting go of everything that no longer the layers of societal, familial, worldly conditioning, brainwashing. Just do it now. And you'll never look back. You might have to go through layers and layers, whatever, it's worth it. Because you cannot go back. It's like impossible.
Can't go back.
Right?
It's
You
true.
might
You
have a
cannot
back
go
step
back.
or whatever. Yeah, somebody might try to, whatever, go through it. But it's like, um, it's never back because you already know. So you make different decisions, you have different thoughts, you say different things, you make different choices. Because you know
Yeah.
the truth.
Truth that
But
you got to try.
just looking at the act of crying. Let's kind of stay there for a little bit because I'm talking to a certain part of the audience that's been with us for a while, since 2020, and so they struggle with. I mean, Susie highlighted the point that she doesn't sob. I mean, there are different, like you mentioned, different types of crying. But we're just having a discussion, everybody. For those of you who are passing through, never been here before, but mainly this is we're pinpointing this toward those who are the regulars that have been here with us for a few years. This subject came up. I looked to do a show on it. I mentioned it to some of you that wrote me, but I'm going to touch on it now because Crystal brought it up, and Crystal started tearing up. The benefits of crying. Anybody can Google that right now that's listening. We could do it also in real time right now. But what are the benefits of crying just from your lived experience? And if we can, everybody, just share what you feel comfortable in sharing with the audience, but really thinking about those people who are struggling with crying or crying and feeling like they need to stop because they're ashamed of it. Without this
Right.
being about mind control or generational trauma, just let's throw all that out the window. Let's make it personal. That person is struggling to either fit in because they think it's not a matter of being tough. They feel ashamed or guilty if they cry. What
You need to
advice
do
do
it.
you give?
That's a sign you need to do it because that negative emotion and self-judgment's coming up. And we need to grieve that and let it go because it doesn't serve us anymore in this life. It's just, and it's okay. Like, it's like I'm cool, and then it comes up and bubbles up because I feel it. Because there's been so much of it, so many layers, And it's like I'm not out of control. I'm letting it come out. I know exactly what's happening. I let myself do it because I'm worth it. Because I deserve it. I deserve love and a good life. I don't deserve to be in toxicity and negativity. And so I deserve to let it out. I owe that to myself, right? Because I've gone through those steps and teachings to get my head and my mind wrapped around all those things, make that decision, following through with actual body somatic like techniques we're talking about doing, whether it's breathing, acting, drawing, journaling, making noises, talking to ourselves, dancing, like all these things can help it because it's literally emotions, energy gets trapped in the body, and I've had it so intense that it's so painful. At times I've been in the bed and I've had to like put so much pressure, like lean in certain ways, and I couldn't move, or and I would push and energy through my body, like the energetic centers and feels. They call it chi, right on the Asian, the Eastern side, your chi. Well, literally, it moves, and we're affecting everything with it. And so if you keep it trapped in there, it's not going to get better. And it's just
So
amazing to
so
get it out.
so I'm curious to ask. So let me throw not a baby wrench, but a big wrench in this that we're talking about. So what if we throw the chi and everything else out the window? I'm just gonna let's play
I think we
contrast. Let's say we throw everything out and nobody knows about anything, but they struggle to cry. But they stay
yeah.
busy. I'm just gonna give a hypothetical. They stay busy running from their emotions. Let's throw that into the caveat of this discussion instead of Eastern philosophy, the Bible, religion. Let's just set all that stuff of your mama, your daddy. Let's throw everything aside, and a person is just struggling because they never sat with their emotions. They run from them. Let's talk to that person in the audience instead of giving them something to try. What advice do you give them? We're tossing this out, everybody. So it's YouTube. It's free. You can always change the channel. So what's your thoughts on that? Nothing else. No, we're not coming up with a modality or anything like that that's either free or paid. Just they run from their emotions. What advice do you give?
I would say I totally get it. You know, I've lived it. I understand. I would want to hug them and like right now, sit on the couch with them, have that connection and all, and let them know that I care because I understand. That would be my reaction. That's what I would do.
But what words would you give? Susie?
Me, I am that person that I wasn't allowed to not that I wasn't allowed to, I never learned how to express. I always had to hide my feelings or hide what was going on. So it's very hard for me to I can't I mean, when my grandfather died, I cried. When my grandmother died, I cried. I have cried. It's not like I've never cried, like sobbed. But I stopped myself. I cry more
Why?
now than I used to
Why? Why did you
because
stop
I
yourself?
was always told to be quiet, to, you know, to keep secrets, to shut up, to I
Yeah.
had to be strong. I had to be strong for my kids, had to be strong for my brother and sister.
So when you stop crying, again, everybody, we're having this is we talk like this way, everybody, when you guys are all not around. So
We
we
do.
just I see you guys laughing right now. You go like so that's why if you're listening, it's kind of like our family's out in the open. So this is our little
The
yeah. I see you, Susie. Yeah,
See,
I
like,
wish I
I
could put
just
you.
stopped myself. I could
I
have
know
just
you did. I
cried.
know. That's why I said that.
You know I do
No, I
this.
know. I know. See, everybody, you're watching one part on the screen, but we're having this other moment that you can't see, and you're not going to see because we all agree we were not going to be on camera today because no telling what road we were going to go down. So and Gemma got out before it got too deep. So smart move. So if you hear me sniffling, that means I started crying too. But we're going down a road because of our audience. And if you don't know, we hope you take serious consideration of understanding that everything we do is for our audience. Every single thing, every single show, and everything we do is researched. It's just not scripted. So if it's for you, or you want to stick your toe in and check it out every now and then, we appreciate it. 10 minutes a week, that's fine. You do more, uh, may you receive happiness during the week. But when it came to you stopping, I see you laughing. Like, Paxton's so crazy. When it comes to stopping yourself from crying, that's what I'm talking about addressing because we have a part of our audience that we've never really addressed that's dealing with that. But you stopped yourself because of what happened in the past. But in that moment where you stopped yourself, were those people around to stop you, or was this a self-inflicted stopping of your emotions
I think when I was younger, it was self-inflicted. I had to be strong for my siblings.
because of the environment
Yeah.
and present? Yeah, okay, I see what you're
And
saying.
then, see, now I'm gonna cry. And then this last person, I was told not to cry.
Everybody need to, just
Yeah.
in case you popped
My
in and you
ex.
don't know. I know majority of you may know. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, my
I was gonna
ex,
clear. Go ahead. Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
thinking when
Keep
my
going.
grandparents died, I was hysterical. And he's like, "Wow, you're really crying over him, your grandfather."
Demeaned you while you were.
Yes,
Yeah, I see what
yes.
you're saying.
And
Yeah.
I literally went in the bathroom to
Crazy.
cry.
No
It
way. I
was
mean, I'm sorry.
terrible. I
Yeah,
swear I did.
everybody's hearing us in our straight, like we
I
were totally
know.
raw. And so if you
I
hear me
had to
say no way, she's used to me this way because I'm
yeah.
responding, but I'm not demeaning her. So I'm saying that for anybody that may be triggered or thinking that. Go ahead, Susie. You were saying.
I had to hide. I had to hide.
Yeah, yeah. It's crazy.
I know. Do you imagine? It's
Okay,
insane.
so that's the part of the audience that we've never addressed here after 5 years, and I wasn't planning on it today, but we're doing it right now with you. That those of you who are subscribers and the over 1 million views that we've had in our little time here in our little piece of YouTube corner in YouTube, we appreciate you immensely, and I want you to know in this moment, my first time saying it, I apologize to you on behalf of my family and myself that we have not had this discussion like we have done others. And some of you have wrote me and said, hey, when are you going to do this? We've been asking for a few years. So we're tossing it in right now. And I think all of three of us can agree, right? Susie, Crystal, we'll get together and put a show together for everybody on this subject. But people are struggling with this aspect because yes, we can go back the way they were raised, other things. There's modalities that they could use. But many of them say they feel just in the moment, they just want to have the freedom to not feel guilty and shame. They understand why it happened or what they can do to work through it. What they're processing is what you and Gemma talked about, shame and guilt, and how it's connected to them just feeling free to sit with their emotions. Because sitting with one's emotions can seem really overwhelming. It can really take a toll. I think that's what Crystal really highlighted to us really well. Susie, you're saying you're
Crystal.
going through it right now.
Yeah, Crystal, could you always cry or did you have to learn
Yeah,
to
great
cry?
question. Great
That's what I was
question.
just about to say. Just because I'm all
Great
excited
question.
now and I'm like, oh, I can express freely. I'm just happy and encouraging other people to move forward. But like,
Yes,
no,
yes.
I most of my life, I never cried. God
Couldn't.
knows what.
Yeah, I
But,
think.
We're
God
losing your
loves
voice.
them
We're losing your
anyway.
voice. We're losing your voice. I don't know if it's moving away from the mic. By the way, Crystal has a really nice setup, everybody, that she just got. So you're gonna hear it next time we get together. We're not gonna take the time to go. Yeah, I know it's killing you. I know it's killing you, Crystal. Just okay.
Can't
Everything's fine.
wait.
Just keep using the phone. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. Actually, Crystal, nobody's heard it but me. I just thought about that. Yes, yeah, we
You're
heard it
special.
yesterday. You got you. Yeah, right. Whatever. So everybody's gonna hear it. Just Crystal, when you get a chance, um, just stay near the phone microphone to a certain degree so we don't lose you in and out. But you were touching on that question from Susie. Susie highlighting, like, were you? Correct me, Susie, if I get it wrong. Were you always free to express yourself this way?
No, answer. No,
Yeah, crazy.
absolutely not. I was a little soldier. Like, I've been punched in the face. I mean, I've been games. I could go down the list, and I never cried.
So let's do this.
I never,
Let's not. I know I hear what you're saying. I'm
never
gonna
flinched.
jump in here for a second. Can you hear me, Crystal? Can you hear me, Crystal? Sonia, I'm gonna jump in here for a second. Okay. So
Yes.
if we take out what someone has been through and try to look at it, that's like impossible because what they've been through could have been the oppression and the suppression of them being able to cry. I love what you said, Crystal, a little soldier. Even what Susie, you said, you know, you were put in situations where someone was trying to embarrass you if you tried to cry.
Yeah.
So we could have a Google moment. I don't know if you guys want to try this. You guys want to try a Google moment? The benefits of crying. I mean, Crystal, I don't know if you're able to do it because I know you got your laptop and stuff there, but you're on the phone right now. But what I was going to say is, I don't know, Susie, you could do it. I'm not in the. I could do it, but I'm not in the best position. But just maybe we can get 3, 4, 5, 10 benefits of crying. I want to do that for a certain segment of our audience that's been very loyal to the channel and to us here, Rhythm Entertainment Media Group, and putting on NATV. Started off as Narc Abuse TV, and then we, of course, have put the name as New Attitude TV because so many of you told us, well, you don't always want to talk about the narc because you have now a new attitude. So now we have the name New Attitude TV, still with NATV Network, except now we're streaming, which means we will be on more than 4 hours, sometimes 8, overall 12 hours on a Friday, at least once a month or more. So
I
I hope
found
I said enough.
12.
I hope I said enough to buy you some time.
Yeah. No, I was waiting for it to load. I
Okay.
found 12. Okay, so
What you
crying
got?
is a natural and healthy emotional release with several physical, mental, and emotional benefits. Here are some of the key benefits. Emotional release. It helps release pent-up emotions like sadness, frustration, or grief. It can prevent emotional suppression, which often leads to stress and tension. Stress relief. Tears produced during emotional crying contain stress hormones like cortisol. Shedding these tears can help reduce stress and bring a sense of calm. Oh, I gotta cry. Improves mood.
Okay, I know.
I gotta release that
Keep going. Wait,
cortisol.
keep going. But I got to tell
I
everybody
guess
this real quick. This is almost like a show prep, and we're actually doing it live
I
because
know,
when we're
right?
right, because that is
So we do.
exact. This you guys
That's
are getting
it.
behind the scenes without us even trying to do behind the scenes. But that's
Hold on.
exactly you would be reading it while you're telling all of us what the
I'd be
show's going
thinking
to be.
out
Yeah,
loud.
I'm thinking out
You
loud. Go
know.
ahead. You were saying. Go
Okay,
ahead.
wait,
Cry
where
more.
was I?
Yeah.
Stress relief. Da, da, da. Okay, improves your mood. Crying triggers the release of endorphins, the body's feel-good chemicals, which can help boost mood and provide a sense of relief or euphoria after a good cry. Shoot. Okay, detoxification. Emotional tears contain toxins and chemicals that build up during stress. Crying helps flush these out of the body, acting as a natural detox mechanism. It enhances emotional clarity. Crying provides an
Wow.
opportunity
Hmm.
to process emotions, clarify thoughts, and gain a better understanding of what you're feeling, which can promote personal growth. It soothes and calms. Crying activates the parasympathetic nerve. We'll call it the PNS. There you go. Nervous system, which helps the body relax and recover after periods of stress or emotional overwhelm.
Mhm. Mhm.
It builds connection. Crying in front of others can foster emotional intimacy and vulnerability, helping to strengthen bonds with trusted loved ones. It boosts resilience. Allowing yourself to cry and process emotions can make you more emotionally resilient, helping you face challenges with greater strength in the future. It promotes
Hmm.
better sleep. It can
Wow.
have a soothing effect, reduces anxiety, emotional tension, gives you better improved sleep quality. It relieves physical pain. Tears can activate the release of oxytocin and endorphins, which both alleviate pain, emotional and physical pain. It supports eye health, keeps your eyes lubricated, removes irritants like dust. Reflex tears produced when chopping onions or exposed to smoke clear debris, while emotional tears may have additional health benefits.
Hmm.
And the last one reduces aggression. Crying can serve
What?
as an emotional reset, reducing feelings of anger or frustration, making it easier to approach conflicts calmly.
All right. I got goosebumps just hearing you say that last one. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I
I'm
need
sorry,
to
my friend.
cry.
Was that it? I'm sorry to me.
That's it. It just says it's a
That's
sign. It's
crazy.
not a sign of weakness, but rather
Right,
a
right, right, right.
powerful way to heal, process, and move forward.
So
Wow.
everybody who is a part of the channel regular viewers, subscribers, we'll do more of this. I promise you. I have not put it on the, as it were, the docket or on our board up here for shows that we're going to be doing throughout this year. But I will make it a point to do so after today's show. I've already made note of it here, but I will make sure that all of us that are part of the channel will get together and make it a part of the show. Crystal, you're going to take the lead in that. She's going to, in real time, I'm saying this. No pressure, no pressure. No, Crystal's got this. But Crystal, we'll get together. You know, we'll put a show together for everybody with some research information geared just for this segment of our audience that is confronted and struggling with this, not because you're a bad person, but because maybe the environment you were in didn't give you the freedom and the green light to use crying for the benefits that it brings. There's a lot in there. Anybody want to comment on Susie? I mean, or Crystal rather. You want to? Susie read that to us. Anything you want to say beside what you put in the chat there?
I love that she just looked that up in real time. And I mean, I have looked that up before because I'm a psycho research person
Mm-hmm.
that, reads too much and learns too much. But I love that. She was like, I got a been crying this whole time. Like, that was hilarious. Like, it just takes a little bit of not like, here you go. It's like, oh my God. Like,
Out
it
of
can make a
what
change
you heard,
faster.
out of what you heard, which one or two of those uh, would you like to tell the audience that you appreciate or benefit from? Would you read 12 things there, Susie? Or I don't know what you said.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Well,
anything out of those stuck with you that help you in your living your life every day? Any one of those?
Of course.
we got emotional
I mean,
release, stress relief,
of course.
improves your mood,
It,
detoxification, enhances
well,
emotional clarity, soothes and calms, builds connection, boosts resilience, promotes better sleep, relieves physical pain, supports eye health, and reduces aggression. I'd pick
yeah.
I'd pick enhances emotional clarity
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
and probably, I guess, in stress relief. Even though I don't have a lot of stress as much
Right.
as I
Right.
used
Mm-hmm.
to, I
Mm-hmm.
still feel like it's stuck a little. Like I don't get anxiety like I used to, but I could probably release whatever I'm holding on to. Oh, what do you think, Crystal?
I mean, the most important for me is the emotional release because that's what gets trapped in my body that I can't see. And sometimes you bury it and stuff it's so deep you can't even feel it until it piles up. So the emotional release was like my first layers, like
Mm.
comes out. And that's related to relationships too and being creative and all that. So it's like once you have the emotional release, it's a domino effect that leads to all the other things and benefits to me
Point.
because it's like organic. It's this, energy inside of us instead of like, okay, I need to cry head. I need to open up and cry and just let it. And you might do it a little bit, which is great. It's just not going to be like the full Monty. You know what I mean?
So do you feel
Like all
better after you have a good cry, Crystal?
the way. Yes, I do. There's been a couple episodes where it was psycho crying because that was after years of not crying. And
Mm.
there was a couple of times where I sat. One time was on the bathroom floor and it was 3 hours long. And I looked around and there was like a small, like creek or river around me from my tears. And that made me cry more. I was like, oh my God, look how much I cried all over the floor, like everywhere. I was like,
Wow.
look at that. That was all in there from years of holding it in. That's insane. Like 3 hours, just I was like, when is this going to be over? Like it was insane to me. And I did that a couple other times. But at that point, I had no, like the dam broke, you know?
What a release. I almost wish I could do that. Now I'm gonna
I
Holy
have
cute bag
I have to
over.
talk. I have to toss this one in on you. I don't know, maybe 2001 or 2002. I had somebody on the show, um, really nice lady, therapist lady, and you touched on crying, and she was telling a story about herself because of some things she went through, similar to what Susie, you mentioned you experienced as a young child. I'll just say it that way, because
Yes,
YouTube has really strong restrictions on different
yes.
things you could say. But and she started talking about crying, and I actually kind of touched on it with you, Susie, one time about breaking up certain time frames of your life. That's where I got it from this particular therapist.
Mhm.
And she said, you don't move on like to this other decade or other segment of life, or even what you're going through like right now, unless you
Right,
finish that particular time frame of your life
right.
and cry for all the times you know you should have cried
Ugh,
or when you were angry. Now, when you read that last number 12, it makes sense
yeah.
what she said to me. What is number 12 again? We're doing
Hold
this to
on.
you guys in real time, okay? This is us really like having a show prep right in front of you. So what
12 is reduces aggression. Crying can serve as an emotional reset, reducing feelings of anger or frustration, making it easier to approach conflicts calmly. Oh,
so what
so
go
I
ahead.
need to cry
Oh, look at you.
so I
Uh,
can
so,
deal with my next scenario.
wait, wait,
Shoot,
wait, wait. What? I'm going to say something the audience don't know, but you're going to know what I'm
you
talking
can
about.
say what you
What you
want.
went through
Yeah.
last night. Wait, what you went
Yeah.
through. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What you just told us. What you told Jim and I when you first came on, and we'll
Yeah.
tell you, Crystal, about it later when we're off air. But
Yeah.
um, yeah, because it's just in real time right now, everybody. This is all making sense to me. What that lady said like years ago, because I was going like, okay, why would you do that? Just cry right now for whatever you remember. And she was talking about having this systematic way. Everybody's hearing this for the first time. I may post that video of that person, and then make a notation in the description so everybody will know what I'm talking about. Um, you
Emotional reset. Yeah.
it's like doing it on purpose, but in a systematic way. It's like clearing out stuff, like what our brain does when it tries to delete stuff that it doesn't see we need anymore. But you like trying to do it on purpose. Now I'm sitting there thinking about, man, what I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try this weekend.
So I cry now.
I'm
We're
gonna
gonna go
like
cry.
on purpose. I'm gonna sit here with my feelings from 1970 whatever to 19. What stuff went on that I was angry about? I didn't think about that until you read that today, and I put together what she just said. That's why I'm a guy. I'm jumping in right now, saying it. Everybody, except Crystal and Susie, are used to me talking this way. But do you see do you see how that process, I guess that could be really helpful for somebody that's been struggling, and they replaced the crying with anger, but didn't know the crying could also be beneficial to release the anger? I'm so
See,
talking out loud,
but
everybody.
I don't have a
What do you
lot of
think?
anger,
Okay.
which, like, when I'm in therapy, it's like if I get
Crystal's
angry,
laughing at you. Great.
he's
Crystal's
so
laughing at you.
happy.
No, I'm just kidding. Crystal's going like, you got anger,
She
sister.
probably is. I
You got
probably
anger,
do. I mean,
sister.
I have attitude. I have
You,
attitude.
you got
It's
sass. She goes like, I
yeah.
got sass. Go ahead. You were saying.
But the anger, like, sometimes if I get pissed, like if I think about things that have been done or whatever, and I get
Yeah.
angry, I get Dr. Mack he'll like smile, he'll beam. And I get it. He's
Yep.
like, you need to get angry. You have a right to be
Hey,
angry.
I do the same thing with you sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I think I
Yeah.
just typed you that the other day in WhatsApp
Yeah.
rather. But
Probably.
you,
Yes.
she's right. Everybody, Susie doesn't really like get angry.
No. And I
Right?
should.
It's just not. Let's clear the deck here. We're not telling people that Susie needs to be angry or that you need to be angry. It is noteworthy that a person can get wrathful but not find themselves crossing a line, and they're going to feel a sense of injustice, or you may look at a situation and go like, that's just not the wise thing to do, and that builds up some anger. A lot of things can come into
Well,
play.
it's
We're not
not
going down that road
rage.
today.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's not
not
right.
rage. It's like it's a healthy emotion to feel angry if something unjust is done. Of course, you're angry.
Do
You're
you
not
ever
going to
think that
act
maybe
out on
you
the
should cry
anger.
about it as well, or do you? No, huh?
I think I need
Or
to
do you go
get a
into
little
action instead?
angry and no, I don't do. What do I do? I either veg out or
Yeah,
I just,
yeah,
I,
yeah.
or now I'm just like, I got to do this. I got to do that. My
Yeah, yeah,
aunt
yeah.
said to
I
me
got you.
yesterday, she's like, "You are always such a hard worker." Because anytime
Yes,
I
you
do
are.
something, she says to me, she's like, "What?" I'm not surprised. Because I'm
Yeah.
like, "Oh, you think I could do this? You think I?" She's like, yeah, you're finally waking up and learning that you've been this way all along." And she's rough on me,
I've been
but
telling you that
I,
forever.
you,
It's
Dr.
like,
Mac, my aunt, the
it's like,
three of you are like,
what is this woman gonna
without the
listen to
three of
me?
you, I don't know where I'd be.
I'm
But
telling you, man.
she
You're a hard
said,
worker. You're
I've
not
always
lazy.
done, I've always worked for everyone else,
Yes.
never
I've
for
told you that
myself.
too. Yeah. You
Yeah.
got to do it. You got to do it for you.
So
Yeah.
now I'm doing it for me. So this
Yeah.
is like, I'm in school right now.
So if you're going to do any crying right now, you're doing it for you.
Right. So I
And
need to learn
that's
how to,
what Crystal
that's
does though.
okay. Yeah.
Right? That's what Crystal does. When Crystal cries, she cries for her.
That's
I
right.
have to go to acting classes, Crystal. I have to come down there and you got to give me a couple,
Oh,
what
love
is it
the
called?
acting class idea you both talked about.
Oh yeah.
It
Acting
almost
class
yeah,
in the
we're gonna
hot
talk about
tub.
that. That's
We got
yeah,
to
you
make
guys
plans.
yeah,
I don't
that's
care
pretty
where we
cool.
are, what I'm wearing. I can do it anywhere.
Oh, I'll do it. I
Cause
don't care. Like you said, on the front lawn, at this point, I'll do it on the front lawn. You want me throwing stands
Hey,
on the
no,
front
hey,
lawn? Let's do it.
you gotta be like my mom did. My mom would do this thing where she's like, "Okay, I'm fed up with all of you people. I will be right back." So and be like, "Okay, she's just gonna go across the way and find a vacant lot and just stand in the middle and scream." Nope, she went for her little crying walks, and she did it
Aw.
more and more as she got older. Okay, as we her children got older and moved on, with our lives and got married, whatever the case may be.
Right.
But she did this thing where she would just go for this walk where she could cry, not for the public, but for her. But this, what we're talking about, far as I know, wasn't something that was common knowledge back then. But I could see where when you were reading it, a lot of things make sense for
Mhm.
me now, looking back, not necessarily in regards to my parents, but just in discussions we've had with one another.
Yeah.
That you felt the freedom to cry, but you were really doing something for yourself. And that's powerful. And I want everyone here to understand that there will be those that won't understand when Crystal cries or when Susie says what she's saying. But for those of you who need this, I repeat what I said earlier. I apologize. We didn't make these the discussions you've been asking us to do. And you are our priority. Outside of our families and our own personal well being, you are Susie's, Crystal's, and I priority as an audience. And so we will have more discussions on crying and the benefits and how to do workarounds. And Crystal's going to bring in different. She doesn't know this, but I'm going to do it to her again. Crystal's going to bring up different step-by-step things a person can implement. Right, Crystal? Right, Crystal? Just
Oh
you can
yeah.
bring. She's going to bring things that you can implement, but both of them will go into more detail on their individual YouTube channels, SZ TV Network and Crystal T's TV. What's next, boss?
love it.
Bosses?
I don't know.
What you got over there, Susie?
What you
Bosses.
So
got?
funny.
What you got,
My
Crystal?
bosses.
What do you got, Crystal?
Threw you
She's
off
still,
today.
hey, she's still crying. Leave her alone.
Crying.
She's still,
She's
she's
going to
still,
get a
Love it.
tissue.
she's
Crying
gonna go
times
get a
today,
tissue.
man. I'm
Uh,
probably crying later.
do not let anyone talk you, my dear friends, out of crying.
No,
When you're
no,
journaling, when you're doing whatever you're doing late at night,
No.
during the day, midday, having a cup of Java or tea or anything else, when you feel it coming, when you're sitting with it, what's your advice, Crystal?
let it
Give me
out.
those. Yeah, there
Try.
you go.
There you go. Yeah. I
Like
think
go in the
when I was
bathroom
living,
too.
go,
Say it, Crystal. Say it, Crystal again, but
she's
a
in
I
the
little bit
used to
bathroom.
shut
slower.
myself
You're
in
on
the
the
whole
you're on the
bathroom.
phone. If you say it too fast on the phone, we lose you. But say it again.
Can you hear it?
So I used to work so much and put so much pressure on myself. I would not go to the bathroom.
We lost her. She'll be right
Yeah.
back. She'll
I
come
thought
back
that
in.
was me.
No, no, no. It's not you. You're good over. Hey, you're not in Connecticut anymore. Ooh, I'm gonna get flack for that. Mia might come
Oh,
and beat
I
me
was
up for
just
that.
there. I was just there. No, no,
I
no.
know, but
I saw
I meant Wi-Fi.
Gloria.
I meant Wi-Fi wise. That's what I meant.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what I
No,
meant.
no. I go up all the time. Visit. Saw Gloria. We had coffee.
You did, huh?
Going back up. Oh yeah.
Cool.
Yep, yep, yep. It was -8 degrees. Oh my goodness. So
Other than the
cold.
fires, we've had great weather here. I don't know if I should say that to you, but I know you've been freezing over there.
Yeah. Well,
We'll get more
thank
information for
goodness you're
everybody
safe.
and some shows on crying. Susie, you may have some more information there. I could tell my story about Patrick, one of our viewers.
Patrick.
Patrick, yes,
Yes. Can
30 days. He tried to avoid toxic people.
tell me.
But wait a minute, here's Crystal's around here.
Oh,
Yeah, she just said, everybody look on the screen. If you are watching this on television right now, Crystal's talking to everybody. She said that everything dropped
it
out there.
dropped. Oh my goodness.
We
Not
can't
sure
hear
you
we
can
can't
hear
hear you right.
me.
Yeah, we can't hear you right now. If you're there, I'm just gonna type on the screen. I'm just gonna type Crystal a message,
Oh, she
everybody.
can't hear us?
You can hear. I don't see her over there. Okay, so just everybody, hold on. I'm gonna do this in real time with really huge letters. Oh wait, she's typing. Oh wait, no, I don't have to type. She just answered me. So you can hear. She can hear. Yes, she can.
Oh, okay,
Oh
good.
wait, she's doing other stuff here. Hold on, everybody. Just give me a second. Happening in real time. Crystal, if you can, Crystal, you mentioned you can hear us. Just go ahead and come back into the stream again in the back end. Just relink and come back in with the private link and just join us again. Because let me see. Unless she went over to her other stuff. Hold on a second, everybody. You may hear something strange outside of me. Crystal, you there?
Yeah.
Okay, stay right there. Wait, whatever you do, don't use your phone.
Okay.
I know
I
you were
know.
typing. I know you were
Oh
typing
my
or
gosh,
whatever.
you sound so much better.
Crystal,
Yeah,
whatever
right.
you do, Crystal, do us a
Mhm.
favor.
Don't move.
Can you?
Don't
No,
move.
you can't.
Don't talk.
Wait,
Don't
just
move.
hold on a sec. I got to say this. So, Crystal, from the first day you came on, way back in, I don't know, 2021 or whatever it was, you did something that people still like that you do. Okay. And I'm going to tell you what it is. And I want you to do it, but you just can't do it long because we'll get a copy strike. Can you sing something or make up a song and sing to the audience? They like when you do that. So I'm going to count to 3, and whatever pops in your head, sing, but it is a family channel. So are you ready? 1, 2, 3, go ahead. Whatever you want to sing.
You are not alone. I am here
Okay, that's good.
with
That's
you.
good. That's good. That's good. All right, that was good. All right, that is a sound check in real time, everybody. That was a sound.
Love it.
Susie, she has
Sounds
her
good.
microphone now.
Good. Sounds good.
Ghetto
better.
superstar. Okay.
Okay, all right, that's enough of that. Okay, we don't need a copy strike.
Be
Okay, that's
quiet.
good. You go do that on
Oh,
your
you're
channel.
right. I
Go
need to
do
make
it
up
on your
my own
channel. Do
song.
that on your channel so they
I can make up my own.
Yeah, make up your own song. That'd be fine. But not too close to the microphone because now you don't have to be that close. All right. So that was really good. Everybody, please welcome Crystal to the show.
Yeah. Wow.
And if you've been enjoying yourself, then you've been enjoying yourself because Gemma and Lady Cosbin, Susie Cosbin, has they've been holding down the fort. Throwing it down with swag. They've been doing this show. We can hear you for sure. Now, Crystal's here. Everybody's here. We're just kind of fooling around here, everybody. We have more in store for you. We have more in store for you than we have time today. There is stuff happening that you cannot see behind the scenes, including Susie making this really cool face right now. But I'm not going to put her on screen because you guys go like, she's so cool. And by the way, can I say this can I compliment you on your hair? I'm trying to find a nice way to say what you said before the show started.
I washed it.
Yes, I wanted you to say it. I wasn't going to say it. Then you beat me up when we're done.
It's clean.
Friday Fun Day here on NATV Network because Crystal's here, because Susie's here, Gemma was here, but mainly because walking into the show, actually it's not a show, it's a stream. Eric Jackson, Mr. EJ's in the house. EJ's in the house. Thank you, Eric, for being here. Appreciate it. Great deal. Fun Friday
Friday fun
He is
day.
here. The man is here. You know what we're gonna do? Eric just got here, but by the way, this little clip you see playing back and forth on the screen. When I saw this clip, I had to put it on because it made me think of you, Susie, being in New York.
That's right. Going next week.
And that also is the way Crystal's going to look when she goes to visit you in New York. Crystal, you still here, Crystal?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Didn't know you're. I love you. I love your whole new setup there you got going on. We're gonna have to show everybody.
See it.
Yeah, we have to show everybody one day. Just not today. We appreciate everybody being here as a part of the fun that we're doing. Eric, we are not going anywhere. The show is not ending. It's not a show. I got to stop saying that. It's a stream. Something that YouTube really loves to have happening. And so until they kick us off the airwaves, everybody, we are streaming to you off the coast of California. Yes, to clear the record, my family and myself are safe at present. The fires have been devastating to many of our family and friends and entire loving brotherhood of friends that we have. But we are all still doing well. At present, I just want to say we're going to regroup and we're going to powwow behind the scenes. And we're going to load up for some other things. I love Susie when you start smiling. You crack me up. It's just she's doing stuff right now, people. You can't see it, but she just when she does it, when I'm talking like now and I happen to glance over, she makes me want to laugh when I'm trying to be serious. And Crystal, thank you for getting me to tear up in my right eye. Because every time you cry, you always make me want to cry.
I'm really going to try to cry tonight. I really am.
Really?
I'm ready.
Seriously?
Yes. I really am. I'm going to do it for Crystal. Well, if I'm
doing
doing it for me,
No,
but
you're
you've
supposed to do it for you.
inspired me.
For you.
But you've
Oh, okay.
inspired me. I'm doing it for me, but she's inspiring me.
Well, when
See,
we
I
get
have
together, you definitely will cry.
Oh, my
I'll
goodness.
be crying.
When you go to Florida and you guys are
can't wait.
doing a
I
show
can't wait,
together
Crystal.
and we're going to stream that out, trust
Yes.
me, we'll
It's
all
gonna
be
be
crying,
good.
including Gemma. We're all going to be crying.
You'll be
You guys
crying,
are gonna be awesome.
laughing.
It'll be
You'll be
awesome.
like, what are they
Exactly.
doing now?
That's
That's
what
the
they're gonna be
best.
saying. You're like, what are they? You know what? You should
Please
just do a
do.
segment on things that make you cry. That's
Crystal
what we
and
should
Susie on the loose. That's
do.
it.
On the loose. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. We have
Unchained, unhinged.
Running amok.
I have a thing. What do I have here? Okay, so I've got a playlist for everybody that is on the show.
Okay.
So I have a Crystal playlist, and it's songs that make me think of Crystal. And I have a Susie playlist. I haven't played it yet, but I will later, everybody, before we leave today. So you will notice a stark difference between the music, between the two playlists. Okay. I'm just
Should we
weird,
guess
everybody,
whose is
which you
whose?
already
Can
know.
we guess?
It'll be
Say it
obvious.
again. Say it again.
Can we guess whose is whose?
Well, I just told you I'm going to play hers right now.
Oh, you're gonna do Crystal's first. Oh, wait, I missed that part. I'm sorry.
That's
wasn't
actually
paying attention.
yours is a better idea, though. I like yours better.
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it's obvious.
It's too late.
but
I already gave it out right now, so I just already did. And
I don't know if you have any Eminem and Post Malone in there, but
Let's just put it this way: from our private events, we'll take care of stuff like that. But on YouTube, unless I buy their music, and I'm not going to give up my money.
It's like, I'm not doing that.
Copy strike. But what I was going to say is, I've already got you covered on that. Okay, so
Okay.
I
All
got
right.
you.
I'm gonna hold you to
I got
that.
a whole thing on Spotify, which is for your
Nice.
music. Crystal's the
Perfect.
one that is like all over the place. So
Yeah.
I haven't made one for her on Spotify yet.
Like
She goes,
eclectic, but rap.
Yeah.
She's all over.
Yeah, no, I got that part. I know she's got that part. I got stuff for that.
I know
Anyhow,
you
I
like
wanna
some
give it
old
away.
school rap, Crystal. I've
Yeah,
heard you
she's
on
like-
some of your old YouTube videos.
She's a
I'm like,
gangster,
girl, we
that's
can
why.
jam, man.
She's a
We'll
gangster,
be in the
man.
car singing. I can't wait.
Crystal, you love to
I know
sing,
those
don't
old
you?
tunes.
Right?
I do.
I
do.
I
I do. I do. Other people, you know how
What-
they probably react. I
Yeah,
don't
but
care.
see, we just had this discussion. Why you always weren't thinking about other people?
That's
It's
why I
like,
keep doing it because
well,
I don't care.
Well, you do it because you're rebellious. That's what you do. Because you're a fighter. You guys gonna have some fun together. I can imagine
yeah.
how much. Yeah, they're gonna have to call the
You're gonna
police
be
on you
missing
two
out.
people
Yeah,
when
that's
you guys
it.
are together.
They're gonna-
You and
Noise. What
Crystal
do they
in
call
Florida?
it when you're too loud at night?
Dude, they're gonna-
Noise violation.
Noise
what do you
Yeah,
call that?
that's what it is.
Ordinance.
I
Oh
told
my
Crystal you
God.
guys should get like a hotel suite and then see how
Yeah.
long before they kick you people out. You guys should get
Oh man.
It'll be
I've
Crystal
like
never
gonna be
3
tried
in
to
the
do
morning.
that.
Let's go get
Crystal gonna be
something to
jumping on
eat.
the bed. She's gonna be jumping
Yeah,
on the
we
bed.
will. Pillow
Let's get pillow
fights.
fight.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean,
You know
Yeah,
it.
you guys. All right.
Taking
if
So
it
that's the
out.
challenge, I can do it. But
hmm. See,
I
look
gotta
at the
buy
stuff. See,
Crystal
she's
some
already thinking right
candy.
now. She's thinking
I'll
right
just go
now.
streaking. I'll just like go,
See,
and then
this is why
they'll
you
call the
can't.
police.
I
This
don't
is
know.
why you
Skinny
can't.
dipping, maybe. I don't know about streaking.
They'll be like,
At
This
least
is
I'd be
somebody's
this is
in the
why
streaking.
water. I know that.
everybody, please let's tune in on my voice. Both of these people are obviously trying to get me kicked off the air
Don't
because
mind
they
them.
just go over here. It was a family show 5 seconds ago.
It's just a word.
We're
It's
kidding.
just a concept.
We're
No
kidding. We're not
visuals.
really doing that.
Yeah,
It's all
whatever.
good.
All right, there goes.
It's all good.
All right, you guys done? You guys done? You guys?
We're done. We'll
Can't
behave.
take it. No, you won't. No, you
Yes.
won't. No, you won't. These
Yeah,
two
I will.
people do not have the word behave in their vocabulary. They only have it in their vocabulary, not in their
Yeah.
vocabulary. Only in their. I don't know what that means. Okay, we're going to be right back, everybody. How do I know that? Because I put it up on the screen. There it is, right there. And one more time, everybody, for Eric Jackson. This is Crystal's playlist I made for Crystal. Enjoy it, everybody. We'll be right back. NATV Network.
And you sound great, Crystal. So great. So thanks for being here, and I can't wait to see your new mic. I love hearing it. And everybody, if you haven't yet subscribed to Crystal T's TV over on YouTube, please go do so. She's got some great content. Talks about the inner child. She's got some really funny stuff on there. Very entertaining, very educational, and I just love her channel. So go check out Crystal T's TV over on YouTube. And I wanted to all this talk about journaling. Uh, I feel like I'm gonna cry even just starting this, but I started to journal again. So I'm gonna read a little bit of what I wrote just the other day. I just feel like today's the perfect day to share it. So bear with me. It's a little messy and I might cry. So maybe there's someone out there that needs to hear this. That's my hope. So okay. Action is the answer. Letting go is taking action. Action to allow yourself to let go of what's holding you back. People, places, and things that are keeping you from growing, learning, and becoming the best version you can be. Now, I'm writing this to myself. And then I continued, I'm learning everything the hard way by screwing everything up, and then I have to fix it. Pretty much how I live my life, sadly, until now. By holding on to what we really by holding on, what are we really trying to do? We're trying to control the world around us. And I've learned that my need for control comes from a place of fear, from always living in fear. I always had fear of losing everything, fear of not being liked, fear of being abandoned, not loved, being alone, fear of my kids being hurt or not having the opportunities that I was denied growing up. Basically, fear of failure. I felt like if I wasn't always in control of everything and everyone around me, that everything would fall apart and I would be the blame. When we're in control, we believe we can protect ourselves from being disappointed. At least that's what I thought. From being left out, from being rejected, and ultimately from feeling pain. Control gave me the illusion of feeling safe. I realize now that if I fixed every situation, I didn't have to feel. By letting go and letting things be, I am taking back my power. For years, for actually most of my life, I didn't realize that the people I was surrounded by and chose to surround myself with held no real power over me. I was in actuality giving my power away. Letting go is choosing to take it back. It's to take me back. I now realize that I did it all to myself. Yes, it's a hard pill to swallow, but it's the truth. What we allow will continue, and what I allowed myself to when I allowed myself to continuously be disrespected, abused, and hurt by those closest to me, I taught everyone else that it was indeed okay to treat me like garbage. So I have no right to be disappointed or hurt when this dysfunction continues. When we let go, we free ourselves from all of the negativity that keeps us feeling less than stuck. Letting go has lifted the heaviness that I carried, allowing me to rise above all the sadness and despair, freeing me to move on and to move upward. Yeah. That was one of the first things I wrote in my journal since I just started journaling. So, yeah, I just wanted to share that with everyone, and I hope it can help someone out there because I never realized that's how I felt. I may talk about a lot of things, I may be able to help a lot of other people, but now I'm learning how to help myself, and it feels really good. And I'm just beginning. I'm surely not going to stop now. So, okay. See, here I go. Not wanting to cry when I really should, but I'll cry later. I'm definitely going to cry later. Eric is saying, super intimate, Susie, humbling, dear. Very touched that you should share as you did. Thank you, Eric. From the inside, mad respect. On a lighter note, even the journals of Saint Teresa and Avelia are a mess. Yeah. Yeah. I at least stayed in the lines. I've learned to stay in the lines. My mind has calmed down enough for me to be able to write within them. So that's a plus for sure. But it actually, I didn't read it yet. I just wrote it the other day. So this is the first time I read it aloud or at all. I didn't even read it to myself. And I can see, as Gemma talks about with her live journaling sessions on Mondays, how good it is. Like, wow. If I was alone, I'd probably continue to cry. So I'm definitely going to keep up with the journaling. Yeah, it feels good. It feels good to actually see how I feel, right? I'm learning to feel how I feel, but now I can see it in the words, and words are pretty powerful. What we write is pretty powerful. I didn't realize that. I don't know if Crystal's out there. Haven't heard her. But anyway, I was also trying to like keep on a positive note with things, right? Because I had a rough couple days. And I was looking up ways to like stay positive when things get tough or times get challenging because it happens. Eric is saying I cry all the time and I journal daily. Yeah, well, it's a new practice for me, and I'm really enjoying it, so I definitely will continue. Hi, Mia. Amia, you are back. So good, glad to see you back. Okay, so I was looking up, as I was saying, staying positive during rough times, right, and how challenging it's been for me. It's like, all right, enough is enough. I've had enough. What do we do when we've had enough? So I'm trying to find ways to protect my mental and emotional health. I've do the therapy, I do the women's group, now I'm journaling, I help people, I do all these things, but I need something else. I feel like I'm at the next level. So I'm learning now that I need to focus on what I can control, right? When life feels chaotic, it's easy for us to spiral into frustration over things outside of our control. Shift our focus to areas where we can take action. And I'm learning a lot about taking action too. It's not about just saying I'm going to journal or I'm going to cry, I'm going to release all those feelings. I really have to do it. We need to take action. Otherwise, what's the use? Our attitude, our reactions, and our daily habits. We need to be in control of them all. Even small victories like setting a routine or completing a task can help us feel empowered. I think I'm going to start doing what Gemma was saying before, like when she gets up and she'll write the future in the bubble and then things she enjoys doing, and then she'll do some things that goals for her day or habits like healthy habits. I love that idea. So practicing gratitude, I think we all kind of know that. I'm grateful for so many things. We all can find something to be grateful about. Even in difficult moments, there's really always something to be grateful for. Our health, a supportive person, a peaceful moment, or simply the chance, like me, to start over. So many of us get the chance to start over. Like, what a blessing. How grateful should we be just for that, to get out of a bad situation or a bad relationship? Writing down and reflecting on a few things we're thankful for daily can be helpful to reframe our mindset. Surrounding ourselves with supportive people. I've started doing this, like, the only people I will surround myself with now are supportive, loving, positive people. Learned that the hard way. I started to seek out people who lift me up, listen without judgment, encourage my growth. I can't believe that for so many years I surrounded myself with the opposite and I didn't even realize it. I became so negative that if I'd go to the grocery store, I was like angry if someone didn't hold the door or if someone didn't say hello or if someone didn't say excuse me if I passed the cart. And meanwhile, they're probably looking at their grocery list. It was me. It was my attitude because I was so miserable, because I was surrounded myself by negative people. So, surrounding myself with positive, encouraging people, um, has been a major, major help for me. Reaching out virtually or through messages to people. If you can't see, people every day, send a text or make a phone call. That's something I do very often, especially now that I'm in New York more. Um, there's so many people I can reach out to, and I'm so grateful for that. Positive connections can remind us that we're not alone. Taking things one day at a time, it's so easy for us to feel overwhelmed by thinking too far ahead. This was me, the hamster wheel of what ifs, of, oh my gosh, what if this, what if that, of worrying about things I had no control over. And most of the time, the things that I was stressing over or worrying about never came about or weren't that bad in the long run. So thinking too far ahead is something I really need to change. It's something we really shouldn't do. Stay in the moment, focus on getting through just today or just the next hour or sometimes just the next 5 minutes, and trust. We need to trust that the small steps forward will lead us to bigger changes, bigger and better things. Embracing solitude for reflection, right? I was always isolated, but now I understand that solitude is something completely different. I'm choosing to spend time with myself, to understand myself. It's helped me process things better. Instead of fearing moments of solitude, use them to reconnect with yourself. Reflect on your feelings, meditate, or journal to process what's happening. This time can help you stay grounded and find clarity amid challenges. And it's so true. The time that I just give myself now is just like, it's the best thing. It's like I allow myself to reflect or to just relax or just do nothing or to plan things. Um, Eric is saying, the plain fact for me is medical intervention was required to keep me alive multiple times. I am arriving at a place where I am nearly a ghost. I am building a cathedral, recognized by only a few. Oh, where is that? You're actually building it, Eric? That's so interesting. He says, "Know thyself." The inward gaze looks up and looks down. Yeah, I'm learning. I'm learning to know myself. And it's something very new for me. Very new. Find a release for stress, whether it's through exercise, creative activities, deep breathing, or even venting to a trusted friend. And I emphasize trusted friend because how many times I know have I confided in someone and they've just twisted or used what I said or sabotaged something I said or I was planning. So I've learned to be very um careful with who I talk to, who I tell my plans to, who I entrust, because sadly, some people don't have your best interest at hand. And yeah, that hurts when you're betrayed. I'll tell you that firsthand. So finding someone that you trust to vent to, finding ways to finding ways to release stress can prevent it from building up. Physical movement, in particular, can be a game changer for your mood. We also need to celebrate small wins, recognize and honor even the smallest steps forward. Progress isn't always about big leaps, it's about continuing to move even when it's hard. How many times, I mean, just this morning, just to say, you know what, I'm getting up, doing my best today. That's it. Woke up with a little cold, whatever. I'm like, I'll survive. And I did. And it felt so good. Just little things like that. shift our perspective. Sometimes challenges can offer opportunities for growth. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How might this experience make me stronger or wiser? I can't emphasize how truthful this is enough. Now, when something happens, um, something comes thrown my way that I didn't expect, another issue, a problem, something I have to deal with that's like so ridiculous, or something done purposely to try to, I don't know. I feel like people sometimes see when we're doing well and they want to sabotage us, right? I kind of look at it from a different way now, and I'm like, there's a reason I'm going through this. There's a reason this person is trying to do this to me. And you know what? I'm going to be stronger in the long run because of it. I'm going to learn how to deal with this issue. So if something else like this comes around, I'm going to handle it even better. Reframing struggles as stepping stones can ease the weight of the moment. Yeah, everything's a stepping stone. Everything's a bridge to something better. No matter how hard it is in the moment, no matter how like, oh my gosh, sometimes it's just downright scary. It's just scary to know that you have to go through another problem or another issue or another health concern or whatever it may be. But we have to just think positive. There's really nothing else. Crystal saying, Susie speaking nothing but truth. Yeah, you know too well, Crystal, right? This is life. We really have to stay positive. Limiting our negativity, avoiding things that amplify stress or negativity, like doom scrolling on social media or spending time with toxic people. We need to protect our mental space and focus on things that inspire or calm us. How many times I used to scroll and be on my Instagram and YouTube and just look at I would like magnify the things I was going through and try to find answers to who was behaving this way and why and on and on and on. Now I'm the total opposite. I'm looking for things I can learn about, things that make me feel better, things that inspire me, people that inspire me. It's it's like my whole life has done a 180. Instead of focusing on the negative, I'm finding new things, learning new things. It feels like almost like waking up a side of my brain that hasn't worked in so long, and it really feels good. Reminding ourselves that this too shall pass. Life is full of seasons, and no matter how hard this one feels, I promise you it will not last forever. Keeping hope alive can keep can help you weather the storm. Keeping hope alive, right? We have faith and we have hope. And if you think about it, everything that we've gone through, we have survived. Mia says, I just started reading No Bad Parts by Richard C. Schwartz, PhD. Deals with emotions, sensations, figuring out why you are tense. Take a moment to think about it and talk to yourself about it. And find out why you are tense or feeling the way you do. You know, Mia, a lot of my my stressors are from outside places and people, and it just doesn't seem to end. I'm away from certain situations, but sadly some of it still lingers, and I feel like certain people see you doing well and they wanna bring you down. So, just like the 30-day staying away from toxicity and negative people, I'm just continuing to do that and just staying around supportive people because I can't let anyone hurt me anymore. I can't let anyone bring me down, and I'm responsible for keeping myself safe and my mental health safe. Remind yourself, yeah, that this too shall pass. Even in the darkest of times, positivity doesn't mean ignoring the pain. It means finding a way to move forward while holding on to hope. What's something small you can focus on today to keep going? I like all that. Fruit of the Spirit, trifecta. Is that a book, Crystal? Faith, hope, and love, they are related. Triple threat. Yes, that's it. I mean, that's all we need. We can get through anything. And support. And support. Definitely. Definitely support. I'm just so grateful for everyone in my life nowadays. Like, I had a conversation with my godmother the other day, and I said, I thought it was me. I started believing everything everyone was saying about me and when I was in the dysfunctional relationship. And she said to me, she's like, Susie, they almost had me convinced because I started almost acting the way they were telling me I was. I was so depressed and so negative that it fit. So it wasn't until I removed myself 100% completely from the situation that I realized, oh my gosh, I'm not that person that I was told I was. I wonder how many people can relate to that. And if you're in a sad place or with someone that's not making you happy and you're depressed or they're not treating you well, if you can, please, at least, at the very, very least, reach out to a women's group, a men's group, and talk to someone. Call a hotline because I promise you, you're not alone. And you're probably feeling worse than you should because you're surrounded by such negative people and situations. Yes, Crystal's saying reactive abuse is real. Oh, yes. Well, I used to re abuse abuse, I didn't abuse. I used to act out, and I used to try to defend myself. So, if someone was accusing me of something, I would be like, "What are you screaming back." So, yeah, I looked crazy. Of course I look crazy. I'm like, "Who are you talking to? What are you That's not true." And I was defending myself. I was so confused. And, of course, they set it up so, they will put you in a position where they accuse you of something or pick a fight just as someone's walking in the door or something like that. Very calculating. Yes, oh my god, so pointless, she says, we both did it. Yeah, right? Now I'm like, whatever. Think what you want, say what you want, really doesn't matter. And it's really fascinating. Um, I'm out of the situation, I'm out of the state, and people are still, like, running their mouths. I'm like, "Don't you have a life?" It's crazy. So glad I'm out of there. So glad. So oh, yes, Crystal, you too. Yeah, we both did. She says Crystal says, "Because we have good and pure intentions. We believe others around us." For Susie and I, that was not always the case. No, it's shocking when people, yeah, she continues, "Some do not, sadly enough." It's very shocking because you don't expect someone to behave in such a way. I could never treat someone poorly or accuse someone of something or lie or twist the truth. It does not make sense to me, and I think that's the most hurtful part. That's a part I had to let go. Letting go has been the best thing for me, and letting go of a lot of things. Mia says, "We always had to defend ourselves because they choose to treat us," I believe she meant, like garbage, yeah. Yes, I can relate, Susie. When I started working, I realized I was a good person and could make friends. Yes. Mia, when I was moved to Connecticut, and I say when I was moved because I didn't wanna go, I started, volunteering. It was one thing that I was allowed to do because it was working with animals. There weren't a lot of people there. So there wasn't a lot of jealousy. But I realized that even the volunteers that I would work with, I was a volunteer coordinator for 15 years at a rescue horse farm. And I realized that, wow, like people like me. It was such a strange concept because I was told nobody liked me. And I believed it. I truly believed it after a while. it was so sad, and I'm so glad you got out, Mia. I'm so glad. And just taking the first step, right? What do? We have to take steps. We have to first recognize something's not right. I'm not happy, number 1, whatever it may be. Keep yourself safe, and then try to get out. Try to talk to people. Like I was saying, even if you shoot someone a text, even if you make a phone call, even if you call a hotline, a group, talk to somebody. The isolation is the worst. Solitude is good. That's spending time with yourself and learning about yourself. Isolation, not healthy. Was not for me. Definitely not. I wanted to I wanted to look up like other things because I'm literally going through this in real time. Hold on. Because no one likes people like that and they cannot stand themselves. Exactly. I was just saying that like not that I feel bad because I really don't feel bad for people like that, but it's very confusing, like we were saying, Crystal, before, because we don't act like that or think like that. I don't know. I it doesn't make sense. Why would you waste your energy on hurting someone else? And this is why this community is so important of all of us sticking together and supporting each other and informing each other and sharing our stories because we are stronger than them. They need us. They need us to feel like there's something because they are weak and they are empty souls, and that is a fact. Mia says, that was his big mistake, letting me get a job because I came into myself and learned it was him. Yeah. Yep. 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 I took one trip with a friend, um, and it was someone he trusted. So he let me go. And I was like, wow, there's like There's, like, people out here. I read a meme once, and it says, "Now I know why my abuser didn't let me out." And then it said something like, "Because they like me out here." And it's so true. It's so true. Now if I go out to the store, it's like, "Hey, good morning. How you doing?" Or, "Be careful, it's slippery out there." If you walk into the store or something to get a cup of tea, I'm like, it happened the other day, and I was like, "Oh my gosh." Like, I appreciate all these nice little things people say and do now. And it's not even something they think of, it's just natural. I never realized people are literally naturally kind-hearted. So many. The people we're talking about, they're a rare breed. There's a lot of them, but you know what? There's more of us. There's more good-hearted, loving, kind, compassionate, empathetic, supportive people. And that's why we really need to stick together. We really do. Support changes everything. Mhm. That was a big thing. Yeah. Well, me, I'm curious, where was your first job? Like where did you work? Because I had thought about going to get a job and of course it was frowned upon, but the volunteering was okay. I was just curious, like, where he let you work, because I know when they have their claws in you and they're jealous or that they keep you confined, it's not easy to get out, that's for sure. I wasn't even allowed to see family members. It's crazy. Your support reminds us that we're not in this alone. It helps us find strength in challenging times and motivates us to keep moving forward. The power of us connecting lifts us, teaches us resilience, and pushes us forward to be the best versions of ourselves. How true is that? Volunteering was okay. Yeah, Crystal, did you yeah, for me, it was okay. For me, it was okay. Eric says, "I was reading on the sidewalk one day. I saw a woman with $300 Nikes on kick a homeless who was sitting against a wall. Greg, I jumped up, ran across the street, and got in her face. She got scared. What in the world? That's not cool. That is horrible. Crystal's saying volunteering was okay. You know why? Why? because there weren't because it was animals. There were people there that helped the animals, but it wasn't I don't know why. Tell me. I never thought about it, to be honest. I just thought because it was mostly animals. Mia's saying Lego in the factory on third shift. Cool. So you were in a factory because it keeps you in a master slave. Yes. Yes. State of mind, physical state. Oh my gosh, I never thought of that, Crystal. Energy and how others scan us. Yeah. I never thought of that. Because I was allowed to wear and don't get me wrong, I'm so grateful I did all these things, like the soup kitchen or the homeless shelter, things like that, the horses. You get a good job and someone will eventually discover how intelligent, how amazing, how resourceful, how strong, yeah, you are. That is true. Like a boss. Never realized that. With the sauce, baby. Got that right. Mia saying children felt hurt when they rejected them. Children feel hurt when oh gosh. The thing that fascinates me is these type of people will now that I'm doing like the coercive control little webinars and stuff, they're talking about how it affects the children and we're not talking just little kids like I was saying before, it's adult children as well. They ignore the children, they use the children, they dress the children up when they're little to take them out. I mean, I experienced that. And then it's almost like if the kids are successful, I found they kind of ride on their coattails. Everything comes with a motive, everything they do, any attention the kid gets is for a reason. It's it's insane. And the protective parent is usually the bad guy, the one that's put down all the time. Crystal saying, and then they lose you, which is everything. They could live, survive, suck your good energy from you. Yeah. I was a prime host. I think we all were. We all were. He hated me being on third shift, Mia says. We did. Yeah. The ones that got away, that's what we are. The ones that got away. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. He hated me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mia. I thought you wrote something else. Yeah, he hated you being on third shift. Why was that? Because it was at night? And maybe he had to, like, be there in case the children woke up or something? That was probably it. Had to put the kids to bed. God forbid they do something, right? When no one's there to watch and give them praise. We didn't see each other much, and I loved it. You had peace. I think that's why I never questioned when he went and I used to say, "Where are you going gallivanting today?" He would just go gallivanting. I didn't care because it was nice and quiet in the house. But then you hear the car coming down the driveway. Oh, the kids would run. Kids would be home from school. That car would come down the driveway. We'd hear it. And I had a very long driveway. As soon as it turned the corner, everyone would scatter. Crazy. Really crazy. That I don't know what you're talking about, Crystal. Yeah. It's often it says I'm looking up the ones that got away. The reaction alone says it all. Yeah. Oh, the reaction alone that yeah, everyone's scattered like rats, right? Is it rats? Is it rats that scatter? Yep, everyone's scattered. It is bittersweet to reflect on the ones who got away. The good ones, right? The people who could have been part of our lives in ways that felt meaningful and true. Sometimes it's timing. Nope, not in this case. This case, it was abuse for us, right? Sometimes it's lack of readiness or circumstances beyond control. And for them, they didn't realize our value until we were gone. And you know what? It wouldn't have mattered anyway because they're not going to change and you can't change someone. They're not gonna one day decide, "Oh, I'm gonna treat her well." Nope, doesn't work that way. Once they break you down, there's pretty much no going back. This is true though, right? If you think about it, they were in our life for a reason. I learned so much. I could look at all the negative or I could try to look at the positive, and I did learn so much from being in that relationship and for being treated so badly. If I wasn't treated like that, I probably never would have learned self-worth, self-love. I probably would have always been depressed. Now I can appreciate the little things. I can truly appreciate the people that love me and support me, and I never saw it before. I didn't even appreciate the people that loved me when I was with the negative person. It's crazy. I sit and have conversations now with friends and family members, and it's like we have real conversations. It's just wonderful. Mia says, knew the time without looking at the clock. That's right. Everyone so tense and scared all the time. Nothing was done right, no matter how hard we tried. Oh, nope. You cannot do anything right. You know, it's not a funny thing, but it's a funny thing. I thought I didn't know how to drive. I've been driving since I'm a kid. Okay, I drove very young. I learned to drive with my grandfather and stuff. They had a big driveway, so I used to like go around the driveway. And I drove a stick, and he had my kids believing I couldn't even drive a car. Like, "Oh, mommy can't drive. Oh, mommy's gonna wreck the car. Oh, mommy's gonna get a flat tire." Or, "You can't trust her to drive that. She'll scratch it." Like, what are you talking about? I believe that. And just the other day, I took my Jeep and I took it to the car wash and got it's not, like, full detailed, but I'll tell you, they took everything out of the trunk even, out of the back hatch, and cleaned it. They armor-alled it. They cleaned the inside of the windows. It's the first time that I've had my Jeep cleaned in years, at least a year, more than 1 year for being cleaned that thoroughly, and it's like the little things are so exciting to me now, but I used to take care of my stuff. Crystal says, I used to think I was nuts and negative and hard on myself when I got anxious, fearful, or hyped to dis- to distracted when these people came home, walked in the room on me, pounded on the door that I locked, demanding in. Yeah, I I had situations where the door would be like physically opened for me if God forbid I locked it. So yeah, it's like it took me so long for my nervous system to calm down to not be afraid if I hear like people walking up the steps or something because it was always something. It was so many triggers of I could tell by the way the microwave closed or the person walked up the stairs or drove down the driveway. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. So many people go through this. So many. That I kept the door unlocked because it was their house. Yeah, like, it's your room. Yeah. Crystal saying, "So sorry." The more they say it and you hear it, you start to believe it, and then it happens. Yeah, it's like becoming who they say we are. We can create our own reality. Yep. Something in me always knew that I would get out, or I knew I wouldn't live that way anymore. I'm just grateful I got out in one piece. Crazy. And, children who are exposed to dysfunctional families and whatnot have a higher risk of behavioral and mental health issues. Like, don't they even think about their own children? It doesn't make sense. Survivors often experience long-term financial instability due to economic abuse. I could tell you that firsthand. There's just so many negatives, but having the chance to get it all back and do it all again my way this time, is so exciting. I'm so looking forward to it. Mia saying, the only locks on the house were on the outside doors and our bedroom. He told the kids never to come in the bedroom no matter what they heard. Oh boy. Yeah. Not good. Thank goodness you're out of that. And thanks for allowing me to share your kids' poems before from your book. Eric saying the horizon line goes right through that woman's heart in the image on the screen. Does it? I'm trying to see. Eric, where are you seeing that? It's got to be the angle. I don't know. Eric is continuing. I carried my neighbor around the house for 18 months as she was dying from ALS. Aw, that was so kind of you. I've done many great things in life, but those 18 months are the crowning achievement of my life. Nothing compares. That's wonderful. You're a good man, Eric. Thank you for being such a kind soul. Definitely appreciate kind people. So I don't know about the rest of you, but I don't know about you, Mia, how many times you tried to leave. But on the average, survivors attempt to leave an abusive relationship 7 times before succeeding. I think I had to be at least 10. A long time. Oh, I hear somebody. Is that you, Crystal?
Huh?
Huh?
Yeah.
There she is. Hold on. Is that your new mic?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
I sure can. I sure
I
can.
I didn't realize what time it was, and I was gonna stay on here, and I did tell my friend that I would go spend the night with her and
Aw, what are
kind
you
of
gonna
like
do?
connect. It's been a while. We haven't
That's
had that much time
nice.
together. She's one of those that she gets your heart like,
Beautiful.
yeah, soul
Yeah.
sisters from another mister.
Oh, I love it.
But yeah, I don't want
Very
to let her
good.
down. I was
No,
like, oh
of course
gosh.
not. Of
Um,
course not.
but I don't want to let you down either. So I was like doing both. I was like running around, like talking, and then I'm glad I was able to do both. It was kind of cool.
Yeah, multitasking. Well, you're so
But
good at stuff like that, for sure.
multitasking. A
Oh,
little too
yeah.
good. That's why all of this probably happened. The multitasking.
Yeah, right? We can
They're like,
juggle everything, all those plates up in the air.
they were like, no, Susie, you don't need to work because you get everything done right here at the house that we need.
That's it. And I need dinner at 5. Oh
See,
my goodness.
that's the other thing. People get
Mm,
upset when I just don't eat sometimes. I get busy like today or like I don't know, I just do random I don't have a meal schedule. I stopped doing that years ago. Unless I'm
mhm.
hungry. And
Right.
people just don't understand it and they like get mad about it. And that's when I'm like, okay,
Right.
there's
Like
nothing
I
you
know
can
if I
know.
need food.
That's when
Eric
you
is
know.
saying, yeah, 7 times, huh? Sometimes I would pull up to the house and all my stuff would be thrown outside on the front yard. I don't think that counts as an attempt to leave, though. Oh my gosh, such insanity. Oh, yepper. Been through that. Oh gosh. For years I saved everything from my childhood. I had my kids' teeth, when their teeth fall out, their
Mhm.
first haircuts, all that stuff. It's all fun, but whatever. It's only things. I still have the memories. I tried to take photos. That's another thing, like, take photos of your stuff. Because if you ever don't have the things anymore, at least you'll have a photo of it. It's made it
Yeah.
easier for me.
Yeah,
A lot
that's
easier.
true. I
Yeah.
take a lot of random pictures. I thought that was like my ADHD thing because my screenshots and my pictures got a little out of hand with my other iPhone that I had before
Yeah.
it got messed up. And I was like, dude, there was like 50,000
Oh,
pictures
girl,
on
I
there.
got like 40,000.
I was like, how did it save all that? That's kind of weird.
Isn't it crazy?
I didn't back it up or anything. And then one day it just
Mhm.
locked and then I couldn't open it.
Oh my gosh, I better do something then because I have so many, especially my grandchildren. Like, I knew that I was gonna be leaving and disconnecting from everyone and everything for a while. So it's weird because last year I just took millions, not millions, but tens of thousands, literally, of photos because I just
Yeah.
knew. It's like something in me always knew, but it's all
Wow.
good. It's all good.
It's the multitasking, like you said, photographer, mother, chef,
There you go.
homemaker,
Homemaker, homework helper. I used to
nurse,
homeschool.
doctor.
Nurse. No,
Yeah.
that's one thing. I'm
Teacher.
not good with blood. I'll get you to the hospital, but then I'm gonna pass out.
I'm good.
I can handle
I'm
the
pretty good.
the emergency, get you there, but then yeah, I've literally taken someone to the hospital and then slid down the wall, passed out. Just too much for me.
Slid down the wall.
I did. I went outside,
What?
slid down
What
the
kind
wall.
of building was that to slide down the wall? Was it like a...
When you stand up and you lean against the wall so you don't
Oh,
faint?
gotcha.
Yeah,
Like one of
and
those
then I just,
dramatic
like,
movie
went,
scenes.
"Whoop." Yeah, right down.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, Susie. Yes, not
Well,
we all have different reactions to these things.
I fainted when I had my ears pierced. Not good with that kind of stuff. I could never be a nurse. I don't God bless
Oh my
every
god.
doctor and nurse out there. Surgeon, oh my goodness.
Funny story.
Yeah.
I pierced my own ears for my second
Mm.
hole when I was 12 in the bathroom here at my parents'
Oof.
house.
Did you use ice?
I did.
Thank goodness.
Heck yeah, I'm not dumb. I'm not dumb, but I pierced my own ears.
You're not a, what is it called when you inflict pain?
Well,
Not in a bad way. It's
I
just
have done that too, but
high
emotionally.
tolerance for
I
it. Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess some people we've been there a little bit, but
like
at least you
clearly
use ice.
if I'm gonna stab myself, I'm gonna ice it down
No,
first. Duh.
you're not gonna do that. We're not doing that. No nice. No. Jerry says, "My ex threw away all my old pictures and photos, all of them from childhood up until our life together. I literally have the evidence of being no little evidence of being alive. All my mementos were thrown away or torn apart. Eric, I'm so sorry. And it happened to me. Yeah. Burned, thrown away. Yeah. But you know what? That's okay. All right. I'll make new memories. We'll both make new memories, and that's it. That's it. We can't dwell on it, right? And if someone felt the need to do such a thing, well, that's on them. Yeah, that's a hard one when someone destroys your belongings. One thing to tell you not to lock the door, but another thing.
The man has no more pictures from the past.
Uh-oh.
That's messed up.
Here he is, yeah.
Crystal
that?
Nicole Black is leaving us, everybody. She's on her way to handle
She's left the
her
building.
commitment to her friend. Thank you, Crystal.
See you later, Crystal. Have fun.
Hey, I know I keep forgetting that you could hear me. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Thank
Yes,
you.
we heard everything you were really saying about every... No, I'm just kidding.
I said I am always... Good thing I didn't say anything weird. I really thought I was muted for a second.
No, you're not muted. No, you're not muted. Hey, so like you happy fingers over there typing seriously fast. Let's put some of the stuff up that you've typed already.
That's not even as fast as I can type. Shoot.
Yeah, well, thank you for being kind to senior citizens and slowing down a little bit for me. So that's really sweet of you.
See,
Crystal's got stuff on the screen for you there. Ricardo.
Yeah.
Ricardo. And Crystal's saying a whole lot more to you there. If you have never been here before, I don't know what to tell you. You've been missing behind these closed doors. This is a private party that's open to the public. Eric, what you got? It's Mia. Eric, we have to live in the moment now. And that's where the memories will come to you. Nice words. Nice words. Crystal, we're going to miss you.
That.
Go handle your business. But
see you next time.
This girl, you know what? Who taught you how to type? Why don't you be the secretary for somebody in a big corporation? Look how fast she's typing. I can't even keep up.
That's awesome.
She's showing off right now. That's what you're doing. She's showing off
How
right now.
many words a
She
minute can you type,
she
Crystal?
going. She breaking it down with one word at a time now. She just messing with me. So
She's breaking records.
She just put one word at a time, just so I gotta click a bunch
Stay
of
out
times.
of trouble.
I see it. Why does everyone tell me to stay out of trouble? Crystal, stay out of trouble, and you must figure out why
tell
we
me
tell
that
you that.
too.
Yeah, that's because everybody's gonna find out when both of you are together in Florida doing a live stream.
It'll be fun
on SZ TV Network, Crystal T's TV, and NATV Network.
Ow.
Look at you. She will not stop. I thought you had to.
The languages and stuff. Oh my goodness.
Te quiero mucho.
Girl's got talent.
I'm trying to read it. She's like.
She says, I will do the opposite.
Yes.
The rebel in me.
That's right.
Oh, good. Then she'll behave. She'll stay out of trouble. Well, no. She'll get in trouble. Oh, don't tell her to stay out of trouble.
I was going to say, I'm not saying nothing. You're giving her too much ammunition right now.
That's it. No, she's... Just go to the movies or something. Watch a movie. Make some popcorn.
You still have to tell her to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, right. I'm not saying it.
Okay. Bye, my friend. Bye.
Bye-bye.
What was that? Mia's got something there.
Says, when we all get together, it will be so great. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'll have to visit you, Mia, when I come up to Connecticut one of these times.
There you go.
I'm up there all the time. Yeah. It's so cold right now.
Figure out how to do something when you're up there. You know, you got another set of mics and stuff that you could take and figure something out. Maybe you could do, even if it's an audio portion of a show, we can do a live stream that way with Mia.
Yep.
Or Mia, we have to give you the phone number so you can call into the show. Record something. Yeah,
what a good idea.
But I was thinking she could call in, but that's if you're Mia, you just have to tell us if you're comfortable. Mia, you just got to talk to us. You got to meet with Susie and I.
Yeah, well, now that I'm Crystal, settled and it's 2025, we can get organized.
Because Mia, Crystal's got, Crystal, my goodness. Mia, let me turn this down a little bit. Susie's got some equipment to be able to not,
figure it out.
I'm just totally losing all my words.
I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Reading what she's saying. We'll figure it out.
My number.
Yeah, Susie. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mia texts me. She checks in on me every single day.
Wow.
How awesome! How supportive is that?
Awesomely good.
Every day, man. I'm so grateful.
Excellent.
Yeah, I love it.
That
Thank you, Mia.
Is what a true friend does.
Yep, I appreciate you, Mia.
That is what a true friend does. When you have a true friend, you can look to the sky with hope.
That's right.
Just commentate on the picture on the screen.
That's it. I know. That's what I was doing. I'm looking for the sun, but there's none in here.
Wait, that's right.
Feel that heat on my face.
Yeah, you guys can't see it. I put Susie on for a glimpse. That's all you're going to get of her today. But hold on a second. That's right. There is no sun because we passed that time frame when you're blinded by the sun. When you're blinded by the sun.
And I'm looking up. Like, what am I doing? I'm inside. Oh my.
What do we got on the? What do we have on the screen?
Happy hour. 18 emojis every day go out. Oh yeah, she's got the best emoji. I'm like, how does she get this stuff on her phone? Like things blink and light up and flash and colors and flowers and rainbows and oh, it's just hearts.
Make Willy Wonka sad. You got chocolate emojis. So hey, so to be safe to say, at 411, she is the emoji queen.
There you go. Yes, absolutely.
You're the queen of emojis now. 18. Well. Hey, so if you had to describe Mia to everybody that may be new to the channel, outside of the fact that she's an author and she has a book and an amazing son that does poetry and daughter that expresses herself so well, we found out today. Give us a couple of words for the audience so they can get to have an idea of what you think and feel about the queen of emojis.
I think she's just a fantastic person. She takes all the pain that she endured throughout her bad relationship and she supports other women. She hardly misses a women's group, always there to support. She knits. She knits hats and scarves and little animals, and she donates them. I believe, is it Mia, correct me if I'm wrong, but is it hospitals or children? I know you donate to a lot of places, but she's very talented. Um, she's just really, really a good human being. A solid, good, loyal, decent human being, and I'm grateful to have her in my life.
That's
Yeah,
that's enough to make you cry.
that's the
That's beautiful
truth.
what you just said about her. Absolutely beautiful.
Is the truth.
And you met through the
Wonderful.
women's shelter?
Yes. Yes.
She met you
Gloria,
when
yeah.
you were just coming back to civilization from the abuse,
Mm-mm. She
or
met
what?
me when I was a hot mess. Yeah.
Okay.
She's been with me through the good, the bad, the ugly,
Oh, okay.
some really hard times, and
Hmm.
always supportive, judgmental, never judge me, always kind. To the Center for Employment and Education. Oh, is that where you donate them? Okay. Very nice. You're adorable. She makes like all kinds of little characters and animals.
Hmm.
You have to take a picture and send me. I know you have in the past on my text, but if you the next time you get a whole bunch, take a picture so I can show everyone. Yeah. Keeps busy, that's for sure.
I have something that I'm pulling up for everybody from one of our from one of our. I hope it will be encouraging. I'm going to share with everybody. Susie, if you don't mind, I'm going to jump in and share this.
Okay.
Everybody can comment on it if you like. I tried to put it together so it makes sense. Patrick's story
Oh,
challenge.
this.
Um, I think how old this is. I've used bits and pieces to highlight in a show or two or thereabouts, but let's go through it, everybody. Your mic will still be on. Susie, you jump
Okay.
in anytime you like. Wait a minute. She's got something else here. What do you got for us there? What is that? Okay, you use it. I don't.
Thank you so very much,
Okay.
Susie. We were in group and Susie was really in a bad way. Yeah. Thank you for being there for me, Mia. Thank you. She says, "Okay, I have 2 baskets full of what she makes." Her, I don't know if it's crocheting. I believe it's crocheting.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, get some pictures of that. You got
Yeah.
some pictures. Make sure you get them over to Susie. Susie knows what to do with them. She'll get them over to us, and we can show everybody, so everybody get to know you. We really would love you to call into the show when we finally put the phone number up. We could do it today, but we're not going to do it right now, so that way you have a heads up. But we're going to have the live streams where you can call into the show and other stuff. But we'd like you to, for the audience to get, and the viewers to get to actually hear your voice at some point. But of course, you're always welcome to join the show and be on camera with us. We can always work that out. Like Susie says, we'll work it out. Patrick is a 29-year-old graphic designer, everybody. Now, he's struggled with the ability to actually tell people no, or to put up boundaries. He was the guy. I like the way Susie said it. He's the male version of Susie in the sense that he was the go-to guy, making everybody else happy, making sure that everybody else was a part of whatever he had going on. And so he never put himself in a position to stand up for himself, whether it was listening to endless complaints, cleaning up others' messes, situations, circumstances. He was the guy that put up with manipulation. He tolerated it. Just in case anybody's wondering, Mia said that she had 2 baskets, and here it is. She said of crocheting. That's something that Susie mentioned. And we're going to look to have you on. I just wanted to make sure to put that up for everybody so they can read that. Patrick one day decided enough was enough. He resolved to avoid toxic people or situations, circumstances that undermined his peace. He lost his peace. Whatever I'm telling you right now is the cleaned up version. so, so I'm laying this out for you, but Patrick had had enough. He felt that others were manipulating him, misusing him, and treated him as if he didn't exist. He was invisible. They didn't see him for who he was. They only saw him as an object to be used for their personal gain, whatever it was, especially at work. All right, so here's the story of Patrick. He turned his life around by taking, again, this has been shaped and condensed. He took 10 key steps. That's what he did. He took 10 key steps. So, Susie, that's what we're going to look at right now, these 10 key steps. Again, these 10 key steps, everybody that's out there, I have used them before, but never all at the same time in the same setting. Let's do it right now. Step 1, he identified the toxic people in his life. So Patrick decided that it was time for him to make a list of individuals who he felt were not contributing to his energy, his success, his mental well-being. NATV Network is about 3 fundamental things: wellness, mental health, and the psychology of human behavior. This story fits in because his wellness was under attack over decades. So taking a long look at his life, it was time for a list. He makes a list of people who drained his energy or consistently brought negativity into his life. So who are we talking about? In a nutshell, anyone who was manipulative, a coworker, a friend. For example, a friend who constantly gossiped about others and belittled him and his successes or ignored his happy times. And even a member of his own inner circle, his family, a family member who used guilt and shame to control him, to get what they needed. Recognizing these toxic patterns had an effect on him. That was the turning point for Patrick. Step 1, he began to identify toxic people in his life. It became real to him, Susie, that he needed to do something.
Yeah.
Step 2, it's one thing to point out a problem, and it's another thing to provide a solution that you can adapt and customize to your own personal life. Just because you hear it in a YouTube video, just because you heard it on NATV doesn't mean you can do it in your own personal life. You must customize the boundaries that work for you. And that's what Patrick did in step number 2. He set boundaries. Easy to say, but Patrick had to customize it for his life. Not for Paxton's life, not for Susie, not for Crystal, not for Gemma, not for anybody else on YouTube or anywhere else. Patrick decided to set firm boundaries for Patrick. He practiced saying things like, I can't talk about this right now. He also said, I need to focus on my own priorities. Now that shook up the world he existed in prior to boundaries. People began to process in their own twisted mind that something's wrong with Eric. For people who constantly sought his attention, think about that. Maybe you're experiencing it. Constantly seeking his attention. When would he have time, as Eric put it, I'm going to say it the nice way, to have some attention for himself, to take care of himself? Or like he said, I couldn't even go buy cologne. I would forget taking a shower. There are so many things that he lists under step 2 that he just had people crossing his boundaries, his private time, even in the bathroom. Even in the bathroom, he could not have private time. For people who constantly sought his attention, he started limiting his availability. Can you relate, Susie?
Absolutely.
Eric can too in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He says, take inventory.
Mm-hmm.
Separate the
I'll
good
put that
stock
back up
from
for
the
everybody.
bad. Yeah,
Yeah.
separating the good stock from the old stock.
Great way to
Absolutely.
say it, Eric. He had something before that too. I'm gonna put up. What do you
I
say?
bet Patrick has now got emotional kung fu. Ha
Uh,
ha.
I'm going to tell
That's
you at
right.
the end of these 10 a little bit about Patrick, but
I-
I don't. I would hope one day he could come on the show, but he's loving his life, his quiet life right now,
Love
because
it.
he's cleared out individuals that don't need to be there. Step 3. Step 3, Eric, you may appreciate this. He limit social media interactions. I'm saying that because I'm thinking of something Eric said in a show quite a while back. But here we go. This is what Patrick did. To avoid toxic behavior online, Patrick unfollowed or muted people who posted negative or confrontational content. Didn't
Yeah.
Susie just say that, everybody?
Yeah. I
Okay.
had to do that.
It's crazy. It's just
It
crazy.
helps. It really helps
How does it help?
because I'm not reminded of all the negativity or all the things that I went through. I mean, I'm not going to forget it, but why
Right, right.
remind myself every day? I have to focus on the positive.
As a matter of fact, it says uh, in what we're talking about, Patrick's life, it says some of the points I tried to put together, and I repeat, I'll say it a few more times after this. This is the clean version. I had to do a lot of editing. So, but I
Okay.
love his frankness and what he shared with us as a channel. He curated or he put together a social media feed that worked for him. And what does that mean? Well, for you, for myself, everybody individually, we know what we need to feed on when it comes to our physical food. He recognized that in his life, he needed to feed on something that was, one, uplifting, and two, inspiring. Now, that's what he looked for. We all may look for different things.
Mhm.
He needed something uplifting and inspiring. And if it didn't fit that, it wasn't going to work for him. Unfollowed and muted individuals. Step 4, practice the pause rule. Now, what does that mean? Well, if someone said or did something that upset him, now this sounds like NATV for sure, because we ban people all the time if they say something crazy in the chat.
Mhm.
If someone said or did something that upset him, he would pause, he would reflect before reacting. This helped him avoid getting sucked into unnecessary drama. So here on our channel, it was very important from day one. Our family decided to make sure people had a safe space, not just by the words of saying safe space. We literally remove people on a regular basis that are not confrontational, but just are not encouraging.
Mhm.
It's one thing to express yourself. That's a different type of letter E you use. But we also encourage you to be encouraging to individuals, no matter what stage of recovery that they're going through. Eric got something for us.
Eric says social media is straight dope. I am from the world of 12 steps. Social media is a delivery device for chemical reactors in the brain that mimic addiction. It is a huge concern.
He is spot
Wow.
on.
Mm-hmm.
And so many, I'm going to pull something that you said a while back today, a few hours ago, in regards to different things that you were not trying to expose yourself to online because you were either past that stage or it's just where you are right now. Finish the rest for me. You say it better than I would.
Yeah, I can't go back there. I need to go forward. I want to, you know, look at like Patrick said, encouraging things. I need to learn. I just have this craving for knowledge and for happiness and positivity. So yeah, I totally agree. It can it can totally fog your brain and bring you down. It kept me stuck for a long time. It's one thing to understand what I was going through and to learn about it, but then you have to move on and move up and move forward and change it up.
Absolutely. That moves us to step number 5. We're halfway there. 10 steps that Patrick put into his life. The clean version. That's I'm going to keep saying that. It's the clean version.
I want to
You
hear
have
the
no.
other version.
Hey,
I don't want to
hey,
hear it, but I
nah,
want to
you
see.
don't want to.
I'm just
Nah, you don't want to. You don't
just
want
be
to.
like, I'm done with these.
You
Yeah.
know how you can either speak or talk to someone and they're just letting it all out,
Yeah, just
and
venting it.
it could sound like wild talk, and that they're just uncontrolled
Sometimes you
anger,
need to do
but
that.
actually
Yeah.
their brain is deleting stuff in files,
Mhm.
but it's doing it out in the open, where it's like, this
I've done
stuff,
it.
I'm done with this
Just got to
stuff.
get it out. And
Yes,
that's the way it has to come out. And
yeah,
that's it.
and it comes out. Can't take it
Yep.
personal if you're in the room, and
No.
you can't be judgmental just because you hear it that way, because someone has been living with that. As in this case, we're talking about Patrick, one of our longtime viewers. Patrick did step number 5: spend more time alone. Sound familiar, Susie? You just said that a little bit
Yes.
earlier. When you were
Yes.
saying things, I was going like, well, I'm not going to even read this thing about Patrick's letter that he was like that I cleaned up. Forget it,
Yeah.
because you're spot on,
Solitude.
right? Yeah. What did you say
Yeah.
about solitude again for those who may have come in later? Or go ahead. What did you
I
mention?
feel like I was forced into isolation for 25 years. But when I decided to put myself in solitude, it was my choice to find myself, be with myself, figure out who I was, spend time with myself, learn about who I was, what I wanted to do in my future. And it was completely different. I didn't feel lonely. I didn't feel depressed. I didn't feel sad. I was on a mission. I was doing work on me, putting myself in solitude. And I
If
never realized that.
if if you did that work on you that you're describing, that you just described, and you said that also earlier, we've talked many times, Crystal,
Mhm,
myself, you've said that many times, what you just said,
mhm,
and you've gotten stronger at doing it.
mhm,
If if you had been in that mode, that mindset, before you ever met anybody,
mhm.
what would your life have possibly been like if you were
Think
locked and loaded mentally the way you're describing right now, before you ever said yes to be with the first person who was narcissistic in your life?
mhm. Honestly, I would have been really amazing. I
What do you mean?
no,
You are amazing right
no,
now. I
I'm
know what you
telling
mean.
you
I'm just
right
messing with you.
now, I'm not, like, blowing smoke on
No, you're
myself
not
and this and that.
boasting. You're not bragging. You're not.
No, no,
You're
I'm not
laying it out.
being
Go ahead.
I
Lay it out, sister.
if I could overcome what I just went through just with this last relationship, oh my gosh, I can't even imagine what I would have been capable of if I had not gone through all that. Although I've learned great lessons having gone through it all,
Hmm.
I would have been, and my aunt and everyone, you know, that I'm around now that I've reconnected with, they
Hmm.
tell me all the time that I was always like this, and they're
The
just
way, wait,
so
the way you are right now, you mean?
yeah,
Yeah.
but they're like, "Susie, you're back."
Oh
And
wow,
I'm like,
that's beautiful.
"Really?"
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I would have been I don't even I could have done anything
We should
because
we should we
it's in
should
my
do that.
head.
We should do a
Yeah.
show.
Mhm.
I gotta say, well, we could do a show, but we should do a stream in which
Yeah.
everybody brings a list of things that they believe they would have done if the toxic person hadn't have got their fangs into them.
Mm,
Anyhow, that just popped into my head.
yeah. It's
Anybody
a
else out
hard
there,
one,
you can go
though.
ahead and do a stream or a show like that. That's fine. We'll do it too. There's enough room on the internet for all of this stuff.
Ours is
Patrick
gonna
did
be
step
cool,
number
though.
5. Look at you. You're so
We've been
humble.
through a lot, I'm
I didn't
telling
say
you.
it. You said, yeah,
I'm
so
just saying.
I got you. I got
Uh,
you. So step number 5, spend more time alone. What does that mean? What did it mean in Patrick's life? You just heard what it meant to Susie, but what did it mean for Patrick, one of our viewers and supporters of the channel? He spent evenings reading, journaling, and get this, everybody, exploring hobbies, that's with an S, hobbies like photography. So not just like reading, journaling, photography. He had multiple hobbies that helped him expand who he was. This gave him time to recharge himself, to reflect on what truly made him happy. Does that sound tantalizing and teasing to you if you're listening or watching NATV right now? This stream is open to you and available to you on a Friday because 6 days a week you may find yourself consumed with breaking down who the other person is. We want you on Friday, when you come here or come in for 10 minutes or whatever it may be, that it's your time. It's not just your time to come home to you, but you're coming home, spending time on what truly makes you happy. Step 6, prioritize supportive relationships. Again, Susie was hitting all of these things. You just got through talking about this kind of stuff, you and Mia. But before I do that, let's put Eric's words up.
Eric says, work in the subconscious, that the domain of the consistent few. Long is the journey, harsh is the environment. Some gain self-recognition and others remain trapped in a riddle. Yeah.
Mia says, we change so much once we are in an abusive relationship. Now, what she means by that, it's not for the good in many cases. It wasn't happy as a kid or as kids. A jokester start water battles. Is that what it is? She's saying that she, right? It wasn't happy.
Jokester.
I may have misread that, or am I reading it
She
wrong?
wasn't happy as a kid. A
Got it.
jokester start water battles. Yeah.
Eric says Patrick is a straight Jedi.
Straight Jedi, baby. I
Hey,
can tell.
he's
Yeah,
so-
he sounds
he's
like
so-
a cool dude.
He's so far I couldn't get him to come on the show. That's how straight Jedi he is. He's like, you know
Awesome.
what? He left that so far behind, including the worker. You don't
Yeah.
even have that job the same place anymore. So everything has
Wow.
changed. Priorities, prioritizing, good relationships,
Mhm.
healthy relationships, supportive relationships. We can just keep going with words, but what does it really mean? Well, to offset the absence of toxic people, when the void is gone because you've diminished their contact, their association, you can see them coming. There's a void there that needs to be filled. Well, Patrick decided to invest more time in nurturing relationships that were supportive, people in his family, supportive friends. So not avoiding everyone for the sake of a few, one or two knuckleheads, people who have an agenda, but start associating with people who had a purpose in life. And they also had a plan how to get to that purpose. Sometimes if we're not careful, this is not in Patrick's words, and it may be Eric's words, but these are not in Patrick's words. These, you guys are stuck with me. I'm going to say this to you. 4 fundamental things to keep in mind. And this is what I love about point number 6, step number 6, prioritize supportive relationships. There are 4 fundamental things you can pick up off of people. 1, they have a purpose. 2, they have a plan. 3, they have an arrangement. 4, they have an agenda. Most of the time, we're focusing on someone's plan or agenda. We can get confused. It can continue to shift. But when people have a purpose, it is unmistakable in their tone, in their vocabulary, and it's unmistakable in their ability to get back up through disappointment or being knocked down. So if you ever wonder, out of all the people that have been on this channel, almost close to 800 people in 5 years, I'm telling you, I love working with Susie and I love working with Crystal. And Gemma has been a jewel. We are happy to have her on the channel as well because they show themselves to have a purpose. No hidden agenda, no designed coercive control arrangement, a focused plan that is adaptable so they can achieve their purpose. And Patrick looked for people like that. People that he can invest his energy and emotional strength in. He scheduled coffee dates, game nights, phone calls with these individuals, photography sessions, and a number of other things he talked about. All of that for one fundamental purpose. He wanted to be uplifted. If it didn't uplift him, he was out. If they wanted to just have him all the time and drain him, he was out. But if there was a mutual uplifting, even though purposes and plans were different, they could come together and make an arrangement, a positive arrangement, and they both had a positive agenda. Please keep that in mind. I told you I'd get on my daddy soapbox again today. All right, so what we got in the chat, everybody? I was happy as a kid is what Mia was saying.
Oh, good.
But when she got into the abusive relationship, what she was trying to highlight to all of us is that it all changed. That makes sense. Eric says, I got mom and she is steely like no one else. I am here by choice, and plus my friends all know how to make my pulse, and that too is good for me. What did she got there? Oh, that's you, Susie. You got the book.
Page 1, read second paragraph in Mia's book.
I'll go ahead and read Eric's while you're doing that, and then we'll get back to Patrick, everybody, in a minute. We are
What'd you say?
a little
Page
over halfway.
1, second paragraph?
What do we got there? Page 1, read second paragraph. Read that for us in just a moment. Let me read Eric. Eric says, a philosophical approach to the soul so that they might live the examined life. And I love the last two words of that for sure. Great comment, though, Eric. The examined life. I said three words there. The examined life. But the people who don't want you to examine their life, it's one thing to be private. It's another thing to have an agenda that will hurt someone else. And sometimes we talk about red flags. The mental health community can say that. The amateur mental health community or the professional mental health community can talk about that. But people who are at peace with their purpose don't mind being examined. They don't mind being examined. Starts with like a rug. You got it?
Yes.
That's what she said. Go ahead and read that for everybody here. Everybody, thank you for hanging out with us. Stream every Friday. We're not talking 1 or 2 hours. We stream longer than that. We are your place to stop. Here in the States, in California, for sure, they got this thing called AM PM. We're kind of like your AM PM, your pit stop place to 7-Eleven kind of a thing for.
Is that what it is?
For feeling, yeah, whatever. You know, those places that are open 24.
Like 7-Eleven.
Yeah, something like that. Whatever. Okay, go ahead. You ready? I think I stalled enough. Go ahead.
Yep. No, I was ready.
Okay. Right,
stepping out of the darkness into the light. Marianne Mooney's book. Page 1, second paragraph. Like a rug, I lay there while being beaten and stepped on over and over again. These are the things I knew well, and well I did. But in my heart, deep within me, there were hopes and dreams. I was cunning and battled my way to the top of that abyss for what seemed like an eternity. I finally saw the light and gripped it with all that was inside of me. I came to know that I would survive and become the person I was always meant to be. That's beautiful, Mia.
I love
you
that.
are a survivor. Yep.
I want to dissect that in another show. Well, Susie, you and I put our heads together.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
How old were you there, Mia? How old were you? You were a child, or was this with your ex? I'm just curious. Wow. Yeah, I have to.
I'm processing what you just said. I really am.
Right? I mean, having that happen to you, and then in your mind knowing that you are going to survive and be the person that she was always meant to be. That's awesome. Yeah, I always knew I'd get out. I didn't know how, right? You don't know how, when. You were 21. No.
Wow.
And you always knew that you'd be free. And you are free.
Everyone stay tuned. We will let you know when Mia's going to be on the show, where we can dedicate some time for her to speak to our audience, to our viewers, members, subscribers, so that you can get even more encouragement from Mia. Everything about NATV Network is about 1, positive. 2, informative. And 3, encouraging. P-I-E. You may like cake, but when it's time for you to come over and get a piece of pie, come over and get it from us. P-I-E. Positive, informative, and encouraging. That encouraged me. I seriously want to, we're going to dissect that.
You got to come and read
Totally,
read a
yeah,
couple more
we're going to have
chapters for
to,
us yourself, Mia.
yeah, that's what we
That
need
would
to
be
do.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the idea of doing some pre-recorded stuff with
Mhm.
Mia. And
Yep.
we could just insert it into the show. Mia, we're gonna make you. And I know Susie's gonna say yes to this for sure. On SZTV Network, her network as well as ours, we're gonna make you commercials for your book and help you sell your book. Okay,
Absolutely.
we'll talk to you about that. We'll talk to you about that without a doubt, and we need to do that because that is what our audience needs to hear. What Susie just read out of your book. Those words came from, yes, your mind, but definitely from your heart and your lived experience. Step number 7, Patrick declined invitations, and he did so guilt-free. Remember, Gemma was here talking to us about shame and guilt. Made some really strong, valid points. When toxic friends invited Patrick to go do something, Patrick learned to politely decline. Where in the past he would have said yes, he would have said yes out of obligation or a sense of responsibility, but not out of wellness or mental health and well-being. He began to understand the importance of saying, I'm busy. I'm not available. I'm not able to handle that task. Saying I'm busy became his go-to phrase, and then he had backup and follow-up phrases that he could use. And to certain individuals, he needed to say it a certain way, where others, he could just say it and be done. With others, he had to make sure there was a note of finality in his tone when he said it. So they knew, I'm not going to keep repeating myself. He reminded himself that saying no to others was what we all understand and have heard many times over. It can become cliche. You are really saying yes to yourself. So if you've never heard that before,
I like that.
check this out. He reminded himself that saying no to others was saying yes to his own well-being. NATV Network is all about well-being. And that's what he was focusing on. Please take some of these points to heart. The whole point of making a stand like that would be for what reason, Susie? Tell the audience and for our viewers, what would be the point of him declining invitation? Because he's just a jerk?
No, he's protecting his peace, his mental health. He's protecting his life. He has self-worth, self-respect. How many times have I gone into places, even family members, and been disrespected or eyes rolled at me? Like, no. I think it was 2 years ago. I think I even told you. One time I just got up, I was like, "I'm going home.
Yeah, I know.
Goodbye."
Yeah.
And it was
Yeah.
like the first time ever. I
What did I
finally
tell you?
chose me.
When you told me that,
You're
wait,
so
everybody, this is
happy.
pretty much
Yeah.
I'm gonna make this up. This is kind of what I said. Everybody just hold on now. Everybody don't go anywhere. Don't say anything. Just hold on a second.
I
Let me
know
see if
it's coming.
I got it. Oh, wrong button. Hold on. Hey, oh, okay, hold on, everybody. Just don't move. Oh man, where is it? It's the first show of 2025. I don't know where it is.
Game over.
Game over. You
There
know
you
it's
go.
gonna do it. You know,
I knew it.
it's been months. I haven't used it, so I was
That's
game
right.
over. Game over, baby.
And it was
Game
game
over.
over.
You
That
sit there
was
go
it.
like, oh yeah, game over, buddy. I ain't playing. I'm out of here.
Nope.
You go
Peace.
ahead
Peace
and
out,
keep
Cub
that.
Scout.
Yeah, peace out, Cub Scout. We got to go to the chat. She got some more homework for you to do in real time here. Do you see it? Page 82.
82, a poem from my daughter, a different one. Oh, you have such talented
While you're
children.
doing that, I'm going to drop Eric into the chat here. What Eric put in, I'm going to put up on the screen. What he dropped into the chat, I'm going to put on the screen. Declining invitations, please make sure you make it a point to stay loyal and true to yourself. Have a measure of strong integrity to yourself as well, to do so guilt-free. Whatever we talk about on NATV, you can find it all across the web, on any platform, all over the place. The difference is we We are crazy. Everybody else is sane. Everybody we tell you to go see, Tracy A. Malone, everybody. I could list a bunch of people, and you'll start seeing names. We're going to do tribute shows to people that have been on the show. We're going to say a lot of things say thanks to a lot of people. But we want you to know when you come here, you're the one that's sane. We're the crazy people. Sometimes, as somebody told me, we go watch these other videos because we feel crazy and they help me be sane. I want you to know when you come here, it's in reverse. We're crazy about you getting better. We are crazy about you expressing yourself through tears. We are crazy about you taking care of your children, no matter what the situation is at present. And Susie said a little bit earlier, you're going to be okay. You're going to make it through. And we're crazy about you looking back and coming on here or being with us or looking in the mirror or dancing all night laughing. I made it through. And what does it mean to make it through? Let's go to point number 8. Step number 8 that he implemented was using grounding techniques in triggering situations. So let's just read it. What I got written here is when Patrick had to interact with unavoidable toxic people. One second, everybody. Grab my throat there. When he began to recognize there's certain people he just couldn't avoid, certain toxic people, such as a coworker, he used grounding techniques. Like this came up earlier from Gemma. Deep breathing, focusing on a neutral object. And these techniques and methods, Crystal, I think, touched on it as well. These methods, modalities, whichever way you want to look at it, survival guide techniques, helped him to stay calm. He wanted to stay calm, not prove a point, not be right, not to run away, to stay calm in that state of confrontation or problems, because it was an unavoidable situation that he needed to deal with. And he kept himself composed. So the two things that I'm going to repeat right now, this is what he was emphasizing to me was important for him. He needed to stay calm and composed. So do me a favor, everyone listening, and again, this is for mainly our subscribers and our regular viewers and our members. Go look up from a dictionary the definition of calm and composed. Implement the techniques that you see there that are synonyms. Those words, repeat them to yourself. Even as you do maybe breathing techniques or focusing on an object or other things that work for you. Something on your wrist, a rubber band, some beads, whatever it may be that you see works for you. Don't let the toxic person win by sucking your positive energy. You've got this. You've definitely got this. The more we keep saying it to them, they're not going to need us anymore. They're going to start watching.
It's true, though.
Yeah, you're going to start watching, Columbo or something. Somebody, old show. What do we got here? I know you got page 82, but I got to put what Eric says here.
Yep.
What is it?
Haha, invitations. I retired my Batman suit. Haha, no one calls me when the knives and guns come out on Jefferson no more. I went offline working immediate security on call. My Batman suit.
Batman suit. I'm going to try to find some way I can put that on the
Gloria,
screen.
I'm busy, or no explanation is a yes to your own mental health. Exactly. Yep. Mia says, we are safe when we are here. We can be who we are, cry, laugh, etc. Yes. This is a safe
You have just
place.
made my year, and it just started.
Yeah.
Mia, what Mia's talking about, for those of you that are here with us, this is what our show preps are trying to do. What she just said, we don't have an agenda for likes and views. And everybody, just so you know, just for the record, a lot of times people have paid for that stuff, you guys. And it's so easy to find out. I can't even, Susie knows what I'm talking about because we help people with their brand. I can, it's amazing how many people have 80,000 or whatever, and it's not real, you guys. It's really not real.
Me is
You,
real.
me is, yeah. And so follow people that are real, get the information you need, and you continue to do what you do, which is all of you are being real. When you
And thank you,
cry
Mia.
and you
Yeah, thank
laugh
you.
and you express yourself, that's perfect because you provide a safe space for somebody else when they see you or they're around you to cry, laugh, to speak and express themselves. That doesn't mean that you won't be called out on something, or someone else or your boss won't bring something to your attention. That doesn't mean that they're toxic, but it may mean that they're helping you grow. But what we're talking about right now is there are certain things that you've experienced that may come back and trigger you, and certain people are unavoidable. Focus on staying calm, being composed, and then try step number 9 that he highlighted. Focus on positive self-talk. So remember now, number 8 is internally staying calm and composed when you have to deal with the external, unavoidable toxic individuals and circumstances, coworkers, whatever it may be. Don't give them constant space in your head. Get outside. Focus on the things that you know are grounding. Oxygen, gravity, the ocean, the forest, birds. We can go on and on and on. Find what works for you. You want to jump rope? Jump rope. Okay, I'm going to bring up what you told me the other day, Susie.
You're going to jump on a
Yeah, I
trampoline?
knew it. You
Jump.
beat me to it. You beat me. I thought I was sneaking up in on you. She got me good. She got me good. I told you got me good the day you did it in our show prep. And I said, that's pretty good. I told you the fires have been keeping me and my family busy, but out here in California. But I told you what, I haven't got it yet, but I'm going to get it.
Yep.
I probably have my head go through the ceiling. I don't have to do it. I'm going to do it on our property on the side of the property or something where I got plenty of room. But you going to get one? Are you going to get one?
Yeah, I want the little one. I'm just going to get the little one. It's safer.
No, I'm going to get a little one too, but
yeah.
At 5'9", if I start,
I know, I'm looking up. I'm 5'10". I don't know.
Oh, wait, yeah, that's right. You're 5'10", so
too,
yeah, I got the same thing. I said I got to do it outside. I already do the jump roping and stuff like that, and other things that I do. But that one, I want to do the trampoline. I just got to get one. I'll do it maybe before the next show. Get one in.
Blood pumping.
I may film it for everybody for you guys to see. I still haven't shown the dancing, huh? Yeah.
I know, waiting for that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I may show that stuff. Because I may do some more and film it and then show it in maybe March.
Wait till you get some of me and Crystal.
I cannot. I told you. I told Crystal that yesterday when Crystal and I were talking. I can't wait for you two to be together in Florida.
I have to get a date from her. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I just told her yesterday, you better give her a date because this is like real. She said, "Oh no, Susie's for real." I said, "Yep, Susie." She's not saying it to say
I'm gonna be knocking on her door.
You're like, "Hey, I told you what. Give me a date. What time we're gonna do it?" So focus on positive self-talk. Patrick noticed. This is number 9. He noticed how toxic people had affected his self-esteem. Again, recap. Number 8 was dealing with people outside of yourself and trying to stay calm and composed. Now we can begin to say things to ourselves and turn on ourselves. It doesn't mean you're a rotten person. It doesn't mean you're toxic to yourself. It doesn't mean just because you know the cause of why you're doing it, people affecting your self-esteem, that you got to keep doing it or beat yourself into submission. So to counter this, what Patrick did is he practiced. It's like you would practice shots, basketball shots. I'm not talking about alcohol shots, people. Cut that out. So practice some type of exercise or practice making a certain meal. When we practice something, it's amazing what our brain begins to do. It begins to create a pattern. If we practice bad habits, it'll be very challenging to stop that, but it can be done. If we practice positive habits, we almost have like an alarm system that lets us know when we're in danger around toxic people. He practiced positive affirmations positive thoughts, positive statements as a part of a pattern. He wasn't looking for results. He was looking to create a pattern to replace, supersede, wipe out the negative pattern of being around one or two or a group of toxic people. Removing those people was important, but removing the pattern of thoughts that they injected into his brain, his subconscious, was very important. I see you, chat. I'll get to you in just a minute. He began to find a pattern of saying things, for example, telling himself, I deserve respect and peace. That may sound familiar because Susie said that at least twice today. I deserve respect and peace. Make note of it if you so choose to. And I'm strong enough to set boundaries. Sometimes a person can talk themselves out of a boundary without ever being around the people they need to put the boundary on, simply because they think, I don't think I'm strong enough to even set it, let alone keep it, because that person is stronger than I am and more pushy than I am. They're a narcissist. They're this, all those other labels that are out there. You've got this. Focus on positive self-talk. Develop a pattern. When you falter, or if you falter, whatever it may be, pick yourself back up and go to it again. I'm going to read step number 10 in just a moment. Susie, tell me your thoughts on that, and I'm going to turn my attention to the chat because they're talking about trampolines.
My thoughts on respecting ourselves
Positive self-talk.
and positive self-talk. I think it is so important. I didn't do it. I don't think I ever understood how important it was, positive self-talk. I believed what I was being told, and now I understand that, like, I can do it. And if I just tell myself I can do it, I inspire myself to give it my best shot, and usually it's pretty good. So, definitely, definitely important. So Eric is saying, haha, I'm working through the first lines of, oh my goodness. Can you say that, Paxton? Alcibiades? Plato,
I'm
currently.
going with Plato.
Okay, Plato,
Hey,
currently.
we don't mess with Eric because Eric be reading books. So I go
Ooh,
with Plato.
Eric, and he can spell. He is an intelligent man. Plato, currently. Even there, I had to pause to ingest the synonyms and antonyms for what Socrates said in the opening lines. Interesting.
I have to say, if you've never had the experience of doing what he's talking about, I touched on it a little bit earlier, but Eric is expanding and expounding on it. If you've never taken the time, I've tortured many people that come on and do shows with me, including Susie. You guys can't see Susie; she's nodding her head right now. And Crystal, I've been working with Crystal since 2021. Susie since 2023, 2022, something like that. 2022. I think it's 2020. Is it 3? I can't remember. It's 3. Okay.
23. It's only a year and a half.
But check it out. If you come and deal with me on this show, I will tell you, make sure you have a calculator and a dictionary.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Okay?
I've
Because you can't
learned.
talk to me unless you got a calculator and a dictionary. And if you're ever wondering, and many of you have not met my daughters yet, they walk around with a calculator and a dictionary because they never know when I may go on dad rant. And it's not what you think. If you got a bad dad, I'm not in that category. What?
But a couple times ago when we had meetings, I actually figured out the numbers before. I don't know if you noticed it. I did it like a webinar thing, and I was like, okay.
I didn't even mess with you. I know what
I
you're
was
talking
like,
about. I feel like,
I already
I
know
ain't
the
messing with her.
numbers.
She's already ahead of me. She
I
already
did my
got
homework.
she got
I
the numbers,
know.
man. I know. I told you I'm easy to figure out. Easy to figure out.
That's it. Yeah.
I'm easy to figure out, and I'm easy to live with. Don't believe the people that live with me because they don't know what they're talking about. So except my daughter. So what I'm going to say is,
too.
oh, you are. I told you that before. I told Crystal that too. I said everybody calling you crazy are people that can't.
You ain't crazy, right?
They can't control you.
Nope.
Yeah. So they rather, the
But there's
expression.
really nothing to control. We're just us.
That's the thing. There you go.
They can't figure it out.
There is nothing to control. That's what freaks them out.
Yeah.
And they're always trying to figure you out. Okay, so everybody understand the whole synonym. Eric has brought this up to our attention for the chat. The synonym antonym thing is where you want to go. I got two people that brought that to my attention. One was my dad, and the second person in my later life, now that I'm over 60, was people that I've had on this show. Professionals. One of them being Sam Vaknin. Like, people are saying words and they don't have no idea what they're saying. Go look it up. And when you look at the synonym and the antonym, live off of that, not the definition. We'll have a show and we'll do a breakdown on screen just for the fun of it, just so we can all sit and laugh and talk about it. But you will be surprised how your understanding will not just go deep, it will broaden. Sure. When you are able to change your vocabulary, not by the definition, but by the application of the variations of that word. So I know you've been listening all this time to these beautiful women, and now I'm confusing you, or I'm not confusing you, and you're taking it one way or the other. Just trust me on this. Whatever word that you hear labeled in mental health, try to understand there are other sides to it. Don't let people just confuse you or run behind a label. I get you in the chat. I know you guys are doing stuff. So let's do this before we get to number 10. Trampoline is so cool to do. Mia is spot on. I just haven't done it in years, and I need to buy
And
one.
she can do it in the house because Mia said she's 4'11",
oh
so
my God,
she's
I believe
good.
you just
You're
said
good.
that right now.
What? It's true.
Well, it is true. I'm just.
Well, Mia,
that's funny.
it's true. She's lucky. Me, we'll go through the ceiling.
Both of us. That's what I told you the other day. That's the only reason I was like,
you got it made, Mia. You got to get a
man.
trampoline in the house.
Take it to the park. You be doing it all day long till you pass out. Well, Eric's got something else before we get to number 10. I am retreating further into myself. This is my last run, and I'm putting it all in order I can understand. A simple man is what I shall become. Go on dropping those lines like that. That's really good. Mia says, no, you are not weak to put up boundaries. It's how they made you feel. That sense of feeling unsafe, unsecure, and thrown into isolation will cause you to be in a state of desperation.
Yes.
And they know they did that. Yep. It does not matter who else knows or doesn't know. You know they did that to you. So instead of what you and I think Crystal were talking about reactive abuse or something like that. Instead of being pushed or baited, or as one time I heard it, instead of being seduced into reactive abuse, let them have it. They want the game, go ahead and have the game. I'm not playing because I know what you did. I ain't got to tell the whole planet.
Yep.
I just have to let you go. Or wait, what is you have a segment called it's letting go,
letting
right?
Go. Yeah, letting go.
Like you just went through that, talking about that.
Can't hurt me no more. You can't hurt me no more. What you gonna do?
That will drive them crazy because they're sitting there watching YouTube videos expecting you, knowing what your next move is supposed to be, and you don't do it.
Surprise.
You keep watching them videos and think, oh, okay, that woman told me that, and I bought this course and they told me that. And they've done the same thing. They're ready. Yeah. They're ready for you. And you sit there and go like, you know what? I'm going to do like a possum on the road. I'm just going to play dead. And it throws everything off. If you find yourself in a dangerous, violent situation, what should they do, Susie? You've been there. What should they do?
Get help. Get support. Call a hotline. Call a support group. Call 911. Call someone you trust. Get to safety. That's why I always had my go bag ready. Get out. Don't wait. It's not going to get better. Get out. Get help. Get support.
I don't know how many times I've posted what Sam Vaknin said. Professor Sam Vaknin, when he came on the show, he was so vehement about what we were talking about right now.
Yeah.
It's not literally saying it is not going to work.
No. It will get worse.
You don't know how worse they will get and how quick. Each one is different. Situation is different. Just when you think I got, would you say 7 times or whatever? No.
Yep.
The one should be enough.
Yep. Like the last one was almost my last one.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's no joke.
And if you don't know Susie's story, we are at some point gonna go into that again. But we'll tell you more about that and Susie and I are going to talk some more. But there's something that we're planning on our end for many of you new viewers to get to know that. Eric's got some other things up. I'm going to get to point number 10. Eric, it says, I got my calculator and my dictionary. That, I think, you know what? I think I'm going to have to. I think I'm going to have to make a
Liquid?
shirt. I'm reading the last part.
Oh, okay.
But I'm leaving it up for everybody else to read that's there. But I'm saying the whole calculator and dictionary, just make sure you have a calculator and dictionary when you come now from NA to NATV Network. And here's why. I'll give you an example. I know I said I'm going to read step 10. I am. I'm not going to forget, even though I'm a senior citizen. Here we go. This is why you need a calculator. There are 24 hours in a day. There are 168 hours in a week. I hope you're writing this down. That's what our show preps are like, right? I'll be doing that to you guys.
I heard this one before. I'm like,
okay,
wait a
I know
minute,
you
shouldn't
did.
I know
Not
this?
that you got it. Yeah, you should know this.
Okay,
But I'll just say it again. So there's 24 hours in a day. There's 168 hours in a week. I love numbers and I love words. There are 672 hours in a month. I'll repeat that. 24 day, 168 week, 672 a month, 24, 168, 672. Okay, 672 hours in a month. How much time are you spending thinking about the narcissist? Try to calculate the amount of hours out of 672. To make it fun, you take the number 672 hours in a month, and subtract 31 days out of the month. Subtract 8 hours of sleep for each day. You'll have a number. The 672 will be reduced, subtracting out how much time you spend sleeping. Now, if you know you're sleeping only 4 or 5 hours because the toxic person is on your mind all the time, be honest with the numbers, because numbers don't lie. Words have meaning. That's why it's important to have a dictionary. So we're not just saying words, but we really know what we're saying when we talk with a narcissist or a toxic person or an unhealthy person. It doesn't matter what convenient label you choose. They're unhealthy for your body, whether physically, spiritually, emotionally, or mentally. They are unhealthy for you. Let's go with that one for right now. Subtract the unhealthy hours of thinking about the unhealthy person. And whatever you have left, try to live that. If for some god-awful reason they are taking up 372 hours out of your 672, you need to go take your 72 back, girlfriend. You need to go get your 72 hours that you've given away, that you could be spending with your children, being a better employee, being a better entrepreneur, getting your YouTube thing on, whatever it is, getting your trampoline. I see
Getting
you
your
laughing,
life
Susie.
back.
I see you.
It's true.
Yeah, that's Susie's big thing. She said, get your life back.
Get your
I
life
love it.
back.
You need a shirt that says that. You got to talk
That's
to Bree.
it.
You need to get your life. Look, 672 hours. If you give that man 372 hours of thinking about him, and you then subtract how much sleep, you're in the red. No matter how many videos you watch on YouTube or courses you take, you are in the red. No one can get you out of the red until you dominate the hours in the month. We haven't even talked about subtracting out your hours for work. 8, 9 hours of work, a half hour, an hour to get there and back, a total of 2, maybe 10, 11 hours work-related, plus 8, you got nothing left for you. Nothing left for your children. Don't give it to them. They're not worth it. They prove to you they're not worth it if they discarded you, disrespected you, especially if they disrespect your children. They disrespect your mom, your dad. They disrespect your grandparents. They disrespect your family legacy. They're not worth it. You know who's worth it?
We are.
That's right. You look in the mirror, you are wonderfully made. You are worth it. Step number 10 from Patrick: reflect and celebrate small wins. It's self explanatory, but each night Patrick reflected on his progress. Numbers don't lie, words tell a story, they have meaning. He began to reflect on the hours and time that he spent thinking about that person. Oh, it's not going to be washed away at present. It's not going to be washed away maybe even tomorrow. But one thing is for sure, it's there to warn you not to go back. I learned that a lot from Susie. Those moments come up, those things happen, right, Susie?
Yep.
So you know, you remember how bad that felt?
Yeah.
What are you trying to do? Trying to talk to him again or go down that road
No.
when
No,
you
no.
already have peace or you've been
Yep.
saved out
Never.
of something?
Oh my gosh. You know, I've had family members say, are you sure you're staying away? I'm like, "Oh, trust me." I'm like, "No, we can see
Uh,
it. You don't even look like the same person." I'm like, "Yeah, because I'm not around that demonic energy." I don't even know what else to
yeah,
say.
no, yeah, no,
Yeah, it's
that's good
bad.
description. That's a good description.
It's probably about
Yeah.
it.
Well,
I can do
go ahead, please.
no, Mia's saying I could do the little trampoline. There you go, Mia.
I would
Yeah.
love to see it.
Yep. You gotta video it.
We should all video it.
That's it.
We should have that by summer. By before September 1st, we could work that out. You should, or you and Mia get together and do side by side trampoline. We get
There you
Crystal
go.
to do one, and we get Gemma to do one, and I'll film myself, and then
We'll
I'll
just
I'll
put
edit
all
and put
little
it all
squares
together,
up,
and
like
then while
Hollywood
we're doing the
squares with
show, I'll just.
trampolines.
I want to be in the middle square. No, just
That's
kidding.
it.
Well, I almost said that guy's name. Doggone it, just
I don't
popped in my.
know. I know. I'm
I forgot
getting
his
old.
name.
You forget
Yeah,
anything.
yeah.
Wait, the middle square was a good square? I don't remember. Did everyone wanna be in the middle
Paul,
square?
somebody, you guys, come on, Mia. Mia, you too young. Mia's
Hollywood squares.
you and Susie too young. You guys are still 28,
Oh, yeah.
29. Jack Benny 29, 39 or whatever. All right. So what Patrick had in mind was this. He celebrated small victories, like calmly ending a draining relationship. Very important. The word calming is in there. I stuck that word in there trying to explain what he was saying. So he calmly ended a draining conversation. He calmly made sure that he removed himself, disengaged from negativity. He chose not to engage with negativity, whether online or in person. He established a new brain pattern to counteract the brain trauma that he was experiencing in his mind. Not diagnosed brain trauma per se or PTSD, not even self-diagnosed that we may be thinking, but he just felt if I had to name it, I'm going to have a new brain pattern that counteracts the brain trauma. So I could get where he was coming from, trying to explain, especially us guys, trying to explain what we went through and not, he had to make sure not to give in to, I'm a guy, I should just take it and be tough. He leaned into, this is wrong. I went through this and I'm going to do something about it. And it doesn't mean I'm weak, and it doesn't mean I get to sweep it under the rug. And I love that about him. I'm paraphrasing some stuff that he wrote. So his ability to reflect and be motivated to do these things was one thing. It's one thing to get started. It's another thing to stay on track. So to him, he was trying to not just get started, but come up with a pattern to stay on track. I like that from you, Susie, a lot. And something that Crystal and I were talking about yesterday, and I appreciate some things she said, is about staying on track. And really, Gemma talks a lot about this as well. So staying on track is very important. A person can point out a problem. That's just like the news. They always point out a problem. There's no solution by the end of the show. By the end of the news, you feel depressed. And it becomes almost an addiction. You keep watching it. You just know what's going on wrong. And it can be highly opinionated. I like Patrick's approach to his situation. He could continue to tell everyone the news of what he was going through, but he decided to come up with a plan, a purpose for a new pattern in his life. He wanted to stay on track. What is it that you're dealing with that you're having a hard time staying on track with? What are you as an audience of viewers, subscribers, and members? What are your challenges? What is this new year bringing to your doorstep? Is it the same old, same old? Let us know what it is so we can put on shows of encouragement that are informative for you and that are positive for you. But mainly, consistently find the pattern to step into a stream and take what works for you and move on and move forward for whatever time that may be. But we are always going to encourage you. If you spend 10 minutes with us, you either are going to cry, you're going to laugh, or you're going to say, oh my God, what are these people doing? It's always going to happen. You're laughing. You're laughing.
All the above.
All the above. I was thinking the same thing. That's what Crystal would say. Oh, we do all of that. We just make you scratch your head, go like, I thought this was a mental health channel. Like no. When you come here, we are not narc bashing, hate everybody on the planet. There's no hope.
Doesn't help.
You can get that everywhere else. What'd you say? Go ahead.
It doesn't help. It doesn't help the situation. We need to understand what we're in and what these people are all about, but it doesn't help us in any way.
Mia's got something for us.
Mia says, I don't think about him much at all, but at night, the nightmares are terrible. Oh,
yeah,
you're still having night terrors? I'm sorry. Yep. Yeah, I had them for years.
Remember we did a show on that. You brought it up. Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah.
Bad. That's when and if I slept. Now I sleep. Sleeping is, oh my gosh, it's wonderful. Really.
Okay.
You used to always tell me, just rest, Susie, or just sleep. And I'm like, I can't. Now I can. Eric says, I
want to say something, but I'm not going to say it. Go ahead.
You can say it. No, you can say it.
No, go ahead. Just read Eric.
I got to hear it because now it's going to drive me nuts. Oh, man. Just say it.
So Susie one time was going...
Is this the
going
one
through
in the morning
something.
call?
Yeah. So everybody hear this. For all you people who've never heard this before, but for you who've heard this before, I think we've only said it maybe twice before in a show. So and it's always, I never bring it up when other people are on the show. It always ends up happening with just you and I. And so
was that the night I couldn't turn the lights on?
I'm filtered in my head. Yep. I'm filtered in my head. And so when people come to be on the show, especially if they're going to help the audience, because the whole purpose of people coming on the show, I've told everyone this that has ever been on the show. Some people get it twisted and they think it's all about them. And it is, but it's not. It's always about the audience. So come on to our show and help our audience, and we will promote you. It's really that simple. And if you can be a member of the channel at $5.99, oh my goodness, we are indebted to you because, like, what? The channel's going to only make $4, and YouTube's going to take the rest. So it's not like you'd spend a lot of money, and we will advertise you. We will promote you as long as you come and help our audience. You guys can't see Susie right now, but she's nodding her head. Crystal knows this. We all are the same. Yep. Gemma, all of us. Yep. You come on, it's $5.99, and we will help you. So I tell people, hey, look, if you need me, and they come on the show, I will give you my WhatsApp. Because I don't give that to everybody. If I don't give it to, if you've been on the show and you never got the WhatsApp, we ain't that close. We close because you helped the channel. And I love you. I really do love you. But if you're going to help the channel and really work with us so that we can help people in the community, then please take my WhatsApp. And call me are you guys ready for it? You know what's coming already. You already know what I'm going to say.
I have the WhatsApp.
Anytime. I am adaptable. Just call me anytime. Never thought she was going to call me. Ever thought 2, 3 o'clock in the morning? I can't remember what it was, or whatever, or 1 or whatever. I don't know. We talked for 3 hours, 4 hours. I don't remember something like that. Which is not a problem for me because, as you all can tell, my parents taught me to express myself and talk. So if you ever meet anybody that says, well, Paxton, I don't know, he's kind of a closed book.
Me, though.
I don't know. I did not expect her. She expressed herself in such a way. I got to know her better. I got to understand what she was insecure about, what she felt that didn't make her feel safe, and what she felt let down about.
I probably called you because I couldn't sleep and I was
Yes.
terrified, and you
Hmm.
made me feel
Hmm.
safe,
Yep.
period.
And you all talked
Yep,
about how you
and you
felt
stayed on
that
the
you let
phone.
your children down and other things.
Yep,
And
yep.
what's interesting is all she was doing, and I gotta be careful what I'm doing because I'm going to
I
start crying. She reminded me of my
Aw.
parents used to tell me, she got like, when you're at one of my sisters is dead, and they would tell me, when you deal with her, all you have to do is just listen to her. You, you, she's just processing stuff. So don't take it personal. I was real little. To me, little because I'm 60 now. So I was young. I was a teenager. That what's important to people a lot of times, but especially a woman, is that she can process out loud. Men do it all the time. I tell my daughters this all the time. I do it all the time. I'll walk around I'll be going up to the studio. I'll be talking to but I got a new plant.
True.
I got a new plant.
You talked to the
My
plant.
daughter,
Did
oh,
you
of course I do. Of course I do. I used to see
I
my
do
mother
too.
do it.
Wait,
I talk to
hold
plants all
on.
the time. What? Go
What'd you
ahead.
name it? What'd you name it?
Oh, now you're messing with me. I was not going to say
It's
it.
true.
Okay.
I
All
gotta
right.
know.
Here we go. My youngest
It's
one,
gotta be.
you know who that is. My
Uh-huh.
youngest one brings me a plant.
Mhm.
We got a plant. Because I love having plants in the house. She brings a plant. And she brings it upstairs. It's outside the studio door. Because that's
Okay.
where I wanted it. I wanted to be able to leave
Okay.
the door open and I can still see the plant when I'm in here
Right.
editing, doing other stuff, right? I don't know why I
It's your
said that.
new
Now I'm about to
because
move
it's your new
everything.
friend.
Yeah, right. My new friend, right. Exactly,
Yeah, yeah,
right. And I
yeah.
can see it whenever I'm going to go out to the balcony or anything like that, and I need to take a breather from editing, whatever it may be, right?
Yeah.
I get this plant. This plant, they asked me, my youngest, name the
Yeah.
plant.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm looking at the plant, and this is how weird I am, everybody. All I could think of, I don't know if I told you this story. Did I tell you the first thing that I ever did entrepreneur-wise was shining shoes? Did I ever tell you that? Did I tell
No,
you
I
that?
didn't hear
Okay, that
this
was Crystal
one.
I told you yesterday.
Okay.
Anyhow, so the first thing that I thought of was the time that my father told me about shining shoes. And
Mhm.
I'm not going to tell everybody the story right now. You guys will come back for next show that we have next month in February. I'll tell the story then. But I told Crystal this yesterday. The first time I ever made money, my money. My father funded me to go start this little shoe sign business in this business
Wow.
complex. There's way more to the story.
Okay.
And he said, okay, you can have a business, but your business has to have a name. And so I said, okay. I said, are you ready? This part
Yeah, I'm ready.
I didn't tell Crystal this, but everybody just hang in. I'm going to tell you the name of the plant. You're going to get it in a minute. You probably already got it. I said, I should name my business for what I do. And he said, okay, that's fine. What are you going to call the business? And I said, Shoe Shine.
You
I
shine.
literally just, I was young. I was a
You
kid.
named the plant Shoe Shine?
You got that right.
No.
Yes,
You
I
shot
did.
it. Yeah. Oh
Wait a
my
minute. Here we go.
God.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Game
Re-
over.
You
d-
got it right. Game was over.
do you
Soon
do
as I
you
saw
call
it, I
wait.
immediately thought of my dad in that moment. And I said, I'm naming it Shoe Shine.
Aw,
Both of my daughters looked at me, and my youngest one,
shook
my
the
youngest one,
head.
she
Yeah, yeah.
was like, okay, we're calling it that. And so
Shoe Shine.
they've been trying to
Do you
adapt
call
to
it
saying it.
SS? SS for short?
No.
Oh,
I
excuse
don't.
me.
No,
Okay.
no, that would
No
be
nicknames.
disrespectful. That would be
Okay.
disrespectful.
Okay.
But
Shoe Shine. I like it.
I do every now and then say, hey, what's up, Shine? Like that.
Aw.
Because right across from where the plant is, I have a kitchen area upstairs here, and there's
Uh-huh.
of course one downstairs, of course, in the house part. But upstairs here, I have where I can get a microwave.
Right,
I
like
got
a
a
little
coffee
office
machine,
area. Right.
and so every now and then I say, "What's up, Shine?" I go, "What's up, Shine? You looking good?" So I just stuff like that, just weird
All
stuff.
right.
Everybody's gonna
You
go
can,
like, "This guy is weird on this
but you
channel."
can get a little spray bottle and you can shine up the leaves on that
I
plant. I don't know what
could,
kind of thing.
but I let him take his own showers the way he needs to because he needs private time and
Okay.
he has
That's
care that Brianna takes care of with him and she does that with him.
Aw,
So
that's so sweet.
she listen, for plants to survive in the house, we leave it
Yeah,
to her.
good.
If it was left
He's
to
got the green
the
thumb.
two of the other, yes,
The green
yes,
thumb.
yeah, it's totally going down. But when it comes to what we actually need to do to
Mhm.
have a happy life, we need to truly consider taking in information that will help us grow past healing. It's one thing to
Yes.
heal, but it's another thing to move past that. So look for individuals, professionals, psychologists. And I'm saying this because I went over some of my show notes and I have not been saying this. And I was encouraged to do so when I first started delving into giving people an opportunity to share their voice online through our platform. Many professionals said you need to remind people to move past healing, that it can be just a sales tactic that people use. But there is what we now talk about here on NATV. There is a recovery, there is a restoration, and there is a transformation. And the transformation means that you have educated yourself enough that you have moved beyond allowing the toxic person, again, I can say all these labels, whatever it is that works for you, allowing that person, that unhealthy person, to dominate your peace, love, and joy. And it's just not fair to all of those who truly love you and see you for who you are. Susie, something in the chat for you.
Mia's saying, Susie, you are totally a different person. Thank you so much for recognizing that and letting me know. It means the world to me when everyone expresses it to me because I've worked so hard and I couldn't have done it without all of you. But it really feels good that now everyone is seeing it and it like I feel proud. I feel proud for the first time. So thank you so much.
We discussed, if you want to tell everybody, let me go back for a little bit, rewind for a little bit. When Susie called and we were talking, I think you said something to me is what it was, and then I just went ahead and called you. Or I think I asked you first, can you video chat?
Yes.
And yeah, I think that's what it was.
Nice.
I asked respectfully, is it okay? Can we video chat instead? Typing a lot because I'm old and that's too much, and I wanted to see you.
And it was in the middle of the
What you
night.
doing over there? I ain't gonna.
You didn't watch?
Yeah. Because I call my friends and they be over at your house knocking at the door, dragging you by your hair. No, you're not gonna do that. Get back in. Or you're not gonna go back to toxic either.
No.
And I see you, chat. I'm going to get to the chat in a minute, Eric and Mia. Just give me a moment. But what I've come to appreciate about Susie is, and we touched on this last week, I think, or whatever, it may have been this week, is the fact that you're not the same person when you first came on. And I mean, we have the tape, y'all. we got
the evidence.
We got the evidence, okay? I've seen it many times. I've edited it many times, and you will be seeing it as time goes on. And that was one of the things I didn't bring up to you the other day when we were talking, and I touched on it again when I was talking with Susie or the Crystal yesterday about you. I was touching on the fact that we both were saying with each other, you're not the same person. You don't have this. You don't even have the same assets or possessions. The same.
Oh.
The microphone has even changed a couple of times.
Yeah.
You gave one to Amber, you moved on, you upgraded, as it were, you kept upgrading your life. You are not the same person where many others that were with you at that same time or whatever the case may be. Everybody has gone through different things. Myself, everybody's gone through different things, but you have had a sense of purpose that you've never wavered on. So she may not have a number one selling book. She may not have a course that costs $1,200 or $400 or other things. And you may know people like that. But it is to your advantage to take some time and ask Susie, not just in a live stream, but privately, reach out to her and talk with her. And if you ever want to support her in what she's doing and what is she doing, she's offering her certified coaching services at no cost to women in shelters. And if you want to support her, we are asking you to become a shareholder in what she's doing by buying some of her merch, even if it's once a year. Donating to her so that she can continue to offset any costs. Because trust me, when she had her divorce, she not like rolling in the dough, people. And many of you know what that's like if you ever gone through that. She not like rolling in the dough. She can just keep, she's doing this because she has a purpose, not a plan in the sense of, I'm just going to do this because I feel this way and I want to help people. She wants this to be a long-term thing that she does so that she leaves a legacy for her grandchildren. Yes. That grandma wasn't playing around. She was really out to help people. Very proud of you. Very proud of you.
Thank you.
You were
Thank
so
you so much.
nervous the first time you
Oh
were
my
so
God, I was terrified. That wasn't nerves. That was fear. I'm like, I don't even know. I don't even remember it, to be honest with you.
I do. I got
I
the proof,
know.
baby girl.
I know you do.
24 hours in a day, 168 hours a week, 672 hours in a month. I'll repeat that. 24 in a day, 168 hours in a week. Don't let that man dominate your brain. Don't let all those videos that make you think about him all the time. Better go watch Leave It to Beaver or something like that. You better go watch Gilligan's Island. What'd you
That's
say?
what
Go
was
find
happening
something
to
funny?
me.
Yeah, you got to go
Yeah.
find something funny. Go better watch Monty Python.
It
Go find
almost
something.
justifies, like, what you went through, so you keep watching it because it's like, "See, this is how they are, this is how they are," and then it gets ridiculous. Then it
Stand
was
in that
just
loop.
like,
Stand in that loop.
"Oh
Be
my
careful about the
goodness."
loop. It's
Yeah.
one thing to use it as an awareness, and it's another thing to use it as a crutch.
Yeah.
Be careful. Be
And that's
careful.
when you don't move on from the healing.
No, and there
That's
is
I
no
didn't
recovery. There is
expect.
no recovery then.
No,
It's
no,
like
and no transformation.
it's like a scar or a cut healing, and then you cut it back open again, so it starts bleeding again.
Yep.
And pointing and says, "See, I'm bleeding again. Look, right here, I'm bleeding." Yeah, but you should have left it alone. It was getting better. And so it's going to be hard. It's going to be challenging. So
But it's
let's
possible.
throw out a disclaimer. So this
Okay.
is nothing to harass you or bully you about your feelings and all the above. But it is your feelings that need to be protected because they were assaulted by a very self-absorbed person. Your feelings were ignored. Your lifestyle, your lineage, who you are was ignored. I appreciate the fact that Mia was able to tell us that Peter Marshall was on the Hollywood Squares. But it was Paul Lynn.
Yes,
It was
Peter
Paul Lynn
Marshall.
in the center square. It just popped into my head.
Peter
So
Marshall, that's right.
just gotta
Oh
get
my
it. What
God.
man? I'm so way behind on the chat here. Let me just get into it here. So what is that? Freud is interesting because in his reading, man, you better stop putting all these big words in my ghetto show.
I'm glad you're reading it.
We must
Reading of
respect. No, I'll just go to
Tassos.
the words that I can get.
That
So we
was
must
epic.
respect those who made early connections. Eric, you the man. I'm telling you, you should have your own channel where you just all you do is put stuff in the chat with music and a picture. Where you just express your brain. You don't even want to mess with that one, do you, Susie?
Nope. This is a search of lost
See, Eric,
souls
you see what you're
along the
doing?
fields.
You putting the Latin, the
It's
Greek, and
like,
everything else in there, and
I'm
deep,
like,
and we're
and my
going like,
glass again
where
all
is the library?
fogged, 8
Where's the
hours of
library?
despair. Yeah. It was
Somebody's
there where it
gonna
was
read it, and they're
found.
gonna go like, "What is wrong with Paxton and Susie? Why can't they just read that? That's easy for
No,
me."
that one's not so bad. That
Uh,
one's, yeah,
Deep
that one's
university,
layman.
man.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you live in Portland and you've had a lot of great experiences. You get online and you educate the universe. Is that what it is? Susie, there is a different kind of control in your life, and that is you and your growth. That is beautiful.
Thank you, Mia. Yeah.
Do not let anyone tell you that your tears are embarrassing and you should stop crying.
Right. Oh my gosh.
Do not
I'm gonna
let
go.
anyone put you in a position where they can bully and harass you. Advocate for yourself. To have the energy to do that means that you're focusing on positive things.
I'm not just reacting and freaking out,
Yes.
you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Eric says, in fairness, Paxson, some wounds I prefer were left open. Even in the depths of solitude, I still await the sound of a lover returning from the next room. Those wounds I will never let go of.
The
Ooh.
wounds of the possibility of romance, love, affection being returned, gratitude for work done. And now I'm speaking, as it were, to Eric and all the men. Many men want 1, companionship, 2, gratitude for work completed or done, or at least the effort. And 3, they want to know that you're safe with them. And if they're doing a bad job, just tell me. Tell me what you need me to improve on. so that you feel safe.
You know
Not
what's
every
sad?
man is able to
I
say
don't
what
think I've
he
ever
just
met a
said.
man with those qualities.
Yeah, when you get all they're out there because you see them walking
Oh,
down the street like 80, 90 years old. My expression always is, I'm going to make a picture like that. Maybe I get
89
AI to
years
make me
old.
one. You know that picture where the guy's walking, he got her purse and then he got her hand, and and they
Yes,
walking
and
down the
she's on
street.
the inside of the
Yep,
street,
she's
so she doesn't
dang.
get hit by the
All right, well,
car.
no, hold on, hold
What?
on a second. Wait, hold on. You just did it. Hold on.
That's
Preach,
funny.
sister. Preach, sister.
It's true.
Man, hey, let me tell you something. I would get knocked out if I let my mother or my sister walk on the outside of the street and I'm walking on the inside. And we
Imagine
walking on
that.
the curb, right on the sidewalk. You
And then
just
it goes
said it. And
both
if some of
ways,
you young
though.
people don't know what that is, well, actually it does.
Then he needs to open the car
Would
door
it-
for you, and you need to reach over and unlock it for
Oh, no,
him.
she's starting trouble today.
Yes.
She's starting
It's
trouble,
true.
everybody. She's trying to change the planet.
That's it.
Watch it now. Trying to change the planet. That's when you get yourself in
Respect.
trouble, man. They might strike this
And
video
they're
from
really gonna
YouTube.
call me crazy.
They're gonna get, hey, man, you're gonna have a bunch of women calling you up and guys too. Like, hey, mind your own business, lady. So it's just, you guys can take that one as you want, but trust me, it works. Don't you dare let him open that door and walk around and you got the
And
door
have to
open.
put the key in.
By the time and he opens, you got the door open before he gets there. He might, you know what?
Unlock
He
that door.
might. He might wash your hair. He might pay for you to have whatever you want because he gonna say what you just. He go, I never met a woman like you, like, and you gonna be sitting there going like, I know, baby. I just trained you how to never go anywhere.
There
You're
you
like
go.
a good boy. You're a good boy.
Imagine that.
You're a
That's like
good
a
boy.
movie.
I'm gonna tell you, as a guy, this is what he do. He gonna go with his friends and he gonna be sitting there and he gonna be watching a movie or something, or he gonna see it happen. He go like, yeah, see, my wife wouldn't.
That's what
My
my
wife
girl
would
does
do
that.
Yeah, my girl
That's
wouldn't do
right.
that. They go like, what are you talking about? Oh yeah, I walk around. She opened my door. My door is open before I
Unlocked.
before I get to the second headlight. The door is already open.
Yep. As
I'm
it
telling
should
you how
be.
guys are gonna say that, and they're gonna go like, no, really, man, no, you just messing with us. And you're like, no, man, seriously, dude. I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't even have to pull my keys out, except to start the car.
That's it. And now you don't even need them. You need the little fire button.
I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do. Wait. You go, I don't even have to punch a code in the door to get in
That's
or anything
it,
like
right?
that. And you know what's after he says it, this is what's going to everybody get ready. Everybody get ready.
Right.
This is what's going to happen after he says it. And the guys are together. When he says it, and every guy knows this true. They just don't want to come on my show and say it.
Because their girls don't do it.
So he goes, so he's going to say it. And when he says it, this is what's going to happen. Everybody ready? Everybody got to get ready. This is what's going to happen. This is the sound that's made after he says it.
You know I'm going to say it.
They're all not saying nothing because they're thinking to themselves, how can I kill him so that I can
get
No,
that
that's
girl?
bad. I shouldn't even said that. That was bad. That was bad. Take that back. I didn't mean
My
that.
girl don't do that.
My girl don't do that. Yeah,
My girl don't do
pretty
that.
in their head, but they're going to be real careful not to say it out loud because you can't invite them over anymore. They're going to be like,
That's
hey,
it.
I was just stopping by to bring you some flowers. And you're like, my husband's not here. All right, so you people, play nice. Open the door for each other. And whatever you do, make sure you tell her what you want, fellas. And if she don't want it, you guys don't lose sleep over it. Right, Susie?
No, it's not worth it.
They
Just
want to
unlock
pack
the
their
door.
bags and go.
Just,
Let them go.
unlock the door. That's
You
all.
know what? It's all right. It's all good. It's
all
okay.
good.
It's okay. It's okay. It's just around the corner. You just gotta just be faithful and true. You'll be all right. Man, Eric, you got a bunch of stuff happening over here, man. I don't know. Where did I stop last? Susie, what? Susie, what? You're doing. I love what she said about you, Susie. I got to put it up again.
That's so sweet. Yeah, that's so cool.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And we got Eric, and then I'm gonna put Mia's up in just a second. Eric, would you say mom would straight? Okay.
It's in the back of my head. If I let her outside, this car splashed her with filthy water straight.
Goodness.
Well, I mean, come on. Can you blame her?
What is wrong with you?
Yeah, but what are you doing? Driving through a puddle? I don't know. I think I'm on mom's side there.
I'm gonna leave that alone because
Yeah, that's all.
if I saw you do that, I would come and slap you upside the head after your mama did it. Mia says my husband holds my hand and carries my pocketbook. My father used to do that with my mom. He warms up my sweatshirt. Is that right? For me?
Yeah, in the morning. young and much more. He's a gem, going on 23 years married now. Aw. I met
Oh,
Mark. He's Mark, right? Yeah.
mhm.
He's a nice, nice man. He loves Mia. That's awesome. You deserve it. You so deserve that. And I'm
There are
sure you're great to
moments.
him as
There are
well.
moments when it becomes clear, right, that somebody loves another person. You can see it,
Yeah.
right?
It's pretty
It's over
incredible.
2 decades,
Yeah.
or
And look at
as
how sweet.
yeah, I heard it. What they like each other.
Yeah. They're good
That
to each other.
outweighs what they
They
don't
respect
like
each
about each
other.
other. In respect to, yeah, they
Yeah.
respect each other. Eric
No,
says
it's
what?
perfect.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Chivalry
I agree
is
with you on
not
that one, Eric.
dead.
I
Same
agree with
here.
you on that.
Yep.
It's there.
Yep.
It's there.
It is learned behavior. We men thank the deserving woman in our life for being the teachers full of grace and forgiveness, chief among them. I remember when my kids were young, I would stand there until they opened the door, and that's how they learned. I wouldn't open the door. They had to open the door. I can't carry mom's pocketbook. It's too heavy, and my credit is suspect.
Oh my goodness. Eric,
Oh my
you
goodness.
out
You
of your
better
mind.
hope she don't bop you in the head with that
You are
pocketbook.
out of
You go
your
splash at
mind.
her.
Yeah. You should be in trouble, period, for just flashing your mom, man. What's wrong with
That's
you, man?
it. She's not on here watching.
You're a good man, Eric.
Yeah, you are.
You're an internet king. Susie, we have gone
Yes.
8 hours and 2 minutes.
Oh, I
But
want to read
yeah,
Mia's
page
daughter's
89,
poem,
I think it was,
please.
right?
82.
Hold on one
Yeah,
second. I'm just going to go back to it.
sure.
Just give me a second here. I'm going to put it up for the sake of, ooh, wait a minute. Are
Yeah.
you on page 129 or no? You're on a different
I
one, right?
think I did.
She
Wait,
gave you
wait,
2, I
wait.
think.
Didn't
I
I
think she
do
gave you
that
2.
one?
So let me
Oh
go
my
back up
goodness.
here. Let me go back into the chat and let me yep, 82, you're correct. 82, a poem from my daughter, and then she also mentioned page 129, the first paragraph. Could you do 82 for us, and then the other one when you get a moment, and I'll do some stuff in between both
Sure.
of them whenever you do
Sure,
page
sure,
82,
sure. Okay, I'm going to do
if you got it.
page 82.
Go right ahead.
Okay, a poem by Martini? I think that's how you pronounce her name. Betrayed. Friends. Maybe not. One who's there, one who's not. One who cares, maybe not. One to look to, then again. Something to think about. Are they real? Are they trustworthy? Maybe not. Are they worth it? Then again, think. Why? They don't care. Why? Why? Do I? That's the way I am, not the way they are. Me, myself, and I, always alone. Different values, different tastes. Now I have to figure it out. They don't care. Why should I? Oh. How old was she when she wrote that, Mia? I just love how your children were able to express their feelings so well.
I really like it also.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, Mia, coming from 2 other parents, from Susie and myself, compliments to you that they
yes,
felt safe enough to
yes.
express themselves in print. Um,
Yeah.
Not all children are able to do that in print. They can say things verbally when they're upset or when they feel confused or stressed, but to take it and eventually put it down in print, that's amazing. It's a
And
record.
in
It's a record of how they feel. Go ahead, please. You
and
were going to
in
say.
her book, her book is from her childhood, things that happens.
Hmm.
So yeah, that's really you're a great mother for them to feel safe enough, for sure. Okay, page 129, first paragraph. The separation. I found a journal I'd been keeping after we separated. I needed somehow to keep track of my thoughts in order to keep myself straight and to keep from going out of my mind. The entries are copied, as were written by a very depressed woman. There are many confusing, fractured thoughts and unfinished sentences contained in these pages. Yeah. You're gonna have to come and read a bunch more for us.
Wow. Everybody, please have your radar up to keep track of upcoming live streams from SZTV Network and NATV Network. We are so glad that you've been with us today at this very moment. I'm not saying goodbye to you. I just want you to know Mia is going to be on the way. She will be here. She's answered your question, though. You asked the
Oh, she was
age.
11? Wow, she was 11? That's
How
incredible
old
that she
was the boy again, Susie?
I think he
I
was
forgot.
16, I believe
15, I think,
16?
or maybe 15.
15?
Yes, 15,
15 or
16,
16.
11. Oh, wow.
They were
We
young.
need to discuss that, though, the aspect of how children are affected. We know you can
Yes.
find that anywhere on the internet, but with us, of course, we're not just grabbing stuff off the internet. These are people that are actually in the chat and a part of our
15.
community. He was 15, she says.
Mhm.
We couldn't talk to each other, being afraid of him hearing us. I've heard that so many times, Susie,
Yeah. Yeah.
doing these
We
shows.
yeah, we really should talk about the children, how it affects them, and like I keep saying, not only the young children, but the adult children.
Mhm. Yeah.
It's yeah, it affects them more than oh my gosh, like, I didn't even think about the kids while I was in it. I knew everything was off, but we were all in such survival mode. It
Mhm.
didn't I don't know, I just ran around trying to make everything perfect and fix it all, and I did well, I guess I did the best I could at the time. But
That is something people need to maybe take in consideration, that they're
mhm,
doing the best they could at the time, and their best should not be compared to somebody else, maybe?
yeah. It's hard when, to know that your own life was affected by this person, but then when you realize your children and your grandchildren
Mhm, mhm,
as
yeah.
well, it just goes down the line until somebody breaks the cycle.
And also until they speak about it.
Yeah, well, that's breaking the cycle, right? Speaking up, speaking out.
They're
It,
absorbing the isolation as well.
yep,
There's
they're
so many
watching you.
terminologies that are out there, that, we can all gravitate to explain what the situation is and whatever it may be, but children truly are not into the vocabulary of it all. It's a whole different perspective they have.
They watch. They
Yeah.
observe it all. Yeah,
Just to be able to express themselves like an 11-year-old and
it's yeah,
15-year-old based upon what we've read today is amazing. But you can hear the isolation
mhm,
and feeling
the
trapped in their
sadness.
voice,
Yeah,
even though it's written. Amazing. I find all of this amazing, and I don't even like to say, but I'll say it right now at the moment, fascinating or interesting. It's beyond that. It's sad.
it's
It really
horrific.
is sad to me.
Yeah,
It's beyond being angry. It's just sad.
yeah.
But will we give the energy to the one creating the sadness as much to the one who needs our support? If you need support and you need someone, you may not have my WhatsApp, but you have my email. Susie's smiling right
And
now.
you have mine.
And you know how to get a hold of Susie. If not, we will bombard you with that over and over again on a regular basis. Mia says what?
He is 43. Oh,
Oh,
he's
wait, I
43
skipped
now,
something.
your
Hold
son?
on. Oh, I
Hold
missed
on.
one. Here we
Oh, my
go.
daughter is 45 and in therapy 2 times a week, but my son has buried it. Oh, so he doesn't well, he's 43. Yeah. Um, my sons, yeah, they don't wanna deal with it. I think it's different for girls. I'm glad she's in therapy. Hopefully, he'll start therapy. Hopefully, my sons will follow my lead and start therapy someday. Can only hope and just keep, setting a good example for them. That's it.
Just talking about it can be a very powerful example. I'm going to take a moment to bring some awareness to a human being that has been amazing to our channel. I want everyone to take the time to send their love and support and energy, positive energy, as it were, in your words by connecting and writing to, speaking to, researching, and looking up Dr. Marnie Hill Fodorero. I'm going to do something here, everybody, in real time. Just hold on. I'm going to do something, everybody. I got to look around my microphone and do this. I'm going to put something on the screen, and everybody can go from there. I'm asking you, if I did that right. We did that. Here we go, everybody. So you see the name. Oh, hold on. I did it wrong. Bear with me, everybody, here. All right.
There you go.
Everybody see that on the screen? I'm talking to the NATV community. You know who you are. Many of you who speak to me during the show, as well as in the chat. I want everybody to take the time to make it a point to Google Dr. Marnie Hill Fodorero. You will be able to find her website. You'll be able to email her, or you can go to her YouTube channel and find her email and links to be able to reach her. Go to her website and let her know that you love her. Let her know you appreciate her. She has just gone through a tragic death in the family. Eric is showing some love on the screen. I'm going to put this up and then put her name back up.
Good doctor.
She's been a very strong support to our channel. She's been on a few times. She's been kind enough to donate to the channel and a number of other things. She was someone that was recommended to us by another big love of ours, which is Tracy A. Malone, who sent me a message one day and said, hey, look, I'm forwarding somebody over to you. She could be a great guest on your show, a friend of mine. And if Tracy asks, we're going to do it. And she did. And it was a true treat for us to be able to meet her and get to know her. But she's gone through a serious tragic death. If you want to find out, you can Google it and find out. I'm not going to mention it here, but I am going to mention to the community, NATV community, to please take out of your time to just Google it, get what the information is that's there for the public to see. It's private, but it's there for public consumption to a measured degree, and reach out to her and send her your love and affection for the work that she's done, and strength and comfort can come her way for what she's going through right at this moment. Okay, everybody, do that for me. I appreciate it big time. We're going to, Susie, I'm going to need to do something here. We're going to need to take a moment and take a break. And Eric's putting stuff up here. What he's got there? He put that up for sure. And then what we got? Yeah. Eric, probably you already go if you looked it up. Yeah. Everybody, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Just a moment. Susie, I'll reach out to you in just a second. Talk to you in just a second.
Okay.
been a long journey for a lot of individuals as they move ever closer to feeling better about themselves because of dealing with toxic individuals. Be kind of hard, can be challenging. We appreciate you hanging out with us and being a part of our live stream. We're going to get into a particular subject and a few sub-subjects, and we hope it can be helpful to you. I can't say we save the best for last because we have so much more to tell you. But right now, at this moment in time, we want to talk to you about walking away. What does that mean to walk away? Susie, what are your thoughts when I say knowing when to walk away? We're not advocating people in regards to certain relationships or whatever the case may be. We're talking about, well, Susie, tell them what comes to mind when you hear knowing when to walk away.
Knowing when to walk away is one of the most powerful acts of self-love and self-preservation. And it's not about giving up. It's about choosing yourself over situations, people, or environments that drain your energy and hinder your growth. And I want to give you 5 tips to help you recognize when it's time to move on. The first one is to pay attention to patterns, not promises. If someone's actions consistently don't align with their words, believe the patterns. Promises can be empty, but patterns reveal the truth about whether a situation is serving you or not. Trust how you feel. Your emotions are messengers. If you constantly feel anxious, unappreciated, or disrespected, take it as a sign that your needs aren't being met. Walking away allows you to prioritize your emotional well-being. Assess the energy exchange. Healthy relationships and situations are mutual. If you're the only one giving, whether it's time, energy, or effort, it's time to reevaluate. Your energy is precious and should be reciprocated. Set boundaries and see the response. Express your needs or boundaries clearly. If they're consistently ignored or dismissed, it is a clear sign that the situation doesn't honor your value or your worth. And the last one is visualize the life you want. Imagine your ideal future. If staying in the current situation feels like a roadblock to that vision, it's time to take steps towards letting go. Walking away isn't a loss, it's making room for the opportunities and peace that you deserve. Walking away takes courage, but it's the first step towards reclaiming your power, peace, and purpose.
Perfect. When it comes to applying what you see in a video, what you hear in a podcast, what you have experienced by dealing with someone, they can seem to maybe conflict with one another. What you read in a book may not seem doable. What you hear from an advisor may seem confusing. But knowing when to walk away, as Susie well laid out there, you may have some things that you could add to that. Add to it. Build on it. If confrontation escalates or becomes unsafe, remove yourself from the situation. Protecting your peace is a priority. When it comes to, well, let's put it this way. Try becoming a broken record, as it were, in dealing with certain toxic bullies in situations. Calmly repeat your boundaries or key points if the bully continues to push, harass, in your face, as it were. Calmly repeat your boundaries and key aspects and values that you will not waver on. For example, I've asked you not to speak to me like that. Make sure your tone is, well, definite, almost like a period. Once I say what I say, well, that's it. Seek allies and individuals that will help you keep the bully, the toxic person, accountable. Authorities that are able to assist you in that. They may not do it perfectly. The court system may not do it perfectly. But use what you can instead of being consumed what you don't have. And group settings involve others to hold the bully accountable. Bullies often back down when faced with collective resistance. If you need assistance, if it's a parenting issue, if it's some other type of issue, seek the authorities that can be of assistance to you. Even if others that you know had a bad experience, you may be the one that has a positive one. Turning your back on authorities that may be of some assistance to you could end up creating an even more troubling situation. When you say walking away, some of the points you brought out there, if you had to recap one or two that stand out to you, Susie, to pass on to the audience before we go today, what do you have?
Walking away was probably the most important one for me because I tolerated so much for so long. Um, Visualizing the life that I wanted helped me because I knew I didn't want to stay in that life anymore. I just couldn't take it anymore. So I just little things. I did one little step at a time. Like I just couldn't go down the driveway anymore. I couldn't stand in that kitchen any longer. And little by little, I started to disconnect myself. And that made me, I didn't know where I was going, how I was going to do it, but I just knew it had to change. So in my mind, I just knew I couldn't do it any longer. Um, when I started to realize that it wasn't an even exchange with energy and I was doing all the work and I was doing the whole relationship, to be honest with you. I was pretty much, the slave, the whipping boy. I had had enough. I think we have to get to the point where we have enough. And like I was saying, the patterns, right? They promise you the world. Oh my goodness, I'm not going to do this again. I'm sorry. I'm going to make it better. And, the whole future faking. But every time I was promised something, something worse was coming around the corner or the same patterns were coming around. And it was just so disappointing. I'm in it and I'm trying to think the best and believe the best, and it just never happened. I knew when I talked about trusting how you feel, I knew I was constantly anxious. I was constantly stressed. I was uneasy, and I wasn't putting myself first. I wasn't putting my well-being, my emotional health, my mental health first. So before everything deteriorates, get some support, get some help, talk to someone you trust, reach out to us, to me. Um, and I just want everyone to know that it is possible to change your life. It is possible to stop the madness. You don't have to live with these type of people anymore. There is a way out. I got out. I can help you get out. There are people that care.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and please don't ever give up. Don't just keep going.
Where you may feel the need to call out the bully or the toxic person, narcissist, self-absorbed. When you feel a need to call that person out, when it's safe, that may prove to be a great way to do it. When it's safe, address the behavior directly. For example, the comment of saying something like, hey, that's kind of hurtful, okay, or unnecessary. That statement may disrupt their behavior. Trying to measure someone else's mental health and the intensity that it could in a moment switch, we don't have the power to do. But if they've already shown you a pattern of being a person that's unsafe and unhealthy for you, you can't take for granted that by calling them out, that they may truly see the light, as it were. You may be endangering yourself. So it may be to your advantage to just refuse to engage in the drama, to avoid being drawn into the toxic bullies' emotional games. Stay composed, stay calm as best as possible so that your actions can't be used against you by the authorities. Stay calm, stay composed, remove yourself if at all possible, and don't give them the reaction they seek. Many of you have become educated to the point, well, I already know that, Paxton. Then this is not for you. Consider it a reminder. Consider it a loving reminder from Susie and Paxton. But for those of you who are just embarking on this journey, that you're with someone, your boss, family member, whatever it is, and they're not who they say they are, but portray themselves a different way in public and a very violent, devious, troublesome way in private, be careful. Be extremely careful. Refuse to engage in the drama. Become a broken record. Know that calling them out may not be the direction that you're going in, because not every self-absorbed person is the same. Not every narcissist is the same. Not every toxic bully or boss is the same. Be measured, be discreet, be shrewd, be mindful, be whatever you need to be to keep the peace for you and your loved ones, even if you have to, how'd you put it, Susie? Even when you need to maybe know when to walk away. Walk away from that argument. Find a safe distance. Get in a protective space. Susie, anything else?
And remember, one of the most important things for me was surrounding myself. Now I'm seeing it with uplifting people, because the drama these unhealthy people cause is so contagious, but so is positivity. So if you want to avoid drama, align yourself with people who value peace, respect, and growth. Evaluate your relationships, as we said earlier, and let go of those that constantly bring chaos into your life. And it's that easy.
It's that easy. Focus on
Really
what you
is.
can control.
Mhm.
You can't control the toxic bully's actions. You can't control the emotionally unavailable, unhealthy person. You know what you're dealing with. Can you control your reactions, though? Your children are watching. Be careful being seduced and baited into uncontrollable reactions. But you can control your reactions because we believe that you can. You have a heart ready for peace. Dealing with someone who's at war with you simply because they're envious of you, jealous of you, or whatever it may be. Consider how much influence you have over you. Not so much how much influence they have had over you. You've got this. You need someone to speak to? Susie is at your disposal. She deals with women who have to seek refuge in a shelter. She deals with a number of women who have stories that you will be able to relate to, maybe. I'm quite sure you probably could if you hear some of the stories, and especially some that she will be sharing, so that you know you are not alone. When it comes to what we do here at NATV, it's one simple thing. We want you to stay calm, stay composed, to use techniques like deep breathing, counting to 10 when confronted by the bully, remaining calm, disarm their attempts to provoke you. We want the best for you, to be as well informed so that when you need to make a decision, you become a place of refuge for the people that love you. We need to have something read to us by Susie. If you can get to page 191 in Mia's book, and can you share that with us? I'm going to put a couple of things up from Eric and then you can read that. I'll put it up on the screen what Mia has here. Mia says, Susie, page 191. This is what Eric has for us, everybody. You can read it on the screen. I'm going to do a couple of things while I have it up there. Susie, when you get it, just let me know or give me a
I
thumbs
have
up.
it.
Okay,
Yes.
give me a second. I'm going to move that around. Everybody, please remember Dr. Marnie Hill Fodorero. Show her some love and support. Appreciate it a great deal. I'm doing a couple of things here, everybody. Let me get that off the screen. Gonna move around here. And we're going to do this. Go ahead, Susie.
I know I have personal and emotional problems still to deal with, and by lightening my heart, I can and I will. For as my son said, a bright light has shone. I don't have to run anymore because now love will always be there. I was strong then, but didn't know it, and I'm stronger now. I will keep getting stronger because I know I am not alone in this fight against abuse. I know there are people out there who care and want to help. I will take one step at a time and do the best I can. Finally, the signs were seen. The voice inside spoke up and said, "Get out before it's too late." And I knew with everything that was in my heart, the most important thing I had to do was keep us safe. And you did it, Mia. You did it.
Living examples, we bring you best we can. Not sensational stories, just living examples of those who are literally surviving toxic people. It's very important that you know your story can be heard here on NATV, SZTV. We're here to listen to you in private or if you want to share it in public. But it is more important to us that you let us know that you're recovering, you're being restored, and you're transforming into the person that you've always been. Just trapped by someone who is a toxic bully. There's bullies in school, there's bullies at work, there can be bullies within the family. But we hope we can encourage you to not give up. Yeah, Susie?
Absolutely. Never give up.
Can you imagine if you would have gave up?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was pretty close to it for a few times there. It got that bad.
Hmm.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I'm okay. Made it out. And that's why I share my story. And that's why Mia shares hers.
Mm-hmm.
So we can hopefully help someone else know they're not alone and they can make it out too. Eric is saying it is not those who leave that feel the pain in parting, but those who are left behind that suffer. I forgot who first wrote that. I am in a state of shock. Oh, I know. Inevitable of a mother's sorrow. Mercy, mercy. Sad.
Imagine people who were looking at your situation from a distance that you never met knew something was off.
Yes. Now they tell me. A lot of people tell me now. Uh, that they didn't like the way he spoke to me, treated me. I wasn't the same person. I disappeared. I became a shell of myself. So people did notice it. And I remember some people did tell me, and I didn't listen in the very beginning, like something was off. And I saw signs. I just ignored them. Yeah. But on the flip side, now that everyone, that I'm reconnecting with
Mhm.
is seeing that I'm back and I'm coming back, and it just feels so good. It's like, thank you. I'm so
If you
grateful.
if you had to say, what is it that they see, Susie? I mean, I'm just curious. I didn't
Right.
never. I
I
didn't
never
ask you
even
that
thought
question.
about that, to be honest with you. I think I know a
Huh.
lot of people have said they see a calmness in me where
Hmm.
I'm able
Okay.
to sit and have a conversation and
Hmm.
actually be present because I
Hmm.
was always always like looking around and nervous and, running around and keeping myself busy so I didn't have to have conversations.
Wow.
I was hiding, running from myself because I knew I wasn't well. I wasn't mentally well. I was living in survival mode for the entire time and then trying to keep my children safe and then my grandchildren safe. So I think they see the calmness. Um, I think I'm more sincere, like when I smile, it's real. If I laugh,
Yeah.
it's real.
Not forced or fake.
No, exactly. I was so forced and fake. I had to be. I wasn't happy.
Hmm.
Absolutely.
Wow.
There's so many things.
Do Do you dance now?
I try to.
She didn't see that coming,
I don't
y'all.
have much rhythm,
Y'all.
y'all,
My Arkansas
but
coming up.
but
Y'all.
yeah, I just love having fun and actually like for the last couple weeks I've been in like a mellow mode. I'm enjoying just like the
Hmm.
peace. Yeah, I
Interesting.
kind of and then I well, it's also so cold. I feel like I can't wait for spring, like I want to go to the
Wait, is it
beach. I
as
want to
cold
do
as
this.
Connecticut?
Pretty close. Not as
Okay.
cold. We're
Okay.
not
Go ahead.
minus. We're like 8 degrees, not minus 8.
Uh,
I know. My gosh. Eric says, I want to run to the one who needs me most. Yeah.
what is it that brings you joy now?
Uh, What brings
I
me
could name
joy
a couple of things, but I
now?
want to see what you're going to say. Name 3 things that bring you joy
Learning,
right now. Okay.
absolutely learning.
Hmm.
Feeling peaceful,
Okay.
meeting all these fantastic people is like, I can't.
uh,
My aunt's like, it's going to be freezing on Thursday and you're going into the city again. I'm like, I don't care. It was like pouring one day, the worst weather ever. And I'm in the city all 3 times. Doesn't
oh,
bother me.
man.
And sleeping,
That's 4. Okay.
sleeping. Oh,
What
I can
else?
keep going.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. We got a little bit
Be
before we're going to go. Go ahead.
Yeah, being able to eat, like I can eat and not feel sick. I used to wake up very ill,
Hmm.
my digestive system was really bad. I was always nauseous and always had issues. And just enjoying people again and my relationships and my friends that I missed. I didn't realize how much I missed everybody.
Hmm.
Even getting my car cleaned was a big deal for me because I lived out of that car. So you can imagine what
Hmm.
was under those seats, right? It was no, I'm not it was pretty
Uh,
bad. It was pretty bad. And I never was like that before, but and I
did you take
think,
pride in your possessions
oh, yes. Of course I
that
did.
slipped away being with a
Everything slipped away.
toxic
Mhm.
person?
Yes, I didn't care. I didn't care. I didn't care about what I look like. I have photos of me with, like, the hoodie, the baseball cap. I was probably about at least 30 pounds, probably like 40 pounds lighter. I was skin and bones, and I'm tall. It was not an attractive look. I looked unhealthy. I
Hmm.
felt unhealthy. I
Hmm.
behaved unhealthy. I was. How can you be healthy in such an unhealthy, dysfunctional relationship?
Hmm.
Even my children growing up weren't weren't 100%, you know? How could they be? It was sad. It's really sad. But the learning thing, I'm really excited. Like Monday, I'm doing someone's helping me with computer stuff, and I found a typing class. They give free typing classes at Staples.
uh, I
I had no clue.
I am
So
Okay, everybody,
excited.
that's the first time I'm hearing that part. I know about some other stuff that she's not talking about, but I can tell you this much. That makes me, I'm smiling like a little kid over here. That
Uh,
I like hearing that.
There's
I
so many
like
things.
hearing transformational successes. Some people have transformational horror stories in which they transform into the narcissist because they live with
Mm.
them and then they regain themselves. I've heard those. People have wrote me or said they're going to be on the show. But I have to say, you have shown yourself to be a person who loves learning.
Yes.
I have never experienced the type of focus you have about learning. I make a suggestion to you or give you a reminder, you're on it.
Yeah. It's exciting.
You do
I was
not
like
play
that when I
around.
was younger. No, when I was a little kid, I was like that. I loved learning. I loved spelling. I loved writing book reports. I loved reading. I loved everything.
I do
And then
not have to co
tell me
I was
twice.
going to say coerce you,
Nothing.
but they try to make that a bad word now in
Right.
regards, which is understandable for certain
Well, you don't have to
circumstances.
convince me or yeah.
I say the word seduce. It's seductive control. But yeah, I'm just me messing around with words. But when I don't have to try to coerce you, as the expression goes, into doing something, or in other words, say, hey, look, if you do this, you'll get a cookie. It's kind of like
Right.
if
If you do
if
this,
you
you'll be
do
able to
this,
do that.
you're
If you
gonna be
do
able to do
this.
that. I don't even have
Yeah.
to go down that road to show a contrast, in other words, or a comparison of how things will work to someone's benefit. Because I mean, it, the majority of everybody that hears this has never worked with me. But if you work with me, I will bombard you with information so that you can make a balanced choice. It's just the way I was raised.
And it's your
And,
choice. You
and
don't
it's
tell
your
anyone
choice.
to
It's
do
not me
anything.
telling you. I will
Yeah,
give you
you've never
enough
told me to do
angles.
anything.
No matter how many times you will say, hey, should I just not do? I go like, hey, look, can you just like make a decision on your own without me? No, I don't
Right.
do that. I don't say that, but kind of. but
Right.
essentially, that was just
You
residue from being
suggest.
with a toxic person. Isn't that what I would
Right.
normally tell you? Is that, hey, look, the only reason you're doing this is because that's
Right.
just kind of like leftover stuff from dealing with that
Yep.
person. I'm not that person, and you were better than that person. That's why they ran. That's why
Exactly.
because they figured out I better leave and make it look like it's her because she's
Right.
gonna surpass me, or he's gonna surpass me. And instead of working with you, they tried to undermine you instead. But you are a person. You're gonna love what she's got coming. Everybody, you're gonna love the effort she's putting in to network and to expand um, the excellent foundation you've built for yourself with elements of what your grandfather other people that inspired you, or the story better than I do, and I hope I haven't spoke out of turn of picking
No,
somebody,
it's
but
true. Yeah, no.
there's a
Really.
foundation that everyone has that can get wiped out, washed away, or again, new terminology, coercive controlled away. And you have actually been a person who's examined every terminology that you could get your hands on to understand it. If you wrote a book, there's a pretty good chance Susie will buy it
Oh,
or
absolutely.
has bought it.
Or
And
it's
she's going to
or it's
probably go to a
ordered.
meet and greet, or it's ordered, or she's going to,
Yeah, a
because she
webinar.
wants to, or webinar, yeah. Or because she wants to understand your perspective and where you're coming from and how it works for her and the people that she works with and knows, Mia and others. It's one thing if you find yourself on this Friday without the children that you love because you've, as it were, handed them over in the custody swap for this weekend. You're that person before they were born. You're that person that the toxic person tried to erase and as it were, as if you're invisible, but you're not. You're still growing. You're still becoming an amazing person. And just for the record, I'm not talking about Susie. I'm talking about you if you're listening right now, male or female. You're not defined by what they said about you. They're just on their way out. It doesn't matter that you were served papers. It doesn't matter that they haven't gone away and they're coming back. They're in their last hurrah.
Yeah. That's all they got.
That's all they got left. It's
That's it.
never been about you. It's always been
No.
about money.
Yep. So
They
true.
saw you as someone who could make them money or take care of them to push them out of bed so they can go make money.
Yeah.
You were always better than them.
I see that now. Thank God.
What you're looking at is not in the mirror. What you're looking at is not you being mirrored. What you're looking at, it doesn't mean, oh man, what there is mirroring. Dr. So-and-so said, that's not, we're not going down that road, everybody. Stick with me. What you're looking at is not a mirror. You're looking at, if it happened to my buddy Shoeshine, and if you haven't been here, you don't know who Shoeshine is, then rewind this and you'll know who it is. Shoeshine, if I don't take care of Shoeshine, Shoeshine
you
can't
better.
take care of himself.
That's right.
They tried
He
to
needs
make you
help.
think you were like Shoeshine.
Yeah, it's
That
true.
unless I water you, unless I go to
Unless
work,
you're gonna
you
grow.
can't make it without me. Let me
Nope.
tell you something. If I take Shoeshine and put him outside, he'll be just
It'll
fine.
at least rain
He
once
will
in a
be
while.
just
That's right.
He'll be just fine.
A
And if you know who
sprinkler will go
Shoeshine is,
on.
you're over there laughing
Yeah.
right now while we talking. Shoeshine is rolling up, talking to his friend, going like, I couldn't
That's
wait for
it.
that sucker to kick me out of that house because now I can live. But I got him trapped
fresh
up in
air.
the house right outside where I got tons of stuff in here all hot and I got to have air going on because, and Shoeshine going, man, there's so much heat coming from out of there. But I'm with this guy. He got me inside. I keep trying to shine. That's you. You keep trying to shine like Shoeshine. Okay, just for the record, if you don't know who Shoeshine is, Shoeshine's my plant. My daughter just got me a plant. They treat you like a plant, kept in the house with a drip bad drip system, or no drip system, just whenever they feel like giving you some water.
Yep.
So you will, would you say, Susie?
Dry it out. Your leaves are getting all crusty and brown. Yeah, falling off.
You start
You gotta
feeling
rip
bad
'em
about
off.
it. You don't even want the other plants to look
Yeah.
at you going like, man, I'm starting to
No.
look bad.
You don't even look at the sun anymore. You're not even facing the window.
Poor Shoeshine, putting his little leaves up.
Shoot,
going
you
like,
better
oh my
take care of
God,
Shoeshine. No, I'm worried. No, I'm only
No,
kidding.
amen. No, Shoeshine.
No, I know he's taken care of.
He's good.
You gotta
He's
take a
good.
picture of Shoeshine.
Oh, that's a good one. I should do that. That's a good one. I'll post it.
I wanna see.
I'll do that. I'll bring him
Because I
into
can
the show.
visualize it, so now I'm curious. I'm thinking he's
okay,
about 3 foot tall.
No, I thought you were going to say he's 5'11". Is he 5'11"? Does he have a brother? Shoeshine got a brother. Shoeshine is a brother. Shoeshine a brother. No, I'm just kidding. Shoeshine's a brother.
I gotta see Shoeshine now. I gotta meet him.
No, you're gonna be ruined because you're thinking one thing. Nothing. Whatever you're thinking, Shoeshine ain't nothing like whatever you think.
What is he, an aloe plant?
I was gonna say what
is
it
he
is,
a
but I'm not gonna.
cactus?
No,
He's not a cactus now.
No, you're not a cactus. No.
All right, I gotta see Shoeshine.
Hey, so if you had to describe, we're not gonna get personal, but we're gonna stay away from being personal. But if you had to describe, just think for a moment. People who had narcissistic behavior or tendencies that were in your life or come across your path or whatever, how many would you say that would be?
Oh, let me see. One.
Just no name. Just how many do you?
No
would you
names.
say?
No names.
Okay, go ahead.
1, 2, 3, 4. There was 2 main characters.
We'll just
And
just give us a. We'll break that down in a minute. Just give us a number because I want to go somewhere real quick before we have to go. Go ahead. What you got?
4, 5
Okay, so 5.
that stick out.
I can't. Everybody, this happens every time I ask that question.
Oh boy.
For years, it always goes one or two ways. They say what she just said, that number, or they say 3. It's one of the two. And then when they say 3, and I ask them some other questions you're going to hear in a moment, they name 2 more. Okay, so here we go.
I started young, sadly.
Okay, so here we go.
Okay.
Okay, so everybody Everybody started young with a narcissist. They're all over the planet. Okay, so here we go. So, or self-absorbed. We all have our tendencies, but some stronger than others. But here we go. You said 5. You know who the 5 are. We don't need to know. So you know who the 5 are. Those 5 people. It sounds like the other day when I was with you and Crystal and we were doing the numbers. Anyhow, so you, an inside joke, everybody. I'll tell you next show. Anyhow, so 5 people. Right. If anybody else out there is thinking about the question or watches this back, you come up with 5 people. Here we go. Let's have some fun. Right. This was really big on Instagram when I had my shows on Instagram. I used it all the time. Got it from some therapist or whoever.
Do I need a calculator for this one?
Yes, you do. No, you don't need the calculator. No, you can write this out. So here we go. So 5 people.
Okay.
You take the 5 the 1 2 you list on a piece of paper 1 2 3 4 5. You put a name. You put them in the order of, you said there were 2 main characters, and I love that you said it that way because we're really casting a movie, as it were, right now. Right. We're approaching having narcissistic abuse recovery, restoration, and then transformation on the template that we are casting a movie.
Okay.
So there are 5 people, and there's 2 main characters. Now you're writing, this is your personal. Everybody else, if you want to join in, feel free to do this. Welcome to NATV Streaming Network. So you got 5 characters, 2 main characters. So it would be safe to say the other 3 are sub-characters.
Yes.
Comparison to the main 2. But let's do something with the 3. Everybody, you could tune out, do whatever you like to, but you better not go anywhere. So here we go. The 3, not the 2 main, put them in the order that you would consider 1, 2, and 3.
You mean
1 being the worst of the 3?
Oh, that's easy.
So you got 2 main characters, and then you have 3 co-stars.
Wow, I never thought of it like that.
You have 3 co-stars of this abuse in this movie we're making. Which one out of the 3 would be number 1, 2, and 3? Everybody, feel free to list it accordingly. I see you chat, but we're gonna. I love you guys. Just hang in there with me. And we're not going to keep you guys all night because we know you got a life. Spend 9 hours. Even though we were going to stay on for 12. So no telling what may happen. But anyhow, so here we go. Okay. So we got to do this. Okay. So you got 5. And now you've broken up the 5 into 2 main characters.
Right.
And then 3, as it were, co-stars, sub-characters within this particular plot or storyline.
Correct.
Whenever we watch a movie, Matthew McConaughey, I'll give you a movie right now. I'll throw one out to you. Oh, I can't believe I just went blank.
I probably didn't
Sahara.
See it.
If you've never seen the movie Sahara, everybody.
Watch that one.
Now, there's an old one. It is also pretty good too. But there's a current one with Matthew McConaughey. Trust me. You may not like him. You got to watch the movie. It's, to me, I love the soundtrack one, the writing, really funny. And if you need a change of pace and you've never seen the movie or you watched it, just go watch it with some popcorn or whatever junk you want to eat or whatever you want to do. And it's funny. It's really, really funny. Eric, I expect you to give me a review on that like you did The Princess Bride. No, you did. No, he did Count of Monte Cristo. He sent a post and told me he saw it. So anyhow, if you haven't seen Count of Monte Cristo, watch Count of Monte Cristo first. And if you ever want to really see narcissism in play, go watch the current movie made a few years back of Count of Monte Cristo, and then go watch Sahara. You will love them both. They're really great testosterone movies. I'm just telling you right now. But anyhow, so here we go. 2 main characters. Let's say it's Matthew McConaughey and some woman, or let's just say like a movie like, if you want to watch this one too, you can watch Night and Day with Tom Cruise and Gwyneth Paltrow, I think is what it is. Anyhow, another movie. I just love that movie to death. It cracks me up. Probably one of the best Tom Cruise, and I'm not a big Tom Cruise acting fan because it's like the same no matter what. But I'm throwing all this in, everybody, because you can tell this is time for us to go. But anyhow, so you've got these 5, 2 main characters. I'll pick the movie Night and Day. Let's go with that one. 2 main characters, Tom Cruise and Gwyneth Paltrow.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, right. So 2 main characters. I'm just throwing that out. You go watch the movie. You guys will laugh. And you're like, that has nothing to do with narcissism. It's a really great movie. So anyhow, so the 2 main characters, that's who you're going to always think of, and that's who is billed by the studio so that everybody remembers the movie. But
Right.
if you like the other people, you'll remember them too. Oh yeah, that so and so was in it, and yeah, but it was Tom Cruise was the star. Top
Right.
Gun, whatever you want to think of, Mission Impossible. You start thinking about that person and the jobs they had and what they did, their mom, their dad, and they were narcissists too, and they can't act just like he can't act. You know, you start doing all kind of things. It's the
Okay.
same thing. But let's go even further. Let's widen this some more. Here we go.
Yeah.
Mia says she's got the 5. So the therapist is
Oh,
telling
she's
me
got 5
about this.
too.
I'm doing a
See?
show prep with this therapist, and they're telling me this
Yeah.
about the whole 5 thing. And I go like, okay, this is
Mhm.
just weird. You know how I am about numbers, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I like numbers don't lie. And so
Right.
now I start asking this question, what I just asked you, show after show after, and I'm doing all these shows, right? I'm doing like,
Right.
3 shows in one day on Instagram. I'm slamming 4 shows. I'm just asking it because I'm fascinated by what people are saying because I'm a social scientist. I'm doing all this
Right.
stuff and I'm going like, I'm taking notes and I'm going like, somebody just told me that, like this
Right.
morning and now this afternoon and now
Right.
later, early evening. And then late today, I'm going like, what is going on this planet? It's like,
Look at Mia.
I'm,
She's 5 too.
yes, and I'm sitting there
Yeah.
going like, what is going on that everybody's telling me the number 5? I mean, not the numbers. No, you guys don't get that way. I'm not that kind of person. Oh, it's symbolic of. No, I don't do that kind of stuff. That's just me. You can do it. Knock yourself out.
Well, what does it
I don't
mean
do
that
it.
you have
I'm
5
gonna tell.
people in your
Let me
life?
tell you in a
Yeah.
second. Just check it out. Check it
Like,
out. So she's telling me about this, right? And I never really bring it into the show because I'm going like, it sounds kind of kind of iffy. I shouldn't even bring it
yeah.
up. Nobody's gonna watch the show anymore on Instagram if I keep going into the 5 thing. But I found it fascinating, so I kept asking the
Right.
question. I didn't ask her that question. She brought it up to me. She said, "Name 5 people," and like you're doing right now.
Right.
And
Right.
I'm trying to think, and I'm trying to think, and this is in 2020. I'm trying to
Okay.
think. So anyhow, this is what she gets down to, and here we go. I'm not gonna say it exactly like her. I'm gonna put it in my words, like I say. You got
Okay.
your 5.
Yeah.
You're making a movie,
Yeah.
okay? And you run Narcissistic Studios 101.
Okay.
And everybody you meet is going to get this movie that they got to be in. But you have 5 main characters that they will never, ever forget. It does not matter that they have another 7, more than that, 8 billion people on the planet. They're going to always, just like you're remembering certain movies that I mentioned, if you've seen them or not.
Right.
So when somebody says, yeah, I don't understand the whole narcissism thing, they haven't seen that movie. They haven't seen those characters.
Right.
Just like when I tell you about Sahara or whatever, you go to write it down and go, I'm going to check that out. Well, they're going to
Yeah.
go like, hey, let me check this out, this thing. Everybody's talking about narcissism. I don't know what they're talking about. And then they go like, wait a minute, I got 3 people like that.
Right.
But when they've actually experienced narcissism, they are definitely going to think of 5 people that they know for a fact,
Right.
let me never go down that street in that neighborhood because they live there.
Right.
It's like,
Got that right.
let me not go to that gathering because
No.
they're
Let me
there.
not
and
go to that post office
I
ever
have. Yeah, I
again.
can't believe you just did that. I was gonna do it. You beat me to it.
We
That's
get you.
kind of an inside joke for everybody in the NATV community if you've been part of our streams and our shows. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about 5.
Right.
5 people in your life, 2 main characters and 3 sub characters. You can call them all the terminologies you want. Flying monkeys. Let's throw the
Right, right.
terminologies out. Let's make a movie together.
Yeah.
Okay. The movie is coming from Narcissistic Studios 101. Basic torture of human beings, whether they're good or bad or whatever way we want to look at it. Let's
Right.
not call them empaths, whatever. Let's throw all the labels out. We're making a movie that people will never forget, and every time they watch it, it will make them sick to their stomach. We need 2 main characters,
Yeah.
and those people that are the main characters are people out of the lives of everybody coming to watch the movie. So nobody has the same main character,
Right.
but they all have the same experience.
Right. Right.
So
Right.
she's explaining this to me, and I'm sitting there
It's
going like, okay,
true.
I can kind of find that, but I honestly, I'll be honest, everybody, I didn't see it because I'm green to all this stuff. I'm trying to understand it. I find it, it's just kind of really cool. And I'm looking at it, and she's telling me, and I go like, okay, I'm following you. I'm doing like you. I'm writing it down. I'm
Right,
looking
right.
because I'm trying to look at it, right? And I'm going like, okay, I kind of see, yes. And you sell tickets for everybody who's innocent to come in and watch this production, but they think they're coming to watch something that will be uplifting, inspiring, thought-provoking. exhilarating, dramatic, romantic, comedy. They're waiting to see what you will give us. So they check the trailer before they go to watch this, only to find out the trailer is not what you're going to really experience. It's love bombing. The
Oh, I
love bombing
gotcha.
is the trailer.
Yep.
And you think, I'm in on this one, baby girl. Shoot, let's go see this one. You mount up. Come on, we're going to go watch it. Oh, I like the way it made me feel. And you're sitting there. You
But
got
it's a
your
horror
popcorn.
flick.
You got your hot dog. It's beyond the horror
Yeah.
flick, my friend.
I lived it.
It
I know.
is devastating because
I know.
they have glimpses of what you did wrong when you were 2 years old. they're putting it in front of everybody, your shortcoming, and you're going like, well, that's not the trailer I just saw. I thought I was going to get something uplifting and inspiring, and they cared about me in this movie. I thought it was going to be good. And instead, they're putting up everything about you they feel is disgusting. Do you get up and walk out right away? Or are you curious to find out, is this movie going to take a turn, maybe for the better? They can't really be doing this right now. So she's telling me all this, right? And I'm saying, she's got me because she's doing it better than I'm describing it to you guys right now. And she said, and I'm started thinking, I went like, okay, I think I got a whole new way to interview people. I got a whole new, because I get what you're saying without me having to tell them, you're in this movie that almost, we can kind of definitely say to a strong measure degree, some greater power, some higher power has culprits who are making these trailers to bring you into a theater of pain.
Right.
Disillusion. Ultimate depression and discard. Rinse and repeat. Don't even go find another audience until you think you've totally, completely absorbed their mind. Then you say, I'm done with you. Bring somebody else into the theater. The movie you've been watching has sucked you dry.
Yep.
And you
And
know,
then you have
everybody here knows you've seen a movie that you said, give me my money back. When you say, give me my money, but you know what? You said, look at each other. You all looking down the road going like, are you kidding me? We're sitting here. I paid what? You know what? The hot dog wasn't even worth it. Some people get up right away and go like, no, I'm done. I'm done. Clap your hands, go, I'm out of here. Others will sit there waiting for it to get better. Or to be able to say, let's see the end. How is this going to end? Their curiosity goes, whatever situation you do or don't, agree or disagree, you find yourself in. Remember this. They are always looking to fill the seats.
Yeah.
You are replaceable.
Oh, absolutely.
We are replaceable to that narcissistic studio 101.
Yep.
They play the same movie over and over. They just need to love bomb you enough with a trailer to find out what type of character they need to put in front of you, which is different than they put in front of Susie or someone else. So
they
with
do
that
it
in
to
mind,
their own children.
The children are the best for them in their mind.
Oh yeah, they're
because
like
they can indoctrinate them to become a part of the studio.
Yep.
It's hard to get an adult to become a part of the studio because you sit there, start going like what Eric says. Look what Eric calls it: a theater of cruelty.
Yeah.
Mere shadows on the wall. It is very important for everyone to understand whatever you have gone through, it is not your fault. Whatever it is that you, either being raised or just being a responsible adult, want to take on as being accountable, that's because you're a responsible, loving, good-hearted person. You can put a label on it, call it an empath, whatever you want to call it. Let's throw the labels out just for a moment. You're just a good person. So because of that, keep your money in your pocket and don't go to the movies. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. I didn't mean.
Stay
I'm just
home.
messing with you right now. So just stay home.
You're
Just,
better off with some microwave
just stay
popcorn.
home and just get. I
That's
got this
it.
whole new thing that I got. My daughter's introduced me to some popcorn in a bag, and now I'm like addicted to that stuff. Now it's just that's a whole nother story, another
Okay.
time. But just kind of like if you find yourself where you have some time, don't think to go back into that theater.
No.
There are always 5 people, definitely 3, you can come up with. That, in comparison to how many people are actually on the planet that you have met and that know you, here you go. Susie, I'm going to tell them. Here we go. We talked about this the other day.
Okay.
Go to your social media. No matter how many you have, add them all up. Add about how many people are following you or subscribing to you. Add them all up. I don't care if it's 12. Add them up. Take your top 5. I always like to say 12, but we're going to say 5 right now. Take your top 5 videos in views, not likes. That really don't mean anything. Don't pay attention to that. Sometimes you like your own stuff, so don't count yourself. Of course, you're going to like yourself. So you're not lonely. You're going to like your video because you're not lonely. You don't want to be lonely. You don't want to have a 0 because you're not a 0. Oh. So take the top 5 videos that have the most views, add it up. Right, Susie? Add it up.
We did it. Yeah.
Add it up. That's one of the things if you ever work with us, and it's one of the things we do, we help people with their brand. My daughter's company, we help people with their brand. We're content strategists. We help people stop paying money to social media managers, which is a total waste of money. So all of you social media managers want to get mad, you can call me up. We can talk about this. I help you out. I'll detox you so you can become a brand management instead. So 5 videos on your social media. That will be more than 5 people.
Yes.
Stop giving the 5 people who are bad actors, horrible, horrible actors in human society. Because I promise you, when you add up how many views you got on your top 5 videos, why are you always thinking, here I go on it sounds like a dad again. Dad, you got to stop scaring people talking like a dad that's protecting his family. But you guys are my community. You guys been with me a long time. I'm telling you, you need to stop thinking about the 5 people. Parental alienation, you don't want to use that and say coercive control. Whatever's the new top trending term to you, it don't matter. They are unhealthy troublemakers. They are peace breakers.
Yep.
Why would you focus on them when I promise you probably got over 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, 1 million people who you never met watching your stuff. Focus on those and not the 5 troublemakers. You take that any way you want. Just consider the dad dropping some dad stuff on you. This is not the time, so close to things that are just around the corner, to lose your joy, to lose your peace, to lose your faith. Hold on to your mildness, maintain your self-control. What you need, you already have. And if they're not in your life, Susie, that's a pretty good, if what you need is what you already have and they're not in your life, why are you always thinking about them?
Right.
Well, you don't have to like what I just said, but you need to share what I just said. Even if you share it mad. I can't believe that man said this.
Holy moly, that's so incredible and interesting. See? Mia gets it.
The 5, you ain't got to put them on your refrigerator. I'm going to take somebody right now. She's not here right now, but I'm going to say it. Crystal added hers up. She had, and I'm just going to say it. You guys can all do this if you want. And if you don't want to add it up, take Crystal's number. Crystal added her 5 up, and it was 232. Not 232. She had 232,000 views on 5 of her many videos that she has.
Yep, on YouTube.
232,000 views. Now, what does that mean in social media world? Forget social media world. That's 232,000 people who looked at her, even if it's the same person 232 times. That's more than toxic people.
232,000 times.
Excuse me. Yeah. That's more than any toxic person has ever looked at any one of us.
Yeah.
Whoever you can think of toxic right now has not looked at you more than 232,000 times, even if they
No.
were with you for 3 decades,
Nope. And it was usually with disgust.
because they can't really look at you. That's why they
Yeah.
side-eye you.
Yeah.
They look at you sideways. Because if they
Ooh,
looked at you,
I
it's not a
cringe
mirror they're
thinking
looking
about
at. I
it.
said that earlier.
Yeah.
If they look at you, they're not looking in a mirror. When you look at them, you're not looking in a mirror. You're looking at something that's dying inside, the same way Shoeshine would be.
Poor Shusha.
Poor Shoeshine. I used to like that boy. He was really nice.
You're gonna
He
get off
gave me
this live and you're gonna
he
go
gave me
talk to him.
oxygen, and I
You're
gave
gonna go
him.
tell him that you just made him famous. You're gonna go pose for a picture.
I might get him a little hat.
There you go.
Get
Get
him
him a little
put a little hat on
Shushan
him, take a
rag.
picture, and show
A
everybody
little
next time
rag
we
on
do.
him.
Listen, don't go back into that theater.
Well,
Numbers
you know
don't
I'm not
lie.
going back into that
You
theater.
better not.
Oh, heck
Some
no.
people be trying to buy a ticket. They be trying to,
Nope.
let me go get a ticket just to see how they
Heck
doing and check the
no.
social media and do it. Let me tell you something.
Oh,
They are
no.
doing flips to find out what you're doing.
Oh, I know that.
So you know what you do with that, everybody? For all of you coming in for the first time, read what's on the screen. I'm going to put it on the screen. The first 3 words that are on the screen underneath this person's name. His name is Eric Jackson. But remember these 3 words. Theater of cruelty. They are a theater of cruelty.
Perfectly put. Yep.
Let
They
God
really
have a laugh.
are.
You have to focus on the people who already like you. And you've probably grown in popularity via social media, let alone when you walk down the street. Lift your head up, keep your chin up, shoulders back, release your jaw, laugh your face off because you're free. But Paxton, you don't understand. I got this to do and I got this, and then I got to get
Doesn't
court date.
matter.
Let me tell you something. There are some things that just need to die out. Let the process take care of itself. No matter how tedious and difficult it may be, remember this. Practice self-care. The way you would practice playing chess, dominoes, cards, a meal that you've practiced because your mom or somebody taught you or you saw it online. You practice it so you can be better at it, so when you serve it, when you serve yourself up to other humans, they can tell that you did this, that you engage in activities that nurtured your physical, emotional, and mental well-being, such as exercise, hobbies, like Patrick. He had more than one. But more importantly, never underestimate the very magnificent power of meditation. You will never find a channel like ours. Often imitated, never duplicated. Because there's no one like Susie. There is no one like Crystal. And there is no one like Gemma. You can find a bunch of me's.
I don't think.
But what you're not going to find, you can't find yourself everywhere. But you can come to NATV and find yourself. Because we let you be you. We don't tell you to stop anything. But I will tell you in a heartbeat, you better stop that. Stop thinking about those 5 people. But you can be you, but you better stop that. We will come once a month and spend time with you. But what's more important is that we learn from you so we make a better show the next time around. This is not about us, but this is NATV Network. And what you've just experienced will come back again, God willing. Eric has something here in the chat before we go. He says, I am stacking millions. Man, Eric, what is wrong with you, man? I am stacking millions on the nightstand. Hippie sabotage. This is what is hilarious about being anonymous online. Okay, I love that.
Oh, he must have counted his
I love it. Yeah,
he
that's
must
what
have counted his
said.
views on his top 5.
That's what I'm saying. Try it, everybody. You start thinking about being discarded, a bunch of stuff like that. You want to really have some fun, count 12 of them. Count your 12 most viewed content on social media. And if you try to put it in order, there's a whole nother way we can do this. If you ever want to talk to me about it, I'll talk to you about it. You ever want to come on and talk about it? We'll do that too. You can come on with Susie and I and Crystal and Gemma. But I'm telling you, you want to have some fun and have the narc leave your mind real quick? Count your views. Forget the likes. They don't count. Count your views. You don't want to be liked. You want to be viewed. You want to be seen for how you view yourself, life, and your loved ones. And people will see that you have been the exemplary one, even when others tell you you're not exemplary. They will see that you are. But this is the kick about that. And this is what I learned by doing this for 5 years with people that I've never met before that have taught me something about this whole, I want to call it a phenomenon kind of a thing about narcissism. What I've come to find out is, and actually I never took an interest in narcissism or anything like that. It was an old man by the name of Lanny. And he one day on his computer inside his fifth wheel, someone I knew, and he said, look, I'm going to show you something about people I don't think you know. Oh my goodness, I can't even remember the date right now. I'm trying to remember. I'll probably think of it at some point and say it in the next show. But yeah, many years ago, almost a couple of decades ago. It's probably around 2004 or so. I think it was around 2004. Okay. And so I have been fascinated by this for quite a while. But doing this channel with Susie and others and Crystal has been breathtaking. But what has made it truly exhilarating is the chat now that we've got on YouTube. I've never met so many intelligent people who know so much about a subject and want to share, other than teaching people the Bible. But what I find fascinating is that you all have a story about 5 people that tried to cause or are causing havoc in your life. You are not broken. You are not a victim. You are bad. The kind of good bad for that studio. You're that person who wants your money back. That's the last thing a movie studio wants when they put a movie out, to have the people who are playing the movie say, hey, look, man, your movie not that good. People keep telling us they want their money back. They love our popcorn. They love the hot dog. They love the juju beans and everything. But your movie is costing us. You need to go. Let somebody else evict them and deal with them. You don't get into that movie seat again. No matter how comfortable that seat is, no matter how many cup holders they got, the vibration to make your little cheeks go up and down when you're sitting in it, the warmth it gives you,
The recliner.
the speakers next to your head. Man, I never had any. They get you in that seat. They do you in. Tell them, Eric. Theater of cruelty. They just need to get you in the seat. So if you meet somebody and you're not sure, or you keep chasing online and scrolling and reading everything about how bad people are, all you got to remember is you meet somebody, you ask them, have you ever been in the movies? you ever been in the movies? What kind of, no, I can't be in any movies. Really? Right. Do you like trailers? You movie trailers or anything? Well, kind of like, if everybody came with a movie trailer, including me, you probably never want to talk to me. Because some people have movie trailers and they're just honest. Susie, for example. You've been hearing her movie trailer and her story and her script over and over, and you keep coming back. Some people, movie trailers are worth it because they're not love bombing you. They're telling you. They're not triangulating you. They're not love bombing you. They're not breadcrumbing. All they're doing is saying, hey, look, this is who I am. That's what I love about all of you in the NATV community. You make sure we know who you are. Mia has changed our life. Yes, Susie?
Absolutely.
We talk about you, Mia. You have changed our perspective on people for the better. And thank you for that. Our first show in 2025, I needed to take some time to say some things to you there. I don't have a video for everybody like I would normally do. And it really is. And I said this before we started the show in our private chat. Before we started, I told everybody that the fires have really taken a lot out of us. For us, a certain way, everybody's affected differently. It's not about really our safety. It's just that a lot of our friends have been affected. And I can't even count how many of our
Sad.
friends have lost
So
everything.
sad.
I cannot even count to tell you how many of our friends have literally, our friends in Malibu and in other places, people we've met and know in LA and other places, and all these fires going on. You have been an inspiration to us by getting us to come on today, because as I told you, Susie and Gemma, I was so quick to say, hey, we're just going to have to not do it because it's heavy. But thank you, everyone who will watch this and who have been here. We never have numbers that are our target to get when Susie's network and ours get together and Crystal shows up. We just have one set of numbers that are important. 10 people. We just want 10 people to watch it. If there's 10 people in the chat, that's fine. We deliberately make our content to fit on television, for you to come to the chat so that we can make it personalized. We do not want thousands of people here. We don't want our ego stroke. That's not what it is. We want you to not go back into that narcissistic studio one-on-one theater ever again. And the way to do that is for you to educate yourself, practice self-care, and to develop a positive inner dialogue. Stop watching bad movies. The trailers are not that good. If they show you the completion of the movie in a trailer, you've seen it all. And some people you meet, especially narcissistic people, will show you everything. Right up front. That's your red flag. If they're telling you how they're going to end the movie, don't spend your money. Eric's comment, yep, I've been a sick puppy. I love that cruelty stuff. Mom says it's because I'm so defiant by nature. Whatever the case, I once walked with giants, and I knew a legit woman who actually ran with wolves.
Wolves.
You need to have a book of poems and poetic and inspirational sayings. And if you ever need someone to help you with that, contact Susie and I and Crystal. We will help you with that. I need to go through the chat and take what he says and turn it into something, or a newsletter of inspiration or something. Philosophical thought.
Coffee table
book. Yeah, something like that. Everybody, I'll put you some music on the way out. Actually, you know what? I take that back. You know what I'll do? I'm going to do something totally weird that I've never done before. I'm going to play what played at the beginning on the way out, which will make totally no sense to you because it's going to say stream is coming next, and it's actually not. It's actually ending, just to mess with people if they watch it again. Susie, enjoy yourself. I'm going to go.
Yes.
You go do what you're going to do. I'll take you out of the studio in just a moment. Say any last words before I start messing around over here.
Just want to thank everyone for tuning in today and taking the time to prioritize yourself and your healing journey. And remember, we're all in this together. You are not alone. And as you reflect on everything we discussed today, take it one step at a time, even if it's just a baby step. Keep moving forward, have patience with yourself, and never give up, ever. We're here for you. Yeah. And make sure you go over to SCTV Network on YouTube for more information on all the topics that we discussed today. And don't forget to subscribe. And we'll see you next time.
Bada bing, bada bing, bada bing. I love you, my friend. See you later. Stay
Bye-bye.
safe. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
See you. Have a good weekend. All right, everybody. I have not disappeared. I'm gonna goof around a little bit and go through some of the chat because I love doing that at the end because it inspires me. You can stick around, of course. Many of you regulars know what I'm doing here. Eric, you got something for us there? No lie, she literally ran with the wolves in the rescue center in the canyons of SoCal, Southern California. Southern California's on fire right now. I run with a fast crew, and here we are. Mia, so sorry for all you know and love that are, oh, thank you, sweetheart, that are being affected by the fire. Our entire brotherhood is under fire, and many others. Our hearts are out to all of them. Thank you so much. Everybody, It's not what you think. It is exactly what you think. What you see is not really there, but what you see is what you see. I like to say babble like that toward the end of a show. All right, so here we go. I'm going to play what I played at the beginning, and then I'm going to jump back in and do something else, and then I'm going to say goodbye. So you can stick around for that. That may take about 10 minutes or so or thereabouts. I'm not really sure. But either way it goes, I hope you're ready. I'm going to move some things around here and then get rid of this thing that's on the screen. But before I do that, I got to put this up. Thank you, Mia, for saying that. Thank you so much. Let's see what I got going on here. First show back. First show of 2025. I'm getting the cobwebs off, everybody. I'm going to pass that on. Thanks to Patrick. I still got other parts that he wrote that I did not put into the show, but thank you, Eric, for saying that. Let me get some things and move it around here. Get ready for this. Things are going to go quiet for a little bit, but then we will goof off. Why? Because it's YouTube. YouTubey. All right, here we go, everybody. I'm going to push a button.
Ready or not? Ready or not? Here I come. Can't hide. Gonna find you and baby. Yo. Like a game of chess where I rest. No stress, no success. Ready or not? Ready or not? Here I come. Can't hide. Gonna find you and baby. Yo. Like a game of chess where I rest. No stress, no success. Ready or not? Ready or not? Here I come. Can't hide. Gonna find you and baby. Yo. Like a game of chess where I rest. No stress, no success.
When you hear the rhythm, start to move.
Alrighty then. I don't know what's happening. I have no idea. What is happening? I have no idea. I just know YouTube has been good to us. We hope we can keep coming back to you. I'm in here somewhere. I'm telling you, people, I'm in here somewhere. Don't go to that movie. Don't fall for that trailer. I'm going to push some buttons over here. I don't know. What you got for me? Suit up, game face. I love it. There's a lot of good things that were said today. This is NATV Network. All kind of things are happening. I don't know what's happening. The craziest end to a show. 9 hours and 40 minutes. You've been with us here on NATV Network, the home. I have a bunch of crazy people. No telling what's going on. I'm out, people. Love each and every one of you. Play nice. Paxton out.